showing my slides. All right, digital forensics. So, holding those type of computers into the court of law. So, what are we talking about? You're more looking like the government sector in that FBI field. If you look up the FBI jobs right now, they constantly have openings for cybersecurity analysts and engineering. So the big sector there where they want individuals coming in who are able to use the software on certain computers that they may be crime related, right? So if someone's doing something that's on that computer that's illegal activities or things that they shouldn't have on there, then they need to take that evidence and be able to hold it unchanged with the integrity factor still intact before they actually go to the court of law in order to use it as evidence. The hard thing about that is that when you discover that someone is doing something illegal, you instantly change the instance of the computer. And what I mean by that is that just by you opening files and closing files, you change the logs that are on the computer. So it's always a probability of being unsanitary, so to say, right? Because you're not even though you're not actually committing a crime, you're actually doing some investigation by you just opening up documents or maybe taking a copy of the whole hard drive. You're actually writing things over to the original hard drive, and that could be thrown out in the court of law, and it can't hold up because the integrity has been compromised. So digital forensics, the one thing that they teach you in the Security Plus factor is the chain of custody. So that's pretty much if you're going to be seeing anything on the exam, you're going to see chain of custody on there. And that's where we have a list or a form, some type of PDF that once we deem a computer to be evidence and we need to take it offline, we're going to create this PDF saying when and where and what happened to the computer, right? So we're going to take it offline and put it in a safe, and that needs to be documented. And anytime someone touches the machine, such as hooking it up to a copywriter, which is what it does is that you could plug your USB cable up to the hard drive on the evidence hard drive, and then you can make a copy of it freely on a new hard drive. And now you can actually probe and go into the new hard drive without affecting the old one. But that needs to be documented on the chain of custody. Okay, so all these changes in these the way that you go into this evidence needs to be documented precisely in order to hold up in the court. Okay, so whenever we're talking about digital forensics, you want to make sure that you're understanding that the integrity piece of cybersecurity is probably going to be the stronghold there, and that chain of custody, making sure that we document every piece of information moving forward is documented and then signed off by the appropriate parties. But not only just having that computer as evidence is not just the only case. You have other things that you can take in place in order to have this evidence. Here we can have video, so if we're seeing someone break into our bank and take our computers or take our servers, then we can use the videotape from the CCTV video logs. We can also do eyewitnesses, whoever saw what happened. But we also want to make sure all of those things are documented as well. So all of these things come in place when it comes to gathering information, gathering evidence for a crime that's being committed using computers or against computers. So let's go into that a little bit. So there's two types of crimes. We can have a crime on against a computer. So a botnet sending out a distributed DOS attack against a high level company, right? So you don't want to necessarily take all of the computers that's in that, let's say IBM. You don't want to take all the computers in IBM and then say, hey, we're going to round all these things up for evidence. What you want is the computer or the main bot, if you can, you get one of those bots to get that evidence and then prove that it was a crime against another set of computers. But then you also have crimes that are committed directly on that computer, such as theft, vandalism, things of that nature. So there can be in two categories. They're all not just lumped up as in a computer crime. Okay, so let's understand the difference between the two. And on your exam, you're probably going to see just read through the questions, read through the scenario in order to understand what they're actually asking. Yes, ma'am. So timelines on gathering these evidence, as you already heard me say, is pretty vital on the integrity piece when it comes to gathering this information. And every computer is going to log down what happens on the computer. There's no hiding it, and you can delete the logs, but that's a good indication that you've been compromised, you've been hacked, if someone erases the logs, right? So on your regular computer, you can always go to your event viewer, at least on Windows, and your event viewer is going to log down all of the applications, your applications tasks, as well as people who log into your computer. It's going to log all this stuff down and have a timestamp on it. So this is important whenever we want to bring this up in the court of law, because now we can say, hey, it happened on this particular time and date. Now, in the case of incident reporting or incident response teams, such as, we're actually hunting a threat, we can use the event logs to figure out when did an attack happen, and then now we can go and look at other network devices, go and look at other different systems around that same time frame to see exactly where did the attacker go, how did they shift from one system to the next, all by looking at the logs. And the logs is, like I said, a lot of people don't know that they're there. So, when you're talking about a novice or a script kiddie, they're probably going to go into your computer and not really try to delete the logs. But a more experienced hacker, a nation state type of, group of hackers, they'll probably go into a port server and probably try to delete those server logs. Now, we can put in configurations to prevent that, or you have to be a part of a administrative group in order to stop the deletion of the logs. But 9 times out of 10, it's going to be logged here, right? And we can just go in and see what's going on. This is a good way to see if you have a application that's crashing all the time. Come into your event log, see what's going on. More than likely, you're going to just, once you get into that troubleshooting field, you can just go ahead and troubleshoot it by uninstalling and reinstalling. You don't necessarily have to come into the logs, okay? But I wanted to show you guys this just because it logs everything from the time of you getting that computer and start to make changes to it. And it will continue to record things until you wipe that computer clean. Now, how do you wipe it clean? You do have some software out there that we can actually run what they call a rewriting software, where they're writing ones and zeros all over your hard drive, and that wipes the OS off and it wipes all of the content off of it. Now, this has to happen about 7 times in a row in order for it to eliminate any type of residue. But there is some software out there that can possibly bring back the image and the information that was already erased. Okay, so it's not a 100% for sure thing that it's going to be gone forever once you wipe it, quote unquote. But it's a good indication that we can go ahead and dispose of the hard drive, or we can go ahead and say that for sure it's clean. The only 100% way of actually getting rid of the data that's on a hard drive is actually destroying it. So that's why we watch these crime shows. You'll see once the bad guys have infiltrated and the FBI is busting through the door, they'll go ahead and throw the hard drive in the water, or they'll throw it in the microwave and do they'll put electricity to it in order to stop the magnets from actually running in the hard drive, okay? And so that completely wipes the hard drive, making it unrecoverable. But I also heard that even from electro frying the hard drive, that it's able to get back some fragments. But for the most part, that's 100%. You're not going to be able to, retrieve anything back from that. Any questions so far? So just let me put a little cap on the event logs here. So I want to go to security. So if you look here, so I'm in my security window and I'm under the window log. So this is going to log every thing that happened from the applications that's open up, the security, who logged in, what username, and I think I have a screenshot of where the passwords are actually logged at. Then your system. So your system is going to be more of your hardware, your motherboard. That's going to be the things that we don't really necessarily worry about. But if you have a fan issue, or let's say your computer is constantly overheating, you'll probably get the error here, and you'll probably be able to look into that error and then read what's going on. Okay. So once you read and let's dive into this a little bit. Once we see stuff like this and we read the error, and this is in real life, so whenever you get your job, this is what I want you to do. Whenever you get things like this and you're reading the actual description of the problem, if you don't know what it is or you want more information on it, it's a simple, highlight, and then let's copy it, or Control C, throw it into a Google search, and let's do more research on it, okay? And more likely it's going to lead you down the path of what's going on with the issue, okay? But in most cases, when you have warnings, or even if you see errors like this with the red exclamation part, you can actually just do a restart on your computer that probably clears the issue for you or that person. Now, I wanted to go back to the audit piece where you log in at. This is going to log in anybody who logs into the computer, okay? So as you can see, this is me logging into my computer upstairs, and it logs this credential down every time that I come in and I actually put in my PIN in order to get into my computer, okay? And it started logging everything from this year, everything from this month, really. I wonder where the rest of it is at. But as you can see here, the number of times that it actually recorded that, and I wonder if that's just the ones that I see here. It's been recorded it for 34,000 times as far as logins, okay? So here's some good information. If you go into my logs, then you can see what Microsoft account that I have associated with what email that I use. So if you're giving someone access to your computer, going into your event log could hold some actual valuable information. They may not be able to use the password, but if you started to go into your registry and things like that, you could probably find the information that you want to find, okay? So that's just the event log. That's why it's so important when it comes to the forensics and the actual holding evidence and being able to have non-repudiation or integrity when it comes to the type of things that you're going to present in court. That's why it's so important to have the logs, okay? The logs is going to give the straight point facts of what's going on. You do have some caveats, right? So let's say if our time is off, a hacker comes in and they say, I'm going to go down here. Let's see if my time pulls up. So you come down here and you want to be able to adjust the time and date. Let's go here to this setting. Let's say a hacker gets into your server and they're able to change the time and date. What does that mean, right? They just change the time and date. Well, what it does is it changes the time and date on your logs as well. So now, if they could confuse you on when it comes to the research, it's because now they have switched you from an Eastern time zone to maybe a Midwest time zone. And now they can, while you're thinking things happen at a particular time zone on your side, and you overlook that piece, then they could be actually doing things in a different time zone. And so you never try to look into those event logs just because you've had the setting there for someone to change the time or the time zone. Now, we can lock this down by administrative and group policy settings. So if you're an administrator over your company, we could probably put in a group policy to say, hey, regular users can't change the time. Because if we have someone infiltrate our network, we want them to not be able to do that under a regular user's account, okay? So we're going to bet that they're not going to be able to get an administrative account, but if they do get a regular account, that they at least they can't change the time and date, so we can actually don't have to worry about that piece. And you may be asking yourself, Lee, is it really that serious to where you have to worry about the little things like that? And I say yes. If you think about it, then the hacker has thought about it. Okay, so if you think that, hey, it's a little too small, I don't have to really worry about that, from somebody else's point of view that's trying to get what you got, they're probably going to use that. They're not just going to take one path into your network. They're going to go about it in many different avenues. And as security professionals, we need to be able to close off every avenue that we possibly can without hindering the business. Okay, so even a minor change to the configuration of time is big because that's something that we can not worry about. So if someone else brings it up later on that year, saying, hey, I got a user that's trying to change their password, why is that the case? You already have an answer for it, and we can move forward on that. Okay, so timelines are important. Having those things set to where your event logs are synchronized with them, very important when, keeping that integrity of your evidence. So being able to keep that evidence is also going to strengthen the point of integrity and non-repudiation. So when I say keep, I mean more like, are we keeping the computer encased in a safe somewhere? Are we keeping it at the police station? And make sure that, whenever we do move these things from a particular building or from a room, that we're updating that chain of custody every time we move it, okay? It also says here on that slide a write blocker. I'm going to show you a write blocker real quick. So let me open up a window. A write blocker, I called it a copywriter earlier, but a write blocker that I've seen, 9 times out of 10 going to look like this. I wouldn't say 9 times out of 10. This is what I see. That's a bad picture. Similar to this. So what this does is that you have your hard drive here that's going to come out of your computer, and it's going to use the plug-in cables to plug into this device, which is the write blocker, and then that device, that's not what I want. Because two-way street, where is it? Okay, better. All right, so hard drive is going to use the connectors to actually power it on. So that's when you see your red cable, your black cable, and kind of like a remote cable here. This is going to give it power in order to move the magnets inside, okay? Now it's going to use this data cable here in order to copy the disk from here over to your computer using a USB connection here. Now, what that does is that you could probably put this onto a file somewhere onto your computer, or hey, if we really high speed, let's spin up a VM and let's put a copy of this OS that's on this hard drive, or let's spin up a VM and let's put the copy of this disk onto our VM. Okay, so if there's anything malicious on it, we can put it on the VM. We don't have to worry about it attacking the local machine. We can blow away the VM whenever we feel like it, okay? The write blocker is so important is because it's not going to change anything on this original disk, okay? So if we had someone who was committing a crime against a dentist's office, they were stealing people's medical records, and we caught that individual. Let's say we got their hard drive. We're able to take that hard drive out of their computer, plug it up to our write blocker, and we're filling out our chain of custody at the same time. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make a copy from their hard drive to our VM, okay? But once we're done, we're going to take this and put it back in our plastic bag, fill out our chain of custody form saying that we're done, and then now put that back into our safe, give it back to the police department and let them keep it, or give it back to your superior and let them keep it in whatever safe place that they have. Now we're going to do our investigation from a security standpoint on our VM, on our computer, go through different files. Let's see what else they've been doing, or how many victims should be uncovered in the hard drive, on a copy of the hard drive, in order to let them know that their information has been compromised. Okay, so a write blocker is going to do one important thing, and to make sure that it doesn't change anything on the original hard drive when copying it over to the new hard drive. Okay, so now we can still give this to the judge, the original one, give it to the judge and say, hey, it hasn't been compromised in no way. We only took a copy of it and we wrote it down on our chain of custody. We used this particular write blocker to not change the integrity of it, and so it should hold up in the court of law. Okay, so that's your write blocker in a real world scenario. Again, I haven't seen it. I've seen it at Ag First, but we didn't use it. But we did have it in stock, and I haven't seen it at this new place that I'm at, only because I don't think we're mature enough to have such a robust type of a robust type of process just yet. Okay, so I don't think that we're threat hunting to that point, and I think that's a little bit out of our scope. So that was lesson 18. Lesson 19 went into risk management. Before I jump into risk management, any questions about the digital forensic that we just went over? And while y'all are thinking about the questions, right? Okay, I'm gonna pull up cybersecurity FBI jobs. So those of y'all that have interest in criminal justice or going into a field of law enforcement, you don't necessarily have, in my opinion, all right, my opinion, you don't necessarily have to go into a field of walking the streets and actually doing physical work with the bad guys. You can catch the bad guys, through their cybersecurity overview. Now, I'm too old for this. They do have a age limit. I think the age limit is 41. I think, not too sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm too old for it. So I think that you still have to do like a physical training for it. So they still want you to be able to be qualified for shooting and doing physical activities. But as far as cybersecurity, I think that'll be your main goal of actually what you're doing on a day-to-day process. So you can always go here to see exactly what they got open, and I'm filling out some applications here too. So working for the government is always a good thing. Let me throw this in the chat. Any questions? Mm-hmm. All right. Risk management. Risk management is I won't say another silo in cybersecurity, but it's more geared towards the business side of it. So a lot of times, risk management is done by your upper management, C-level individuals, people who are looking at the business from a standpoint of making money, making sales, whatever the business is there to do. Risk is probably going to be in their field of judgment, okay? And as a cybersecurity professional, you need to be able to understand risk from a business standpoint, but at the same time, from a risk from a security standpoint, too. Since I've been teaching the class to you guys, then, I always kind of went at you with the sense of fear, right? There's somebody out here looking at this. They could be doing this. They could be doing that. And I never really kind of gave you a confident way of looking at things, right? And so your mindset of risk could be negative. So what I mean by that is that I would imagine that you probably look at cybersecurity like lock everything down, don't let nobody in. If you don't let nobody in, then there's no way we can get hacked, right? But that's not the way the business runs. No business runs like that. You have to take a risk in order to get a reward. But you can also take a risk and suffer the consequences as well, right? So we have to be that perfect balance in between to understand that, yes, having our information in the cloud is risky, but it gives us such a wonderful way of being versatile with our data, and we can back up things, and we can always have it on demand, okay? So now you have to weigh the two out. Is it so bad that we're giving someone our private recipe to the fried chicken that gave us millions? Is it so bad that we're giving them that to where we could lose it? We could lose out on millions. But if we do give them that recipe, then now we can have that recipe ready for remote locations and on different parts of the world. And now that opens up a different opportunity in different parts of the world in order for us to make money, right? So the risk could be very rewarding on one hand versus that company that we're using for a cloud solution may go out of business in a year. So we need, as professionals, we need to be due diligent on the research that we do. And then we need to make a sound decision on which one we're going to take. Will we go with the new startup cloud company, or will we go with a Microsoft or a Google? Just because we know they're robust and they're reliable sources of resources that we can use, and we won't have to, that risk comes down a little bit. Versus, if we do this, then we can reap the benefits. The company can go into a whole nother stratosphere as far as revenue. We are willing to take this risk. Ultimately, it comes down to the business owner, right? It comes down to whoever runs that business. If they're risk takers, then as a security professional, you're going to have to be more conscious on how you apply security, because you're going to be taking a lot more risk. So you need to come up with different ways to mitigate the problem if it happens, okay? So that's an overview. Let's go ahead and go into this slide here. So what I got on the slide is the phases of risk management and the risk assessment. So that's the document that I put into the chat. We'll get to that in just a second. So the phases of risk management goes like this. You want to recognize the essential functions of the company. What do we do? Let's go with the Wally K Foundation. The Wally K Foundation is a nonprofit organization that's working in the community, in different small communities within the Columbia area district, right? So we want to know, how does Wally K stay in business? What makes them come back day after day after day? What are their goals? What are they trying to achieve, right? And as we figure out what are their goals and what are they trying to achieve, then we can say, okay, how are you doing this? Are you using computers? Are you using phones? Do you throw events, which they all do, right? She has events that are monthly, so she always brings a group of people together. So you got to think, are you emailing these people? Are you giving them sensitive information for that? Are you spending? Do you have a spending budget of being able to hold an event? So all these things come into place. And while you're doing this is kind of like an interview process with your business owner. So as a security professional, let's say you're a consultant, you're going to go into that. You're going to set up a 30-minute interview with the owner of Wiley K Foundation or the board. You sit down with the board and you just ask them questions about how do you actually run business, your business. And they tell you, because they are the expert of that, okay? Then it's your job to look at the vulnerabilities versus those functions, okay? So this is where your skills in cybersecurity comes into play. Your skills that you've been learning in the Security Plus course comes into place, because now we can say, hey, we do most of our job by emailing and having people gather at our facility. So now you would think, okay, what are the vulnerabilities in email? We all know phishing, spear phishing, social engineering, things of that nature. We bring those vulnerabilities up, okay? The actual conferences, or let's say the functions that they have at the gym, then we could say, okay, social engineering at the gym and then the physical security that we have there. Maybe we want to look at the vulnerabilities on the Wi-Fi, okay? All of these things go into our risk management first two processes. We identify the vulnerabilities. Now, what are the threats? Who are the people remotely to that area, and then someone coming from outside. So if we're doing from emailing standpoint, where are our hackers trying to hack us from, or basically that's going to go into the security awareness, having your employees look at different emails, understanding what a phish looks like, okay? Now, you also want to write up an assessment of how, if you were to be affected by these threats, or you took a loss on the risk, you were actually attacked, what is the business impact? Are you going to lose money? Will it stop you from holding business for the next 2 weeks? What is the case? And then the final step is to actually have a response. What are the security controls that you're going to put in place? Once you realize that you have a vulnerability and that you identify the threat that could actually take advantage of those vulnerabilities, and then we can actually say, okay, these are the controls that we're going to put in place in order to mitigate, transfer, or avoid. Maybe we want to avoid that risk altogether. Maybe we want to mitigate the risk by giving security awareness training about phishing campaigns. Maybe we want to transfer that risk of, if we do get hacked, we'll transfer the loss to our insurance company. So now we have cyber insurance. We're able to recuperate the money that we lost, or let's say the damage done to the devices. Okay, so these types of things, those response is the final steps that we want to give. So let's take a look at the assessment that I put into the chat. I'm gonna open it up here. This is a free document that I got from the small business. I forgot what the DC stands for, but basically the SBA, Small Business Association. They're giving this form out from their cybersecurity standpoint department that they have there to help small businesses have cybersecurity, have kind of like a department there in order to afford cybersecurity solutions. So this is a good document, right? So I'm using this myself just because it asks the questions in that assessment that you want to ask your customers. And so they break it down into different sections. You got physical security here, and then you got mobile devices, login passwords. We'll go over that in just a second. The website, the social media site. What type of data backup? What kind of data storage that you're using as a small business? But I like this part as well, where they ask you more in-depth questions of who's responsible for the cybersecurity solutions in your company. More likely, that's going to be your business owner, right? Especially if it's a small business. Do you have vulnerability scanning, intrusion detection? A lot of people don't know that they have these things in place, and maybe that they don't. And this is a good document to have to go to a company and say, okay, let's do a cybersecurity assessment on you, and you can just ask these questions, and now they can understand the type of posture that their company stands when it comes to cybersecurity. So let's go back up to the questions that they were asking on physical security. So we'll look at a couple of them in each section. So we have what is malware, virus, and intrusion detection is in place. What AV do they have in place on their computers? Okay, and so now you would ask that question to, we're going to keep with the example of Wally K. We would ask that question to the board, And if they know, they don't. If they know, they would give you that answer. If they don't, you would just simply, put yes or no, and then whatever they think is in place or not. Okay. And then you would also ask questions such as, are the hard copies of files locked? So remember when we did the physical walk around in the building, we seen that the drawers were open, right? So these are things that they can keep their mind on, like, you can fill this out and give them a copy of it and say, okay, I want you to work on the physical part. We will work on the software parts of it. So let's go down to the mobile devices part where they ask, can a company remotely lock or wipe your device if lost? Remember, we went over this the other week where having a mobile device management software on those laptops and tablets and cell phones is important, because if we lose it, then we can remotely wipe the information that's on those devices, okay? So those are things that we can ask them, and they can, if they never thought about it, now they can, and maybe they go and look at certain solutions. They got things for the login and passwords, how many users you have at an admin level, which is a very important thing to know. But a lot of small businesses may not know. Medium size it may be according to who you're interviewing. If they have like an IT guy there, they could probably answer that. But in most cases, especially if the cybersecurity posture of a company is very poor, a lot of people might have admin rights that they shouldn't have. Just go back to my example of changing the time and date. That's an administrative type of asset that a lot of people have and may not realize that they have those things. Okay. Real quick, social media. Who has access and authorization to put out social media content? Very important, right? And you may say, why is that important? Well, I may deface your social media. Let's say if you don't have anything personal or sensitive on your social media site, but I can put images. Let's say if I get a church social media site, if I'm able to log into their Facebook, and then I put inappropriate posts on their page, then how does that affect the reputation of the church moving forward? So it's very important to not just, make sure the password is locked down, make sure that it's not written down somewhere in someone's office. It can hold a bigger risk factor to it. Okay, keeping up with the risk thing of it, it can hold a bigger factor to it. I can deface that social media site, and now the congregation has gotten smaller because you put this out for everyone to see. Not just, I'm going to take down certain messages or certain videos that you may have, but, building against a reputation for a company is also just as important as what we call a quantitative analysis, which we'll get into that a little bit later. But it's a quantitative analysis where it's not just money value. It is more of a mental state of how someone views the business. Okay? So that's the risk assessment. Any questions on that? Anybody can open up that assessment that I put in the chat? All right. So, yeah, good segue to quantitative risk assessment. That's where, like I said, it's not necessarily qualitative is going to deal with money, right? So it's easy to do that type of assessment. You're going to go in and you're going to say, we got 2 servers, 5 PCs, 1 printer. and we can do a value lookup or research on each one of those devices, and we could say the qualitative assessment of these devices combined is roughly $2,000. So if we lose one of them or we lose all 7 devices, then we could say $2,000, $2,500 could get us back up and running within 2 weeks. Okay, so that's the qualitative assessment. We have a number value to it. Okay, where it gets kind of tricky at is when you start to put in your what is the value for your employees, right? And that's 9 times out of 10 you're going to probably go off of the salary that you pay them, but then that goes into the quality of work that they have. So that can get kind of murky there. But it's normally qualitative is going to be with a value, a number value. Quantitative is going to be what does somebody think, or what could be the impact if we're hacked. So it's more difficult to find out the risk factor of it, because it's more based off of so many factors that comes into what could drive our customers away. Could it be the quality of work that we're putting out? Did we post something that our customers didn't agree with? Prime example is that back when Trump was the president, if a company was to back Trump and stand for what he stands for, then it could affect the sales of quantitative risk assessment, right? So you need someone, not saying that you as a cybersecurity professional should say, hey, maybe we shouldn't put that on our social media page of what he said, but it was more of when you're talking about a C-level personnel who's sitting on the board, they may say maybe we shouldn't put this out there because it's too murky to actually say we want to back what the president says because he's unliked, then we will become unliked, right? So it's hard to actually have a direct value for qualitative risk assessment, okay? But on your exam, they're gonna, ask you about the different factors that goes into the risk factors when it comes to qualitative risk assessment, which is going to be your single loss expectancy, and meaning, so if we have a server in play and we lose that server, that one server, what is the single loss expectancy for that server? So it may be $900 for that one particular thing, right? But the exposure factor that goes into it means how is it exposed to the public, or is it exposed to the nature? Meaning, could a tornado hit that building and now it destroys the data center? Okay, and then it goes into the annual loss expectancy. How many times are you expecting to lose this particular product throughout the year? Okay, and then with those 3 things multiplied with each other, then you get an annual rate of occurrence, which is how often is this thing going to happen? Okay. All of those sound murky, right? There's no particular. How do you actually say how many times are we going to have a fire a year? How many times are you going to have a hurricane hit, or someone breaks into your data center and steals all your servers? It's hard to put a number on that. And really, to tell you the truth, in the real world, you have a particular department that handles risk assessment, and that's going to be your governance, risk, and your GRC, governance, risk, and control, governance, risk, and compliance department. Sorry, they're going to be going over things like this. being able to have those formulas already made out for the business and being able to come up with numbers, actually putting numbers to those factors. But from a standpoint of just learning the Security Plus, it's hard to really kind of figure it out. You probably could figure out the single loss expectancy. But if we're talking about data, let's say data has no monetary value to it. I lost all my slides. How much did that slide cost you? I don't know. Maybe 15 minutes worth of work. Do you want to take my hourly wage, divide it by 15 minutes, and then that's how much the single loss expectancy is? So it's just kind of, like I said, it's all murky when it comes to quantitative. But for the exam, I want you to realize that it's not, if we're going to say it's a particular number, it's going to be qualitative. If it's more of a feel of emotions, a lot of factors into it, then it's going to be qualitative. Okay? I know that was a little confusing. Any questions on that? No questions. Lesson 20. Lesson 20. So we're talking about resiliency. Cybersecurity resiliency. Give me 1 second. Let me take a drink real quick. Sorry about that. Okay, lesson 20. Cybersecurity resiliency. In this chapter, we're talking about a lot of redundancy, right? And I don't mean redundancy as we already went over the information, but more of how do we keep the business running? How do we keep that data flowing constantly? And a lot of times you'll see in the chapter you'll see a lot of cases of having multiple servers put up, load balancing, or just having multiple devices doing the same activities. This is how you're going to really get over your DDoS attacks, your DOS attacks. Anyone attacking one machine, you can let that machine go down. That's fine. But because we have two more machines doing the same thing. To give you an example of that is that if we have, let's go over to, if we go to Azure and I want to go to show you guys the VMs. So the VMs that I got here, 4 different VMs, right? And let's say on my home lab VM, I have that as being my email server. But the rest of these are also email servers as well. And what they do is that they all work in conjunction to load balance a company with 10,000 users on it. So they're all talking to different servers at different types of times, but they all share the same information. Okay, so if Chris, he decides to turn into a hacker, and he decides to take down, he gets the information on one of my email servers, just one, and he says, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take this offline. I'm gonna send a DDoS attack to the home lab one. Okay, that's fine from a security standpoint. Well, it's not fine, right? I don't want that because that shows that I've been infiltrated and someone got to my internal servers, which is bad. But I've taken that was the risk, right? I know that in order for us to have business, in order for people to have email, I need to have somewhere where a point where someone can reach it from an outside standpoint inside, right? So that was the risk that I knew I had to take. But I mitigated the risk because I put several different servers out there doing the same thing. So Chris can take down the home lab. That's fine. I'm going to write up an incident. I'm going to go ahead and, isolate that machine. But I'm not going to lose out on the people losing emails because I have several other machines up and running. And now all the traffic that was going to home lab is just going to be load balanced between the other three. Okay? So that's the reason why we want, in that case, we want redundancy. Redundancy is always going to give us another option of actually having business run smoothly without any issues. Now, for that case, we still, like I said, we're still going to do a reason why we were actually infiltrated, and then what else did Chris was he able to move laterally in the network? Was he able to see more sensitive information that he shouldn't have? What did he see on the server that he got on that? Okay, we will ask all these questions. Not saying that we overlook that, but what we don't have to overlook is that, when someone attacks your server, you don't have to worry about losing out on business that day. We may even have to put out a public statement saying that Mitchell Technologies were a victim of email attack on our servers. It's a potential that customers' information was leaked and things of that nature. And it may hurt us in a long term. It may hurt us in a long term, but at least we don't have to stop for that day. So if I only had one email server and Chris goes in and he does a DDoS attack on that one server, I'm done for that day as far as emails. I'm done. I can't do anything. I can't communicate, right? So until I get that server back up and running, I'm pretty much, you can tell people to go home for that day. Log off. We're not doing anything else. Bad business. Security professional, I want you guys to go in there and look at it. If you have any type of just one, what they call a pain point, or this is a the phrase I'm looking for is single point of failure. If you have a single point of failure, then you're exposing yourself to be a victim of a DOS attack, or the dollar service attack. So that redundancy not only goes for servers, data, which I think we'll get into data later on. Yeah. And, but it also, for this slide, goes for power supplies. So power supplies in the real world, this is what you're going to see. Oops. This is what you're going to see in the real world. So when I was working for the bank, a particular bank here in Rock Hill, we would have to go out here and put these at the tellers' positions. Sorry, someone said something? Okay. So these ups they have little small batteries in them, and in the body panel here, they have little small batteries, and they keep a charge. And what that does is that whenever we have a bad storm or power goes out to the whole building, then their computers just won't automatically shut down. They will automatically draw the power from this box until power is restored to that building. That way, and you may be thinking, well, in a bank, is that really important? Well, if you're doing a transaction during a storm, and it's several thousands of dollars that you're transferring, you don't want the teller's PC to go ahead and shut down mid-transfer. You don't want that, right? So at least you want it to stay up and running in order to finish the transaction, okay? And that's where UPS comes into play. very good source of energy. I think these things can stay powered for at least 2 days straight. So worst case scenario, you can at least get through the finish of that work day. And then if you have multiple branches, you can tell someone, okay, this branch is shut down for that day. Please go over to the next nearest branch to finish any transaction. Okay, this is what we put on the workstation. Do I think you need this at the house? Maybe not. I don't think so. Laptops and if you have a desktop, then maybe you might want a smaller up that you might want to put it on. Now, don't be confused by surge protector. It has a surge protector built in. Okay, so we're talking about this pack back here. But a lot of times people get confused with surge protector being a battery pack, and that's not the case. This is if it's not heavy, like 50 pounds heavy, or it doesn't have kind of like a panel on it to where you can take off and replace the battery, then it's not a UPS, okay? It's just a surge protector, okay? But you can also see that these things are smart too, right? We see the Ethernet cables right here. So what does that mean? It's a Internet of Things. We can potentially put a Ethernet cable in this UPS, and then now we can, from a remote site, we can see if the batteries are still good, if it's plugged up. I doubt if you can see what's plugged up in it, but if it's plugged up and if the batteries are good, okay? They didn't use this all the time with the bank because it opens up another layer of protection that we need to be aware of. So we could just, shut those ports off. We're not using them, shut them off, and then we just use, make sure, the tellers have their PCs plugged in to this surge protector in the back. Okay, that's your UPS. That's for the workstation. Now, for the routers, right? Because whenever we have a storm or you have a power, let's say if they're doing some construction on the road and they cut a power line to your building, then now, you need your workstations can stay up and running, but the network is going to go down. Well, the network, those routers and things of that such, those routers and switches, they take a lot of more power in order to stay up and then connected. So in order to have the network stay up and to finish, let's say, keeping the scenario of that bank transaction, in order for that transaction to keep going, you need something to keep the network up and running as well, right? And this is where our generators comes into place. These generators are probably going to be sitting outside of a data center, and they need diesel gas to actually keep them running days on end. But they're built there to, I think, last maybe 2 weeks at a time if they're just running constantly. And the only thing you need to do is have the resources of getting diesel fuel to put in and keep those that generator up, to keep the data center up, to keep the network going. Okay? This is the redundancy in the case of the data center. You're probably going to have some type of big generator outside like this, and y'all see the price. It's not a game. So it can get real pricey. Some companies can't afford that. And so what do? Well, as a security professional, you have to find probably a better option for that, or take advantage of putting it on layaway here. But you need to find a better option when it comes to, maybe our company is mid-sized and they can't really swing $20,000 on on a generator, and then when you think about the upkeep costs, having those things probably serviced every 2 to 3 years, making sure that they run. Quick fact about that is that when you have things like this outside your data center, you need to have tests that goes on a yearly basis to make sure that you do a test to make sure that it actually works. Because a lot of times it's easy to set this in and then forget it, right? Throughout the whole year of working. So you need to have, disaster and recovery tests where we cut the power to the data center and we see if it automatically switches over to the standby generator, which can be, it might not cut over. And if it doesn't cut over, at least in the training, we can go ahead and alleviate the issues that we're having. And then so if it does happen for real, we know that we don't have to worry about that. That's what goes back into due diligence. Doing what you're supposed to do to see, doing what you're supposed to do, doing your homework to make sure that you're doing right by the customer or right by your customer. But that's the redundancy when it comes to the network. More likely, you're going to probably have a big generator out here like that. Matter of fact, let's go back. If you wanted something smaller, you're probably going to be looking at something like this. But, I don't really see people. I can't see that. Maybe they might have one out where you're going to have to go ahead and, pull on it to actually have it generate power. I'm just trying to think on a small scale. Maybe talking about, let's say, like Morris College. What generator would you put out there? You're probably going to have to go with the 16 grand generator, the diesel generator. Or maybe a natural gas generator to keep the network up and running. That might be a more sensible case. The reason why I wouldn't want to see this is because you would have to have someone actually go out there and crank it up like a lawnmower and get it running, and then make sure all the devices are plugged up and actually powered back up, right? So that's why I didn't really like that. But the $2,000 standby generator that maybe you have your local gas company come out there and hook it up through gas, that might be a viable option here. So just a couple of options when it comes to power redundancy. Now, the redundancy when it comes to data. I didn't highlight anything here because I was trying to figure out what keywords I wanted to focus in on. But when it comes to data, we want to think about, when we're thinking about redundancy, we're thinking about the cloud. Having our information in the cloud and then available at any time, at any place, right? So going back to our cloud solutions here, these virtual machines could be stationed at, which they're all on the East Coast, but they could be stationed on the West Coast, in India, the country, in Africa, Asia, anywhere in the world, we can put our data, which is great, right? Especially when you're talking about, let's say if you're a worldwide company and people in the UK need to get to your information. Well, you don't want them to travel all the way virtually. You don't want them to travel virtually all the way to the East Coast of America to bring that data across the Atlantic Ocean over to, let's say, Germany, okay? You want to put that data into a Germany location in a data center for Azure. Now, when you're talking about these big cloud companies such as Google, Microsoft, OneDrive, things of that nature. These companies have data centers globally, and they're redundant. They have those data centers redundant to the 10th power. So we're going to look up Google data center, and I think they got one in Charleston. Not too sure. But these data centers are small cities, man, and this is, and we'll get to the data in just a second, but in just a minute. But these are, you know, things that I'm talking about. This is all servers, you know, all connected, all working as one. Your data could be scattered all through these sectors, right? And not only is that one spot of just, you know, servers where he's at, but then you have it sectioned off, and that's an aisle right there that you can walk down. And then you have another sector of servers that just using up could you imagine how much that electric bill has to be, right? It's got to be crazy. But they put it up in these rural areas such as Oklahoma. Like I said, I think they got one in Charleston, or the rural part of not Chesterfield County, wherever Charleston, I think it's Chesterfield. I don't know. Anyway, Charleston, in the rural part of Charleston. I think Google was out there. But to go back to my point of data, the data could be scattered in Oklahoma as well as in Missouri or Virginia. Or if you got it outside the country, India, Germany. What you need to be aware of is what type of jurisdiction that you have your data in. And this goes into the policies, your GDPR, which is a European Union framework that protects people's data from the Europe side versus in America. So they have restrictions and regulations on personal data in Europe that are very different than the United States. And so having their information housed in Oklahoma is a violation of their policies. And so now you can get into a litigation on legal issues just by not reviewing where your data is located at and how your customers are able to get to your data. So if you're going to be spinning up these VMs, it's important to, understand what's going to go onto that server and then where is it going to be housed at, okay? That's a cool picture. We'll come back to this picture. Actually, I want to see if there's a good picture to show a hot and cool owl. Give me 1 second. I think that'll be it right there. So you could imagine, like I said, the amount of perfect. Actually, I don't like that. These are the centers from an outside standpoint. Look at all the generators that they got here. And we were looking at a small one that was $16,000. You imagine how many, let's say if that was all $16,000 generators just lined up on one side of the data center. And this is in Georgia? Yeah, outside of Atlanta. And this is Oregon. So massive plants. You think about all the servers and networks. When you think about how many people actually use Google and how many people got a Gmail, a YouTube account, YouTube videos, people use Google for business. classroom settings. We're using it for a classroom setting, right? So you just think about where our data could be. It's amazing, really, if you think about it. But let me get back to my hot and cold owl, and we'll come back to that later. We'll go with. So that's when going back to this slide, that's the redundancy we have when it comes to where is our data located, and then how are we putting those replications in different sectors when it comes to.
Green one, mine saying, yeah, the green was yours. Okay. Everything it do.
Okay. That scared me for a second. All right. Okay. Let me speak on the on cloud, the cloud versus on premise. Having your data on premise is beneficial, right? You don't have to pay a cloud provider to keep your data, to protect your data. You don't have to worry about them being hacked, and then now your data is a victim by association, right? But keeping it on premise, meaning keeping it on location. Let's go back to Moore's, and let's use Moore's College as a or we can use Benedict. Let's use Benedict as an example. We can keep our data of all of our students on Benedict's campus, which is fine. The problem is that if Benedict is shut down for any reason, loses power, tornado hits it, someone steals the servers, someone vandalizes the servers, a flood happens, and now the servers are no more serviceable. It causes us to shut down for a particular time in order to figure out the issue and then get back to a working standpoint. Having your data in the cloud gives you kind of like if you're going with a big name company, you've seen how we just seen data centers in Oregon, Atlanta, and I think it was another one. But anyway, yeah, I said Charleston. So 3 different places, 3 different parts of America. With that being said, is that with devices being mobile, such as laptops and tablets, our teachers at Benedict can always go into a lesson plan. Our students can always log into the LMS, and they can always get back to a central point. The only thing they need is a device to do that, whether that be a phone or a tablet or a laptop. If we could just point them to the same software, then the cloud can provide these services there in order for the essential part of the business, which in this case is the students learning a lesson. The cloud can always provide that. On premise is kind of the old way of doing things. Back in the day, your teachers would have lesson plans, books, worksheets, all these physical assets that make up a class on the campus. So if the campus shut down, then essentially the business did not run, okay? Because students didn't learn anything because there was no centralized spot to go to. The cloud eliminates that, and it opens the world up. Now, it's not all good. Like I've been saying earlier in this lecture, is that when you use a cloud provider, you are in risk of now you're letting someone else hold your data. It could be sensitive. It could be detrimental to the business. So say if we go with we can't afford Google, but we can afford Apple. So Apple's pretty big. We can use a Dropbox. Dropbox is not as big as Google. And let's say Dropbox, while they hold our data, they get compromised. They're hacked. If that's the case, then now we run a risk of students' information getting out because we went with a smaller cloud provider. So it's not necessarily a great thing to go to the cloud. Everybody has access to. Let's go back to our pictures real quick. Let me put an emphasis on that. So like these servers that she's working on, everybody is, you don't know who has access to those servers. Yes, we're all in a virtual standpoint, right? In a virtual machine, right? But we have no idea who we're sharing. We're putting our data in a certain sector of that hard drive. Well, so is the hacker on the same server. It could be that, right? I'm speaking hypothetically, but it could be the same server. And so the hacker may have skills to do what they call a sprawl, and they be able to get out of the virtual standpoint and now be on the local server and see everyone's information that's on that server. That's a possibility. So if that's the possibility, do we want to run the risk of putting our information on the cloud? Then it goes back to our risk management, right? Our risk management says, well, if we keep things on premise, there's a greater chance that we might have a snow day here in South Carolina because we've been getting those every year now. It may be a snow day that comes and it shuts us down versus if we have a snow day, we could just go to the cloud and we'll take the risk of someone not being able to perform a sprawl, and we can always have our students go to the cloud and do today's lesson whenever that snow day is going to happen. So you do this risk management and you weigh the options out. Okay, so that's the wonderful thing about risk management. When it comes down to the decision making and how the business is going to move forward, the C-level individuals should always go and talk to their security professional because they should be able to reach out to you and say, this is what we're thinking about doing. What are the vulnerabilities that we face? What are the risk factors? Should we, in your professional opinion, should we embark on this risk? Is it, and I want to take that back. They shouldn't ask you if they should embark on it. They should ask you, what are the vulnerabilities, what are the threats? Give me a risk analysis on it. They will make the decision if the risk is tolerable for them, and that they're willing to take on that risk, okay? That's when you get into the risk appetite, but that's out of the scope of this course, okay? Okay, so on-premise, like I said, keeping it on base or wherever you're at in that building. Maybe you might even have it in 2 different buildings, right? But more likely you're talking about money at that point in time, because if you have servers in one building and then you have servers in another building that's adjacent. I know in let's say in Benedict you have it in 2 different buildings, a business administration building, and then you got a backup server in the library. It's still within the same premise, right? It's on the same campus. But once you want to move things across town, maybe across the state line, then you're talking about a cloud solution, right? Because that's only what the cloud is. The cloud is just another data center too far away from you to actually travel to, right? So that goes into that. Moving on. Snapshots. So with these VMs, redundancy-wise, you could take snapshots of your VMs. And so if someone attacks your VM, that particular server, you could go ahead and rewind it back to a point in time where before the actual attack happened. A lot of times not a lot of times, in the versions of Windows, I want to say Windows 7, that was a popular option where you can rewind the state of the state of the OS, and it erases everything that you've done to a particular point in time, and then starts off from that standpoint. But in virtual machines, this is very important when it comes to if you're going to have a lot of people use your machine, but they don't need to save anything. Maybe they just need to use the machine for web browsing. Then you could set a snapshot up to restart back at the beginning spot at 2 a.m. every morning. It starts back at a particular spot. So let me see if I can show you that real quick. If not, I can show you on my regular PC what I mean. So that capture is similar to what I'm talking about. But it should say snapshot. So, all right, let's go. Okay, let's go into disaster recovery. Not what I wanted. All right, no biggie. It may be. No, I'm not even going to look for it. Okay. That's not what I want. Let's go to system config. So I'm gonna try to look up. I'll try to look it up on my local machine, and can't find it here either. Not what I want. Is it reset? So reset. Reset is probably the closest thing that I'm gonna get to it. Yeah. Okay. So verbiage try to guess. So snapshots, yeah. Okay. So snapshot takes you back to a particular point, but since I can't show you the actual snapshot in the virtual setting, virtual machine setting, I'm gonna show you how we do it on a regular PC. So this is kind of the closest thing that you're gonna get on your local PC to a snapshot. You can reset your PC, and what that does is it basically is strip the profile that's on it, and everything that you've done on that profile is deleted. Now, to get a little bit to talk a little bit more about deleted, it doesn't wipe it from your hard drive. Okay. Earlier in this lecture, I said you could get software that writes ones and zeros over your hard drive to completely wipe it. Resetting the PC does not do that. Okay. So if you have ever reset a PC thinking that your personal information was gone, it's probably recoverable if you have the right software. I doubt if the person that may have the computer now have that software. I would doubt. But resetting the PC sets it back to a certain snapshot, a certain particular time in that computer, and it basically goes back to just the first time that you took it out of the box, and now you're using that PC for the first time, right? But what it does, when I say deletes your profile, it allows something else to be written over your profile, and that kind of goes into the software that writes over it and wipes it clean. But when you're deleting it, it waits until it has something else to put over it, okay? So residue of your personal information is still there, but it's just waiting for something else to rewrite over it, okay? If that makes sense. And resetting your PC is something that you could do to experience the snapshot. You reset it, takes maybe about 20 minutes to actually reset a PC, and this is a good way of cleaning out old updates that you may have, or old downloads that you may have just sitting on the PC, slowing it down. A lot of times, whenever someone asks me to clear up their PC or get it back to a speedy type of PC, I'm probably going to run a reset on it, just to kind of take it back to a particular point in time of that OS, and then have them start from there. So on Windows 11, you're probably going to just type into your start menu, reset. It's going to bring you here. I'm not going to hit that now because that'll cut our session. Right? Any questions about lesson 20? All right. No questions. You want to take a 10-minute break? 10-minute break, put a thumbs up in the chat or a hand.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. So we'll be back at 10:48.
Okay.
With the last lesson in this is it, which is physical security. So we went over a good bit of this physical security while we did the in-person class, but I do want to point out some things that you're for sure going to see on the test, and I think it's good conversation too, because we overlook it. We think cybersecurity is such a digital profession. Things of firewalls and configurations and logins, but nothing beats good old-fashioned stuff. And a hacker doesn't necessarily have to know anything about the firewalls if they could just take the firewall in the server, or just take the server out of the physical building. So let's go into this. We only got 3 slides, but I do want to talk about physical security for a second. So mainly what you want to know for the exam is that they're going to ask you about these barricades. How do you keep people at a perimeter of the building that you're operating out of? Oh, before I jump into that, going back to snapshots real quick. Snapshots, I found it here in my VirtualBox. So what I did is, so VirtualBox is kind of like the Azure that I've been showing you, but it's something that you download locally on your PC, and then we can run virtual machines off your local PC. But Azure is just in the cloud. So if you go to once you have your VM built, you can go over here to the little ellipses over here to the right of it, and you can see snapshots. Now, you go to snapshots, And what that does is that at this current state of where I have my server, whatever configurations that I have placed on it, whatever applications that I have on it, it takes a snapshot of it, and I'm able to always point back at it whenever I want to. Okay, so now I can let anybody go into this server, make any kind of changes that they want, and break it for all I care. And then I can always go back to my snapshots, and then I can just apply the snapshot. So I can just go back in and hit start on my snapshot, and it goes back to the original state of the snapshot, wherever it was taken at. Not the changes that you made, not the breaking it. It doesn't start there. It starts it back at the snapshot. Okay. So it bothered me a little bit. I had to find that. So I'm glad I found that and showed that to you guys. So that's snapshot. Now going back to our fencing, they're going to ask you about fencing, the fence and the ballards, and then lighting that you have around your fence. They want you to realize what type of environment that you're working in. Is the building set off the road to where it's kind of like at night, it's dark and no one can really see in it or see around it? Is the parking lot poorly lit? Is it capable for people to go in and be unseen, even if you have cameras up, because you just can't really see? So do we need to put up a fence, a better fence? Maybe the fence is, you're able to crawl under it. Maybe you can go over it. Do we need to put barbed wire on the top of the fence? A lot of corporate organizations will probably steer away from barbed wire on the top, but maybe you may be working for a government contractor that builds top secret weapons for the government. Then yeah, you probably want to go those measures. So it's all relative to what type of organization that you're working with, on the severity of how do we take, how far are we going to take it with the fence and the barricades that we have out in the perimeter of the building. Do we have armed guards at the entryway of the gate? Is there a one way in, one way out? Do we have cameras at the entry point? Do we have cameras in the parking lot? Things of that nature. All these things falls into physical security. What type of guns do the armed security is going to have? Is it going to be a 9mm handgun, or is it going to be some type of automatic rifle? All goes into what type of business are we working at. So let's give an example. If we're high security, lockdown type of business, then we're probably going to go with a high-powered rifle in the beginning stages of coming in. But we also probably going to have a entry gate, some type of entry gate to let you in, some type of ID badge to let you in. But we also going to have a process to check in visitors too, right? So a lot of times if you try to go onto any military base, you'll see armed guards before you get to any type of building on the base. And then they want to check ID cards. If you're a civilian, they want to check your driver license. But if you are children, then they probably want to see some type of ID, school ID, and some type of association to that person. And if you're a civilian, they're probably going to have you get out of the car and sign some type of paperwork showing that you have business on the base, okay? So that's kind of high security, taking a lot of measures just to get you through the physical security entryway first. Let's say if you're working at a Fortune 500 company, we probably just want a security guard out there. Probably not going to give them a weapon at all, but we're going to have a log sheet for visitors. So maybe I'm looking for a parking badge on the car. If I don't see them, I'll pull them off to the side, have them check in, sign in, check in, who are you going to see, and keep a record of it that way, okay? And it can vary from how, and these are also decisions that the C-level board members are going to probably make. How far do we want to go with the security at the physical entryway? You don't want to go into a school campus and you see armed, individuals with bulletproof vests on, with helmets and an automatic weapon. And do you want your child to actually go there? Probably the answer is probably going to be no. Okay? But all of those things play a part on the physical entry because, like I said, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to hack into particular networks or servers or get behind firewalls or DMZs. All that doesn't matter if I could just take the server away from you. Because even if I can't break into the server once I physically have it, I still took the server. I can always take it to somebody who can, right? I can always take the hard drive out and and it's probably a quick Facebook search and find someone who could probably get into it. So it's very vital that you protect the physical devices. So if we're talking about servers, are they going to be behind a locked door? Remember in the Wiley K Foundation, they had it in the network closet, but the network closet was unlocked, so we can easily go in and take the devices from there. Do they have a sign-in sheet of people who can go into the network closet and do maintenance on those servers? Someone may come in social engineering having a CDW. CDW is a IT company that does services for some companies. And sometimes they may send individuals out to actually perform physical maintenance on your servers. So somebody could easily buy a shirt off of eBay and then show up at the place of business and be able to maybe plug in a keylogger or just take the whole server and say, the lie would be, I need to perform some maintenance at the office. I'll bring this back. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have logs there to know who's going into our network closet. If all possible, maybe have someone monitor all visitors coming onto the place of business, seeing if they're doing what they came to do until they follow them until they meet the personnel that they need to meet, and that person can vouch for them. So all of these things play a part in the physical security aspect of cybersecurity. Now, in the data center, you have these things called hot and cold aisles. Now, what does this have to do with physical security? Well, this is the physical protection of the actual server. In these data centers, you can imagine, when I show those pictures, you can imagine all those PCs get hot, especially when they're processing at high speeds and constantly around the clock. So you can imagine the electrical bill as far as the air conditioning to be astronomical. Well, if they get so hot, then they can easily overheat and shut down, which creates a denial of service on yourself, right? So what you want to do when setting up a data center, if you're ever put in a situation where you're working with a company and they're putting up a data center on premise, they're going to do this with their own money, then you need to make sure that you put in a hot and cold aisle type of setup. And this diagram shows exactly what I mean by hot and cold. So the front of the servers is where the little guy is at, and he's plugged into a server. That's the front. This is more likely where your air conditioner vent is going to be here. It's going to blow out cool air on this side, right? And that intake is going to be able to keep the front of the servers cold. But the exhaust of those servers is going to blow out on the back end, right? So, sorry, I moved the picture. So, on that back end, the hot air from the servers been running all day is going to move on the back side of this aisle. So this aisle is called hot because on this middle aisle is also going to have the back end of these servers, okay? So just on the other side will be the front side, as you can see right here. So this cold aisle is here. So that air conditioner vent needs to be here. And then the back, it pretty much becomes a redundancy throughout, or however big the data center is. But you want to make sure that the back of each servers are facing each other, creating an aisle of hot air to go out. And we want to make sure what you didn't probably pay attention to is how it's raised up. You want the floor to be raised up as well in order for the cold air to come up, the cold vent to come up and be able to cool off the servers, but you want that high air, which is going to rise, to come to go up into the vents at the top. So let me take that back on when I said that vent is coming down. The vent will be coming up from the floor, okay? And then the hot air will go up into the vents and then leave the building that way, okay? This keeps a cool, when you walk into a data center, it should be not terribly cold like a freezer, but for me, I gotta carry a jacket every time I go in there because it's cold. It's just gonna be cold enough to where the servers are constantly running at an optimal speed. This also creates condensation, it keeps down on condensation. That could, you get so much heat going on to where it creates a water substance. And so you don't have to worry about that being around so much electronics, okay? So having this type of setup in a data center is ideal. I think I did pull up a better diagram so you can see the back end of these servers are all facing one way, and you can see the vent is catching that and taking it outside of the building. The cold air is going to come from the bottom and go up into the front side, cooling off those servers. In the real world, you're probably looking at something like this, right? And so you're talking millions of dollars to set it up similar to like this. And this is where on-premise and then data centers in the cloud come into factors. Because you can imagine this costing, if not $100 million to set up and then to maintain. And you're talking about cost of running these servers or around the clock versus paying a fee in the cloud, and then now you don't even have to worry about the infrastructure here. And just a little nugget, let's say if one of the servers do go down and we need to replace it, then we need to actually go in here, unscrew it, unplug it from the network, and then put in an order with Dell or Lenovo or whoever is selling that type of server, wait for the postal office to bring it to our facility, and then we need to put an image on it, put it with the configuration, and then take it back to the data center, put it in place. That can take up to 2 weeks worth of downtime that we have our server down. But in the cloud, we can easily spin up a server in a matter of minutes. You all have done it. So, it has the benefits of saving so much time that I think it's inevitable that people will try to stay away from the cloud. And I think as the cloud solutions become better with keeping people's data, that you probably would just, it would just behoove you to have some type of cloud instance in your business. So that's the hot and cold hours. Finally, we're going to talk about fire detection and suppression. You would think that we wouldn't talk about this, but when you think about it, let's go back to our picture here with these data centers. If we have a fire system or fire suppression in our data center, you want to think about the water that we have for a fire if it does break out. And I say the water because there's other things that we can use in order to put out a fire. But they all come with their certain particular risks, right? So water will eventually put out an electrical fire. Well, it's not great for an electrical fire. That's one. Plus, it's going to be going on our servers, so we potentially lose all of our data by putting water onto a server, okay? The other way we can actually do it is having gas go in to take away, I think, the oxygen out of the room, which immediately kills the fire. That's cool, but let's say if we have somebody in the server room while the fire breaks out and the gas comes on, now we kill the person as well as the fire. A risk that we kind of want to weigh out, right? So to give a real life scenario, when I was working at a bank in Lancaster, they had their data center on campus and they had that gas treatment. In the data center was right outside of the IT department, okay? So it was basically in the same room as the IT department. I wasn't in there. I was going out to the different branches, but whenever we have a department meeting, we would meet in the same room with the servers. I felt apprehensive because if a fire broke out, it lets out the gas that kills the oxygen, but it was no guarantee that someone was going to be in there at that point in time. And I thought it was just a bad judgment to not go with a water solution versus a gas solution, and someone would be willing to take the risk of killing someone to save the data. I thought that was crazy. But I think they wanted to be high speed when it came to the cutting edge technology and say, oh, look, we ain't got to damage the PCs. We could just kill the fire. And it kills the fire instantly, right? But you also can't, I just didn't understand putting someone's life at danger in order to save data when you could just easily put the data in the cloud and throw the water on the doggone server. But I'm getting off onto a little rant, and that teed me off. I was just thinking about it again. It just didn't seem right to me. It didn't sit right with me. But anyway, fire suppression, you want to make sure that as a professional, security professional, you wanna always take human life first. Save the human life first. So if that means putting some water on some PCs to put out the fire, put the water on the PC. But if you can have some type of, if you know that people are not going to be in that area often, then maybe consider the gas option, maybe consider. But I would also probably maybe put, if you're going to go with the gas solution to put out a fire, maybe have some type of delay. So maybe it has an alarm and it goes off in a matter of 30 seconds, 40 seconds for everybody to get out of the data center immediately before it goes off. Maybe even 5 minutes at the most, right? What can you lose? And if you're doing your due diligence, you already got a backup system, so you have backups going somewhere else. Maybe 5 minutes before the actual gas kicks in and then sprays inside. So at least that gives that person enough time to gather their things and leave the facility before the gas is put into that building. Okay, so what you want to know as far as fire extinguishers for the exam, that a Class C is going to be used for electrical fires. You want to make sure that you have these in places where fires could, electrical fires could possibly break out. You're probably going to see that on the exam. And just keep in mind that saving a human life is always the number one factor, and then everything else could be second. Okay? Any questions on the physical security part? Yes, Chris.
I have a question, not so much on the physical security part, but snapshot. I noticed on Azure, when you was looking for that, is capture the same thing as snapshot? It says image whenever you highlight it. Is that the same thing?
I was thinking that it was, but I was thinking more of the capture is probably like a literal capture of it, kind of like taking a screenshot of the configuration.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was thinking, but it may be a snapshot. I'm not gonna say that it's not. Where is it? Give me 1 second.
Okay.
So we can look into it. And what Chris is referring to, when you click on your VM, you see this capture up here, the image, and so I take that back. It's not a screenshot of the configuration. What this is going to do is create an image of the configurations that you already built. So what that means is that, okay, it's best to give a real life scenario is that, let's say if I built this test lab and I wanted to give everybody this test lab with the configuration with the same software on it and the particular software configuration, so you can go in and make the changes and learn a lesson, right? Well, and instead of just giving you access to this particular server, I can do a capture, and it creates an image for me to build another one, another duplicate, so to say, of the same configuration, software, everything that I had on that master VM, and then I can give you a copy of it.
Okay.
Okay. So while it's sort of what I'm saying with the snapshot is going to not make a whole nother VM. It's going to be the same VM, but at a certain particular time, I can always rewind back to a particular time that I took the snapshot. So open my VirtualBox one more time. So in VirtualBox, I took a snapshot of it, and it's at the current state. So now, let's say if I go and I power up this 2019 server, and then I put a malware on it, and I can't get it off, right? And it's just messing up everything that I got. I can power down the machine, and then I can go over here to my snapshot, and I say go back to this snapshot that I took at 10:51 this morning. And what that does is that it forgets everything that happened after that time, and it removes the malware, and then I start off with the basically with a rewind, quote unquote, a rewind state of an OS. So I don't have the virus on there anymore because it goes back to this original state. It forgets everything that happened after that fact, okay? So that's what a snapshot does. And it's the same machine, whereas the capture, it goes off and makes a whole nother machine based off of what we had already set the configurations on. That make sense?
Yes, sir. Let's see here. I was playing around with Azure. I think I figured out how to do it.
On the VM,
Yes, sir.
Oracle, virtual.
I might play around with it. I found out how to do it. It gave me the instructions to how to do a snapshot in Azure. I just need to play around with it first. See if I'm doing the correct thing.
I think whenever you create one off the rip, I think it does ask for a snapshot piece. Here in the monitor management.
So you can select an existing. Let's try this. Is this one?
I know.
I might play around with this. Yeah, you're supposed to go into the Azure Portal, create a resource, search for and select snapshot. The snapshot window appears, click create. And then the create snapshot windows appear in the basic tab, do the following. So yeah, it's a whole list of instructions that you got to go through and how to do it. It's not straightforward like it is on the Oracle VM. So there's something that I probably have to play around with today to see if it gives you the same, it works the same way as the Oracle VM.
Okay. I know it. So, but yeah, much more easier in VirtualBox.
Yeah, this is a lot. Okay.
And you know what? It's probably because of the cloud standpoint. You know, having this a snapshot is basically taking a sliver of that server and setting it aside as a rewind point. And to do that in the cloud, I would imagine that would probably accrue some more money because you're basically creating another machine on standby.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
sir.
maybe that's why they got. It's not necessarily a button that they have, and just say, hey, you just do it right over here.
Okay. Yeah.
I know I've seen it.
Yeah. Go click on create a resource, and then in the search, I typed in snapshot, and it popped up for me. Yeah, and then create at the bottom.
I don't think this is what I want.
Yeah, see,
And the reason
that's what I got.
this seems like a whole service.
Okay.
The energy, back in line, can be resized, can be attached to the VM dispatcher with how they says. I don't think this is what I want.
Okay.
Only because the snapshot that I was thinking of should just be just for this particular VM.
Yes, sir.
And I want I'm pretty sure I can look it up to see.
I got one more question to ask
See,
you.
I'm thinking it's probably in the disaster recovery
Okay.
where we set you can't replicate your virtual machine to another Azure region for business continuity and disaster recovery needs. I wonder if I got to be a part of a certain plan and pay for that shit. But you got another question?
Yes, sir. Can you tell me, I was trying to look it up, but I don't think I got a clear definition between the differences between air gapping and sandboxing. They seem similar in nature, but I don't know what the differences would be.
Is it air gapping?
Yes, sir. Only reason why I learned the term, I was watching
I think I only seen air gapping a couple of times, but I definitely know what sandboxing is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Network security measure employed to ensure that secure network is physically isolated. So this seems like they're the same thing. All right.
Yes, that's what I was wondering.
So sandboxing is isolation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is to basically put your machine within a subnet, okay? And that subnet is not going to be contacted by anybody outside of that network. So in networking, you got a network ID, which is the first 3 octets. You see that on my screen?
Yes, sir.
So I'm over here with the public IP address. You can see my mouse. Mm-hmm. And I highlighted 172.190.113. That's the network ID.
Okay.
And then, let's say if I put 56, you got 56 different users on your network. So dot 1 through 56 people have different IP addresses. What'll happen is that when I isolate, when I sandbox, and when I air gap someone, I'm going to put them on a 172.190.112 network, okay? And I'm going to use that subnet to get to be able to connect to them only between a particular device that I trust. But basically, I segmented them from the network. So if someone's on that particular PC, they can't jump from one PC to another PC on that network. Okay. When I isolate it, that's the only thing I'm doing. I'm gonna use a software. Let's say if we're working day to day, and someone says, "Hey, my computer's acting weird. I think some virus is on it. I need to have someone look at it." What you're gonna do is you're gonna come to something like Azure and find out their computer name, come in here and then we're going to change this public IP address or change that private IP address, whatever the case may be. Change it and set them into that subnet. Now
Okay.
they're able to be connected. They can't get to the internet, right? They can't do any browsing. They can't send any emails. But you're able to take your remote tool now, like let's say Team Viewer, and now
Yes,
you
sir.
can use your Team Viewer to go and remote into that PC and then see what's going on with it. But you
Okay.
isolated it from everybody else that's on the network.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
It'll be even better if it was in a cloud environment because now we could do this all from the cloud. But if you're talking about physical, we built the image we imaged it at a particular branch, and then now we have them on the third floor, and we're on the first floor. You could just isolate them and then walk up to them and then see what's going on physically. Back in the day, we would tell people to sandbox them. We will tell them to unplug from the network, get off the network, unplug from Wi-Fi, turn off your Bluetooth, and then unplug Ethernet if you're connected. We'll go up to the PC, take it back to a particular station that is subnetted away from the network, and then plug it in order to, log into it that way. But nowadays, you can just change the IP address.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? Well, that's all of the lessons that's all the lessons that you will need in order to successfully pass.
Known caller.
I'm pretty sure there's some questions. You still kind of, I don't know if you feel more comfortable with cybersecurity, but these are all the things that we went over in over these past weeks and months now will get you prepared for a career in cybersecurity.
Hey, good morning. Somebody do me a favor and unmute yourself and just let me know if you can see the slide. Just kind of say yes or no, or
Yes.
somebody say yes. Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, tools in security, cybersecurity. These are some of the tools that I actually use on a day-to-day basis. Um, I think that if you don't have any kind of experience in cybersecurity and you would like to get into the field, going on to some of these websites, downloading the tools, playing around with them, seeing how they work, will give you good experience to put on your resume. As in, you can make a certain section on your resume to say, "Hey, I have experience in this tool. This tool does this, this, and this, and I know how to use that fluently." So I think it'll show employers, that you have moved forward as far as finding certain tools that work in the security realm, and it'll kind of give you that experience without being employed by someone. So the first one I'm going to go over is Virus Total, and Virus Total is basically a website that we use in order to see if any kind of files are malicious. Um, Without scanning using a antivirus scanner to figure out if that file is actually malicious. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and go to, I'm not gonna copy the link. I'm gonna show you guys how I do this so you can do it the same way. So let's go here. If I can pull up a Chrome window. All right. So Virus Total. Come in here and type in your Google search, and you'll more likely going to be the first search that pops up here. And this is Virus Total, right? So what I can do is I can either put a file in there and have it scan, or I can use a URL file and see if a certain URL is actually vulnerable, or see if it's clean. So this is my own website, metrotech.org. And as you can see, what it does is it checks against all these different platforms here. So each one of these are different companies that certain businesses they may use or they may not use, right? But um, the good thing about Virus Total is that they can use um, the the databases from all of these different companies to determine if one of these certain companies determine that website to be malicious, or is there some type of file or link that's on there that could be linked to ransomware. But if you don't see anything, then you can see that this pretty much is a clean site and you can go about using that site without having any kind of fear, right? So let's do Morris.edu. See what Morris comes back with. So for the most part, Morris is clean. Well, as far as the email, I mean the edu, the main site is concerned. Um, but that's the gist of Virus Total. Now, like I said, we can also do local files. So let's go to my desktop here and let's pick what is that? Nah. Let's go to my vaccination card. Yeah, give me that. So the back card. All right. So go back to virus total, choose file. It's on my desktop. And I want to take my VAC card that I got labeled here. And what it does, it is uploaded to Virus Total's website. And now I can actually confirm that, upload it. And once it's uploaded, now it can scan to see if there's any kind of maybe links that we don't see on the front end. Maybe it's maybe it's a malicious file that someone has put embedded some malicious software to watch your activities in the background. But Virus Total will sit there and watch and go through the details of that file, and then compare it against all these different companies to make sure that there's no type of malicious malware stuck inside that file. Okay, so this is really cool when it comes to not actually scanning the whole PC when it comes to your virus antivirus protection. So your BitTorrent, not BitTorrent, but your Microsoft Defender, or you may have AVG. Without scanning the whole PC, if you just want to scan one particular file, you can come up here to Virus Total and use their website to do so. So like I said, and then what we could do is we can, oh, they well, as they have some type of a suspicion about a file, or they're not sure but if they should click something, then you can go and take that file and then drop it in the Virus Total, scan it, and then see if there's any type of detection that comes back. If you do see any kind of detection, then you want to make sure that you stay clear of that. Okay. Now, going back over into the details, we see that it took a SHA hash of it to make sure that it was, you know, not comparable to any other hashes that's out there. Remember, a hash is a good way to have the integrity of a file. So it takes a file hash of the actual file that I uploaded, and then now it compares that hash against any kind of other databases that has malicious hashes. Okay, so it's kind of like comparing a malicious fingerprint to another regular fingerprint that you may have or you have uploaded. Okay, so cool tool. I think you should always keep this in your arsenal. This in case, just in case your company that you're hired with does not use Virus Total, it doesn't mean that you can't bring it into play whenever you get in a certain ticket and someone's feeling uneasy about a certain website or a file. You can always come to this free tool and then plug in website, file, or a hash. You could plug in a whole application if you wanted to. So if you got an executable, you can go ahead and upload that file in there, and then do the run your scan on it the same way. Okay, so that's Virus Total. Another one that we use in my everyday tasks is Zscaler. Zscaler actually, we use it for monitoring web traffic. So monitoring what our users are going, what websites they're going to, what are they clicking on. We use Zscaler to actually watch that type of traffic. So a lot of times I told you guys that you can watch the traffic on Wireshark, but Zscaler kind of gives you a better, instead of watching all of uh, the packets go back and forth. Zscaler gives it a more easier interface to look at and understand what's going on. So here, they have given us a link here called Test My Defenses. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to throw that into here. Let's check this out. This is also free to use. Now, the software that I use at work is different than what I'm going to show you guys here, but I wanted to show you what Zscaler actually offers for a kind of like a free trial, just to show you how their products work. And this is a good way to, again, if you're filling out your resume, you could say, hey, I'm familiar with the type of tools that Zscaler has put out there for free, such as ransomware risk assessment and this internet threat exposure analysis. Okay, so we'll go through each one of these, and what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and test the defenses, and I'm gonna test my stack, and both of these gonna come back showing that I'm vulnerable and all jacked up. Just that's because I'm on my home network and I'm not really protected the way you would be if you're at a business. Okay, so at a business you may have firewalls, proxy servers there, a lot of devices there to actually shift and reroute your traffic as you're going back and forth to different types of sites. Give me 1 second. Okay. And whereas when you're on your home network is pretty much you're routed to your router and then it goes out to the internet. So a lot of times you could be exposed to a lot of things that um, could be malicious, right? So Zscaler is going to pretty much run a ransomware risk assessment on my PC to see if I'm actually exposed to any type of attacks, and it's going to show that I am. It's going to show that I you could do lateral movement, which is true, because lateral movement means can you see other devices on your network, which in your home you do want to see other things that's in your network, right? You want to be able to see the actual TV that may be on your network, your cell phones that may be on the network, as well as all the PCs that's hooked up to your network. So having that lateral movement is something that you want. It also showed me that I have a data loss frustration. So what that means is that I'm able to send out sensitive information from my home network, but we want to do that, right? I want to do that because if I need to send important information from my PC out to my employer, I don't need anything blocking that. Okay. So, uh, but if you were doing a risk assessment for a small company, let's say for a gym or a church or something like that, then you could take this tool and run it on their particular network, and then that can show you where you need to actually put in defenses in order to stop certain movement. Because sometimes we don't want our employers or our customers to actually um, have that type of movement and be able to send out information without it being scanned first, okay? Because it could be detrimental to the business. Okay, so I went in and I put in my information so they can send me some emails about how jacked up my machine is. But for the most part, I wanted to expand this and show you guys, this report will be lovely for someone of um, for a CEO or a IT director to actually take a look at and say, hey, these are the things that I probably need to look into, and then see if I could put in some type of fix for them. So the next time we'll have a actual scan on our network that we won't have to, deal with this type of these type of vulnerabilities. So this is how I want you guys to kind of look at it, is that all of these vulnerabilities right here are on my machine. I'm susceptible to all of these things. And if I wanted to um, mitigate or actually eliminate some of these vulnerabilities, I will need to actually drop it down and then figure out what are my options do I have in order to mitigate that vulnerability. Okay, but keep in mind, as security professionals, it's not your job to eliminate the actual risk. It's not your job to actually stop all of these things from happening. You may need them to happen in order for the business to run. But as a security professional, it's your job to let the client know that they are um, exposed to certain vulnerabilities. And if they want to accept that risk, then we accept that and keep that moving. So it's kind of like you're letting people know what dangers may lie ahead, and it's on them if they want to accept those things and move forward. But it's not your job to actually eliminate all this stuff. Okay, so that was the first scan. Test my defenses. Well, I'm sorry. The second scan was test the risk posture. I don't think that this is going to. Hold on. Get out of here. This is not going to show too much of a difference than my first scan of showing that I was all messed up, because it's a home computer. I want it to be open to everything as much as possible. But in a business standpoint, I do not want certain certain capabilities to be on my PCs. I want to shut some of this stuff down. Okay. So you can use a tool like this in a real workforce to kind of say, hey, I want to bring these things up to I want to bring these things up so we can actually train our users and not to download a executable like you see right here, a executable file, and then run it without letting IT know about it, especially if they're able to download a malicious exe. Okay. Um, so as you can see here, it ran an assessment on it, and it showed, like I said, I didn't pass anything. My PC is open to any and everything, and I want it that way. I want to be able to um, go out here and do my daily tasks. Now, should I do anything? Should I do anything that's sensitive on my PC? Right, since I'm open to so many vulnerabilities. Well, I use good judgment. So if I wanted to go to Amazon and purchase some things in my cart here, I want to make sure that I see this little gray lock here, right? So that way I'm seeing that my information is encrypted and that I can actually put my credit card number in without having feeling like I'm open to a lot of anyone looking at my traffic. But outside of that, if it doesn't have anything that's showing that HTTPS, like here, right? So if you look up here, you'll see securitypreview.zscaler.com. Well, it doesn't have a secure certificate here. So now I would say if I needed to put any information into this site that doesn't have a lock up here, then someone could look at my information and see it. Okay. So you want to use good judgment. Is my PC exposed to the internet and exposed to attacks? Yes, it is. Uh, does that stop me from making purchases on the internet? It should not. But I have to be aware of where I can make my purchases at. Okay. So that's Zscaler. Um, Other cloud solutions that we use different solutions such as Dropbox, OneDrive, and Google Drive. Um, Now, all of these are pretty much storage bins where, and I think I showed you Google Drive last time, where when we were talking about backing up our mobile phones, these are all places where you can go and open up an account and they give you some storage in order to put files, pictures, movies, wherever into that storage bin online in the cloud, right? This is what 9 times out of 10 when you hear people saying we're using the cloud, this is probably what they're referring to, is that they're using someone else's um, servers to store files on, and then now it becomes available anywhere in the world because they give you a link or they give you some type of internet address in order to get to that file that you saved onto their servers. That's a good thing, right? It makes it available at any time, anywhere. Long as the internet is available, it's available. The problem with that is that once you're done with that service, is your data really erased or deleted from their servers? And my answer to that would be no. Um, it will be going into the privacy laws of how long they actually need to keep certain information. So once you upload that file to that server on Dropbox or Google Drive, it may need to stay there for the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years before it's actually scrubbed from their hard drive. So, with that being said, be mindful of what you upload to the cloud. And then, if you're okay with it actually being out there, go ahead and use the services. But if it doesn't need to be out there, be mindful what you put out there, because while you thinking that, hey, delete this file, is gone from your presence, but in the back end on Dropbox, they actually see that information, and they probably, let's say if they get compromised 2 years after you quit your services there, then your information may be compromised because they still needed to have it for so many years after the fact. Okay. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to uploading files and information to the cloud. I would just be wary of not uploading your most sensitive documents. If you want to upload and back up those type of things, buy your hard drive, thumb drive that you could just plug in and keep on hand, and just kind of keep those things with you. That's the best way that I could say to back up your information. Maybe get 2 hard drives, if you really want that information, and just back them up on both those hard drives and keep them in safe spaces. Moving on to other cloud solutions such as AWS and Microsoft Azure. Let's go ahead and go back here. We're going to go to AWS. And we're going to go to Microsoft Azure. Now, AWS and Microsoft Azure are kind of like these one-stop shops when it comes to cloud apps. So you could do anything and everything from these two different platforms. So we didn't get too much into cloud platforms in this course, but when we're talking about actually building a business from the ground up and it all being remotely accessible and having applications built, being able to talk to other applications, being able to um, basically have a data center in the cloud. These two platforms are kind of your big dogs in the sector. So you're talking about AWS, um, and which is Amazon's way of, this is what Amazon was before they actually started selling stuff. Okay, they have the backbone in actually having large amount of data centers across the world, and they actually give out services to where you can go in here and build you servers, PCs. You can have these PCs have containers and Dockers to actually build applications for businesses, and it's available around the world at any given time. And it's it's so robust to where I don't think Amazon really needs to do anything else as far as selling things. It's just kind of, I think the selling part of them are just kind of the icing on the cake, but it's so robust when it comes to their cloud solutions, to where um you have people like Microsoft that are trying to catch up with them, but it's just they're too far gone. The same thing goes, as far as what AWS does, Azure does the same thing for Microsoft. Um, this is where you can pretty much do the same thing as AWS, build PCs, build servers, link them together, but they also have a special thing called Microsoft Azure Active Directory. And that's where you go into creating users, creating groups, and being able to use something that a lot of businesses already use. So in most cases, when you go to a big business or a small business, either or, and you have to create a user account, you're probably going to use Microsoft AD, Active Directory. And that software has been in the the business platform for years. I'm thinking maybe 30 years, maybe 30 years plus. And so to have it on the cloud, on the Azure side of it, it makes things accessible from anywhere in the world. You don't have to actually go to that company and be able to get on their network in order to see that actual platform. You can see it from anywhere in the world, right? And that's where Azure helps out. And it's a little bit more intriguing than AWS. AWS, you're going to have to actually go in here and create an account and then create your database all back over using their tools. That could be a little bit time consuming. But um, two big platforms here. You can pretty much do anything and everything that you want to do in this product. You can actually, if you guys wanted to, use your Amazon account to sign up for a free account and go around and play around in it. Now, I would warn you, if you do want to go in there and create your account and start spinning up machines and things like that, they will charge you. They will charge you, and it can get out of hand very quickly. And when I say get out of hand, I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars can be charged to you, because if you choose the wrong thing, or if you don't really have the idea of what you want to choose, Amazon is going to tax you. Same thing goes for Microsoft. They're going to tax you. Okay. So be careful on that. I would try to stay in the free tier as much as possible. But if you get into these platforms and you start playing around and just clicking things and then forgetting about them, they're going to tax you. Okay. So just keep those things in mind. But if you can learn these platforms, if you can get certified in them, as you can see, sir, AWS has a couple of certifications here. Well, not a couple, they got a whole slew of certifications. If you can start passing some of these certifications for Azure and Microsoft, then you're talking about having a very nice basis for when you get into the work field and standing out among the crowd. Okay. So keep those things in mind when it comes to Microsoft Azure and AWS. All right, so that brings us to antivirus. Antivirus, I've talked to you and brought up Defender several times in my lectures, and it's the antivirus that you don't have to pay for. It's already free. Let me see if I can pull mine up. Jesus. Maybe if I can find it, I can show you Defender. There it is. So this is Microsoft Defender. This is what's going to be automatically installed on any kind of Windows product, and it scans and it does basic scans. Excuse me. But if you wanted to see something that's a little bit more intuitive, something that's more fun to look at, you can always go and get a third-party antivirus program. I saw this one last night, a MuteNet, and I'm going to share that with you guys today. So this is a free antivirus um, program that you can get, download it, and let's go ahead and open it up. And it's a quick install. And what it does is it just shows you now once you're installing, just go ahead and unclick this submit files for analysis, and you then hit your next button in order to go through. So what it does is that here is a better interface to actually set up your scans and then set what time that you want these scans to be on your PC. Okay, so just give it a little bit of time. As I wanted to show you guys this too. When you're installing different types of files on your PC or applications, this is all what it installs. It installs all these type of things here, and you don't see it going on in the background, but it's installing all in your registry keys and on your hard drive. Okay. So imagine if you downloaded the wrong thing and you thinking it's a Trojan horse, so you thinking it's one way, but then like just one of these things is malicious and it's listening to the type of uh, traffic that you're actually the web traffic that you're actually sending out back and forth, and you install that. So now it gets behind your firewall, it gets behind your antivirus, and now it's able to actually communicate. That's why what I should have done, and I'm gonna go ahead and clean this out. Close this out. What I should have done is I should have check this out. I should have taken see my downloads here, and I should have went to Virus Total. And let's choose to upload my download of that executable. So I'm going to take that whole, verify myself. These are called captures. This is a form of uh, multi-factor authentication. Okay. So it's trying to see that you're not a robot, and it wants you to look at this file and see what crosswalks it is. So that's why you have stuff like this. Any bicycles? No, I don't see any. So let's skip that. Jesus. Palm trees. Okay. Verify. So I'm not a bot. Okay. So I took that whole application and I uploaded it. So now when I showed you guys all of those things that it was downloading and installing in the background, now Virus Total can go and scan all of those things and see if it's a legit file. See if you're having anything that's not malicious behind the scenes. Okay. Because a lot of times we don't look at those type of things, right? So you can look at your hashes to make sure that it doesn't match up with anything else. We can see the different type of certificates that it uses. Everything seems to check out. There's no red flags. If it didn't check out, I would see some red writing somewhere, right? But overall, everything looks good. So now, if we were in the real world, I will tell you, hey, it's okay to use this application. You can go ahead and install it. So since we already did that, this is how a MuteNet looks. So now I can scan my PC. Let's see if we can go into the scan settings, and now we can schedule a scan. So let's schedule a scan to happen every Monday at I'm not gonna be up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I wanted to actually just scan my C drive. Matter of fact, I don't even want it to scan the whole C drive. I wanted to scan just the downloads folder just to make sure there's nothing coming into my actual folder. So I can get to it. Matter of fact, don't worry about it. Here it is. All right. Go to downloads, and that's all I want to do. Hit OK. And now once I hit apply, now that scan, trying to show me up now. So let's go back, do this again, do it right. Go to users, me, downloads, and then hit OK. We want this to happen every Monday. Monday at 3, at 4. Hit the create button. Now you already see that it's there, and we can put more of them up here, right? And we can just schedule them, let's say throughout the day, especially if this was a PC that was used a lot, right? We want to make sure that we have it scanned maybe nightly or during slow times. So let's hit apply. Apply. Okay. All right. Maybe not. I'm gonna just close that up. Let's go back. Let's see if it's there. So it's here. Okay. So I had a little hiccup. We went there and closed it out. Seems like everything's cool. So now this will automatically kick off a scan whether I'm on the PC or not at 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay. It automatically checks up for updates. and you can see if it's actually with the CPU usage. If you ever see kind of like your CPU usage go up in this application, that means that your PC should be running slow. Okay. Same thing kind of goes for memory. If it's you know kind of at this fill section here and it's red, or if it's yellow, then you want to make sure that there's nothing leaving your PC. 9 times out of 10, if your CPU and your memory is pegged out like that, then something is actually having a lot of control within the back end of your PC. And we need to actually take a look at that. So now you can just see that it's up to date, it's ready to go. And we can actually it's saying that it's not secure because we haven't scanned, but we can always kick off a scan, and but we don't have to because we already set up a setting. I mean a scheduled scan. So we're good on that. So I wanted to show you that, guys, that you can go and download this and have this running if you don't like Microsoft Defender. This is a little bit more a better interface. Again, you can use this on your resume to where you can download, you can say that you have experience in downloading antivirus and then setting up schedule scans. And you're making sure that it's up to date, because it's your antivirus is no good if it's not up to date. Okay, it doesn't have the certain it doesn't have the files to check against different types of new malware that's created, um, to see if anything is see if anything is new, because having out of date definitions or software for your antivirus, you can't catch anything that was made today and in the future. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. Gotta close that. Okay. Networking tools. Now I already showed you Wireshark. Again, if you want to see things that's going on into your network, you want to Google Wireshark, and then run that in the background to see how traffic is actually being distributed in the background. Speed test. I showed you guys speed tests a couple of times only before class. Again, this is what I do. I just kind of go to Google and I type in speed test, and then I'll run my speed test here. And if I'm getting over 100 megabits per second, I think I'm pretty good. I'm being able to transmit fairly nicely when it comes to Zoom calls or browsing the internet, looking at YouTube. I'm able to send those packets back and forth at a good speed. I normally use the one that's here for Google, but I also seen people use this speed test by Ookla, I think. And this one has the cool little the graphic, and I think it's a little throttle that people use. So again, I say if you're getting anything over 100, then you're in a good space to actually be able to um, do a lot of things on the internet, be able to communicate without any kind of snags. Okay, if you don't have 100 megs or more, then I would consider going closer to your router, moving your router, or possibly restarting the router. And when I say restart, that means unplugging the router for maybe 10 seconds and then plugging it back in. A lot of times that clears out a lot of configurations. Hey, y'all see this? Been looking at some rims, but it clears out some configurations and it allows for better network connectivity afterwards. All right, so finishing up here, we're going to talk about KeyPass. And KeyPass is a password repository. This is where you can get this software and be able to. Now, remember what I said about cookies. Cookies, I'm going to decline that. Cookies is a way for companies to actually track how you browse your history and browse to different websites. So be mindful of that. But KeyPass is a way to keep all of your passwords in one space, and it encrypts the password for you to actually get into that product. And then once you're into that product, then you can set up different entries on your different sites, and you can set up your username and password for each site. Now, it doesn't log you into those sites once you go to those sites, right? So I don't want to make it seem like it's going to automatically watch what you're doing and then log you in automatically. But what it does is that if you have so many passwords that you need to keep up with, you can put the entry into this database that's secure on your PC, and now put your username and password in there. And so whenever you go to your different site that you want to log into, you can open up your KeyPass application, go to that entry that you put in for it, pick that password that you don't have to remember. It's there secretly kept. And now you could just copy and paste it into that website and log into it. Okay. So it's a nice feature, I think, just to kind of have and keep for your day-to-day activities. But also, if you're going to put this on your resume, it's a good way of having, like you said, like you see here, it's a password manager. And a lot of these companies use password managers that the security team is over and managing. So to have that on your resume, I think is pretty big too, because it lets the employer know that a wide range of tools that you could be using, and you understand the reason behind it. Okay, so if you got time, go ahead and download some of these tools, try them out, play around with them. Again, with the AWS and Azure, if you don't know what you're doing, don't get too click happy, because it could hit your pockets. All right. But other than that, let me start the recording. Other than that,
All right, I'm in. I was able to remote in.
Okay, so you want me to share my screen? I'm getting a message that the host disabled participant screen share. Okay.
Sorry about that. I went there and dropped off. All right. Now where was I? Ms. Brown, you were going to share your screen?
Yes. When I went to share my screen, there's a message that says host disabled participant screen sharing.
And try it now.
Okay.
Y'all forgive me. I'm still trying to get going. So, all right. So you got that open,
Is that me?
and go to so you see on your toolbar at the bottom,
Yes.
click on that remote desktop icon. It's the last one on the right. Or you can do that, yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine. So go ahead and from the chat, take that Mitchell Tech Lab name and plug it in there. And Chris, you say you in now, right?
Yes, sir.
What did you do different?
I deleted the whole added computer, went back in and put everything in there, copy and paste, put everything in there, and this time it worked.
Okay.
So that's what I'm having trouble reading, the Mitchell Tech Lab dot, what is that next character?
Okay.
Just
Don't type it in.
Yeah.
Highlight it, right click and copy it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That way
Okay.
you won't type it in or make any mistakes.
Okay.
For some reason, it's still giving me an error message too.
Dr. McBride, whenever you
Uh-huh.
try to remote end and you put in the password, does it give you the option to see the password?
Yeah, I can.
Is it showing what is it, PWD? Whenever you
No,
see the password?
right.
Okay.
But when I say right click and copy and paste,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
it
Because it's
duplicates it.
copying it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
copying the PWD as well.
No, well, actually, when I do the the show
Mm-hmm.
to reveal,
Yes, ma'am.
it's actually copying the password twice, and it's not putting the dollar symbols.
Ooh.
So I guess everybody's working a little differently here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see if I can fix it.
From Ms. Donna, go ahead and put in for the username, put help desk, all lowercase.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to know where it was. Okay. Help desk, all lowercase.
Yes, ma'am.
And then that
And
password.
then copy that password out of the chat.
Okay.
Make sure you're not getting that space. Sometimes when we're copying passwords or copying things from a chat or whatever, we may copy that space that's in there too, and that counts as a character, and that may be throwing us off. So just make sure we get all the numbers, the letters. And you can just paste that in there.
Well, now I can't right click for whatever the reason. Hold on.
Do a Control V.
Control
V at the same time.
Control V, yes.
What's the letter you're saying? D as in boy, D as in dog?
Victory.
E as in dog.
Thank you.
And
All
see,
right,
when I do
okay.
Control V, it duplicates it. It puts it in
Duplicate
twice.
Gotcha.
Okay. Do a Control V again, and what we'll do is look at do the little I at the end, and let's see you see how we got the whole thing there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead, click the I, see if it'll hold it. And
should I do the part that says PWD :
Yeah, we need to take that out.
Okay.
So instead of doing that, yeah, go ahead. Let me see what you do. And take that space out. Do one more. Delete. All right, now check it again. Now go ahead and hit OK.
Okay.
Now from here, good.
Okay.
Now this is a certificate, right? This certificate says that we want to give authorization to this server, and that these two know each other, and that we want to talk to each other. Okay. So when we were talking about PKIs, this is how it's doing that authentication with the two devices back and forth. Okay. So that's a good way of, whenever you see these types of prompts like that, that's what they're trying to say. Do you authorize this computer to talk to you and connect to you virtually and share information back and forth, because from here we can drag and drop if we wanted to. So go ahead and hit yes. You want to store that certificate onto your computer, and it should let you in. Now, let it do its thing. Go ahead and stop sharing. And Dr. McBride, if you want to share, we can see why is it duplicating the password.
Okay. Okay, so now it's not duplicating, right?
Okay.
And that's what we have. I don't think there are any spaces left over here. Let me try again. Okay, so now now it's duplicating.
It is. Oh, and
Uh-huh.
duplicated right, or
Yes, duplicating a password.
okay.
And so I can fix it here like this by backspacing.
Okay. And that's a little cumbersome, but there's, you know, that's IT for you. Sometimes that's
Yeah.
something you have to,
Mm-hmm.
you know, kind of go with. But
Right.
everybody.
I'm going to stop sharing too, so you can go on.
Okay.
Hmm?
So is anybody else having issues connecting into the server? Speak now.
I am.
Okay. What are you seeing?
It's telling me that the password is invalid.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna type the password in and not put those colons. Now in the chat, I'll put it again in the chat. Just grab it from there. Copy that password and put that password in.
It
And let me
still
know.
didn't work.
And for some reason, mine is still duplicating. Is actually triplicating.
Okay.
But
Tell
that
you what, right, open up a notepad and do your Control V there to see exactly what is it putting down.
Okay.
Ms. Campbell, do you mind sharing your screen so I can see what's going on?
Sure.
Hmm.
Okay. The reason why is because it's trying to log you in as C Penny 18.
Okay.
So what we want to do is choose more choices. And we're going to use a different account at the bottom. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. So, okay. For that username up there, type in lowercase help desk. And then now plug in that password that I gave you. And that should work. That's your certificate.
View certificate or just yes?
Hit yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. And Dr. McBride, were you able to see exactly what it's putting down from the clipboard?
Yes, it was putting some additional letters, characters, and then I actually deleted them and then copied from Notepad to here. And for some reason, mine is duplicating. So no worries. Continue on.
Okay.
It's
Anybody else having issues getting in, or are we all in and playing around in the server? So let me go ahead and share my screen and continue. So if you have your server open, this is a perfect example of us using the cloud to connect to one machine. This is one machine that I spun up, and it's all using the same, it should be using the same IP address of that 20.121.48.169. If anybody wants to confirm that, go ahead and open up the command prompt and run a IP config on that server to see what the IP address you're getting. In fact, I'll open it up on mine too. Oh, well, I read out the public IP address. Okay, so this is the private IP address. This is, so they gave us a Class A IP address. So what that means is that if I wanted to make 1,000 machines and create my own environment, I could do that here on the cloud. And let's just say if we all were working into the same environment and we all needed to get onto a computer or have a server assigned to us, I can assign that to you and you can work from home just by using Microsoft Azure. And we're using these types of applications to get things done to the outside world. So this is why the cloud is such a, not just, it's holding Netflix movies that we can watch, or it's going to keep a backup of my personal pictures. It could be, we could have our application that is running our businesses onto these servers, and we can just administer it wherever we are in the world, just by putting in that DNS name, plugging in our username and password, and we can reach our server from anywhere and actually run the task on it. So this is the wonderful thing about Azure. Now, this can get very expensive once you start to scale it, right? And leave these machines on, because the reason why they charge you is that you're using someone else's building, you're using their electricity, you're using their memory, their storage to run your business. So they charge you by the hour. So this is why I had it powered down, because if I left it on, then they'll charge me, I think it's $30 an hour or something like that. Or you can get something cheaper. So you can get it from like $6 an hour or something like that, something real cheap. But it's going to give you such bare minimum memory and storage to where you can barely get things done. It'll barely log you in, let alone let 5 other people log into it. Yes, sir. Great.
Okay, so I got a quick question for you. I created my own Azure account, and I have the Windows Server 2019 and Windows 10. And they give you, when you first make the account, they give you $200. I think it's for 30 days, and then it asks you if you want to upgrade to pay as you go. But when I logged in this morning, I was down to $160. I guess, of their money. And I'm trying to figure out, I wasn't on it yesterday, So do I have to sign out of Azure altogether for it to stop charging the money? How does that work?
You see my screen right now?
Your plan?
My screen.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in order to stop the services from charging or using those resources, basically they're saying, hey, when your machine is running, it's using my resources, my power, my air conditioning, everything on that's in my Nevada plant, okay? Is using
Okay.
that. Whenever you stop it, you have to stop the actual virtual machine. That's going to stop it from using the network. That's going to stop it from using the storage. That's going to stop it from going out to looking for updates. It's going to actually shut that machine down. That stops the charging for that
okay.
time.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I have
if you
three
sign out,
machines up.
you're signing out of the account, but your virtual machines are still running. Anybody can log into it.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. All right. 'Cause I have three machines running right now.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I have three machines running. I guess that I created. So I didn't know why it kept charging if I wasn't using it all the time. But I understand now.
Yeah, go ahead, and if you're not using it or it's not running anything that you're willing to pay for, stop it. Stop it, delete it. Whatever you want to do, if you don't want it anymore, delete it. If you want to keep it, you like the configurations of it, stop it, and just spin it back up, start it back again whenever you want to do some work on it. But just realize that when you leave it running for a long period of time or just forever, it's going to start to accumulate cost. Now, this is out of the scope of the test, but you can put in a kind of like a threshold notification, and so you see how I'm still showing my screen. My lab has already accrued $14 for me, but
yes,
I'm getting a good class out of it because I'm hoping that you guys are already going in AD, practicing, setting up some accounts, just playing around, doing whatever you want to do. Because at $14, I can go ahead and shut it down at the end of this class. You guys have already, got the experiences that you wanted, and I'm able. That really doesn't hurt, okay? But you could set up a notification that once you hit a certain threshold, it notifies you and say, hey, you already accrued $50 worth of cost. That way you can say, oh, let me go back into my Azure, shut down this machine for the rest of the month. That makes sense?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I think that's trying to cost and management. And you could put your notifications here. Cost alerts. And add the budget. This is out of the scope of the exam, but if you're going to be using platforms like this, you got to realize that, hey, man, it costs money to actually use someone else's. We pretty much we got a server for free. You don't have to worry about buying it from Microsoft, getting the key for the operating system. It's free. I mean, well, it's not technically free, but it's just that easy. So they're gonna put some type of price back in it. So you can put basically what I'm saying is that you can put your budget here, and it'll either stop your services or to give you a notification saying that, hey, you hit the threshold of this and you might want to stop these services.
Okay, so we got budget amount there. If you say you want to stop it when it hits $75, then it automatically disconnect the machine that you have running?
I think
Or to
it
give you
can
an alert?
automatically do it, or it would just be better for you to just go in there and do it yourself. Hit a threshold and say, okay, let me go back in and shut it down. But
Okay.
if we're talking like that, then just get in a habit of shutting down your machine every time you leave Azure.
Okay. Yep.
You know,
doing that now.
Still
actually.
have your budget put in place, but just whenever you're leaving Azure, you're leaving your laptop, just go ahead and shut down your virtual machine.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
No problem. Any other questions about Azure? I'm gonna go into the users real quick. So if you're on there, if you're on the server right now, you can go into. So we can go into Active Directory, right? And we can go ahead and go to users, and we can create users here. This is the help desk user that everyone is using, right? So if I wanted to, guess what? If I wanted to lock you guys out, I could go ahead and reset my password. It'll shut down. You can, you know, if you're still connected, you can still see the server, but once you log out and then try to log back in, then, you know, you won't have the updated password. Now, to Mrs. Penny's example, when she was trying to log in, it was trying to log her in as C Penny or C Penny 18, and what it was doing, it was looking for her username here in Active Directory and that password to be there in order to authenticate her. Since it wasn't there, then it just kept saying, hey, you got the wrong credentials, okay? Now, if I wanted to add her, I could just go in here and say, hey, let me go ahead and create her account right here. That's how we do that. That's kind of the old way of doing things. If you're just working on premises, a on-premise server, you can also do that same kind of addition to a user here in Azure. So in Azure, we could go ahead and create a new user here and then apply them to whatever server or whatever virtual machine that we got spun up. That makes sense. So we could go ahead and set them up here with a username and then change our domain name here. But, you know, I'm kind of limited to my user account. But we can also place their password here, and then now, once we create that new user, I can go back to, let's say, Penny, and say, hey, okay, now use your CPenny account username, and then use this password. It's going to prompt you to change your password, and then you're not able to log into that machine. I'm going to hit discard. Now, on the other hand, we have groups. And we kind of went over this with the live class. We can have these different types of groups that we can place people in. Now, I'm showing you this is because you don't necessarily have to go to the server to get to Active Directory. You can do Active Directory things from the Azure account, meaning I can put this account on my iPad. I can put this on my phone, and I can add people on the fly. So it gives me that extra capability to not just be sitting in front of a computer, to add people to different groups or add users, okay? I can actually do this stuff on the fly, or if I'm just feeling classic that day, I can go always log into the server and then add them here in Active Directory.
Okay, so for example, the server that I set up for Azure, I can just go in groups and it acts as an Active Directory instead of logging directly into the virtual server.
Yes.
Oh.
Let me see if I can do that real quick. Where's my groups?
Oh, I had another question. So I added myself as a user in the Active Directory on your server. Do you get an alert for that? Or like in the real world, could I actually add? I wouldn't be able to add myself, right? The onboarding process, or whoever's in control of the Active Directory would be the only one that can add me to the Active Directory. I wouldn't be able to go in myself and do that, right?
In a perfect world, yeah, it should. They should give you a notification when somebody's account has been created.
Okay.
But that's not always the case, and it's just kind of you get a lot of alerts. Let's say if you're working for IBM or Microsoft, and you get an alert every time someone has an onboarding process. That may be 40, 50 times a day where you're getting someone's account created. And just think, you may be getting those same alerts whenever someone is offboarding, leaving the company. So
Yes,
the thing about in the real world, not on your exam, in the real world, notifications to a security team or any IT team is tiresome. We do not, and I want to stress that, we do not want to see notifications about something we're not really working on at that point in time. It becomes annoying, and what that does is that we tend to tune those things out. And if we tune those notifications out, then we leave ourselves open to someone to actually attacking us, because now we're not even paying attention to those notifications. Okay? So
yes, sir.
what you want to do is you want to tune down your notifications to what really matters. Did someone create an account off hours? Like you said, did someone duplicate an account that's already there? Maybe I want a notification on that. Did someone give themselves administrative rights across the board? That may be the number one notification that I want. But other than that, I don't really care if you're making an account or not. Because if I set you to the point where you only get default user permissions, if I'm taking away permissions that you don't need to do your job, if I'm taking all those things away and I'm giving you just a default list, then you can make all the accounts you want until your heart is content. I do not care, and I don't want to have those notifications coming in for that. But if you give yourself admin rights, then I need to know why. No?
Okay. Okay.
Where is my groups? Add to a group. And I don't want to go off into this. I have to come back to that to show you the groups and how they're actually added. I could put them like that. It should be already. So what I'm thinking is that I go to my lab 2, which is the server that we're on, and I'm thinking I can go to my access control, IAM. So IAM is going to mostly be dealing with your accounts and the security groups and those permissions that I was just talking about, right? And now we should be able to go up in here and add particular roles and user accounts. And it should only apply to that particular server that we're on. Let's say job function roles, grant access to Azure resources. Let's see, yeah, why not? And I want to make this person a analytics reader. Next, user group and principal, select the members. I want to put Aaron because he ain't doing nothing. Fine.
Hey, Harvey.
Yeah.
That ain't going to do what I wanted to do. We'll have to come back to that. I'll come back to that and show you how making the changes in Azure applies to the server here on the actual machine. All right. What's that going on? Any questions on Azure? Any other questions on Azure before we go into chapter 16? Everybody still in that server, or have you already logged off?
I'm still in.
Okay. All right. So chapter 16 goes into data privacy and protection concepts. Those data roles and responsibilities. So when we're talking about putting data out there on the cloud, or just having it on premise, you need to know who's responsible for it, and then who actually perform maintenance on those machines, on that data. Now, when we're talking about data, I want you to think of it as information. Now, as you grow in the security field, you'll realize that there's a difference between data and information. But for right now, I want you to think of the information that we have in our company is the data that we want to protect. So those account numbers, that important information about the meeting, some Word documents that we created. This is all data that we have stored on local computers or servers. Now, the data owner may actually not even create a document, or they may not put in any configuration. That person is 9 times out of 10 the leader of the department. They don't actually know exactly what you're creating as being a steward or a custodian of that actual data. Think of it as a manager. It's just basically a manager over that particular department, and they are responsible for making the policies and the standards flow down to the users in order to say, hey, this is how you're going to create these documents. This is how we're going to actually protect it. Okay, so that's your data owner. Your data steward will 9 times out of 10 be the person that's going into the server and making sure that it is up to date, that is running correctly. It's actually taking care of the systems. I'm sorry, that's your custodian. So, well, your custodians and your stewards kind of, it can be interchangeable, in my opinion. They can be interchangeable when it comes to the names. But they're going to be managing the systems that the data actually lives on. So if it's your PC, they're going to make sure that your PC is up to date, that the software is up to date and running correctly. If it's a server, the same thing, okay? But these are the actual people that they could be creating the document, the configuration. But if it was to be leaked, if it was to be breached and that data is lost, they're not the ones that are responsible. They kind of are, right? But that data owner will take the brunt of that data being leaked out. To give you an example, when I was working at AgFirst, we had a data leak that happened, and I knew the person who did it and who was ultimately responsible for it. But he didn't get in trouble. Our CISO got in trouble. Our CISO got in trouble for the fact that they fired him because it was ultimately his, under his leadership, he did not provide the correct leadership to us in order for that particular leakage to be avoided. So in the management eyes, they didn't see him doing his due diligence on our team or on the risk. And more importantly, he did not take due care. He didn't apply the actual, the protection that was needed to stop such a thing. So know that as well, that when you are growing in this field and you become a leader and you're getting that nice salary and you're particularly you're leading that department, if your coworkers or the people that you're managing are not handling the data right, you're ultimately responsible for that. And you will, more than likely, you're probably going to be let go before any of the stewards or the custodians will be. That's just how I've seen it. And it's kind of cutthroat, but that's the way that I've seen it. Any questions? Now, data classification goes back to when we were talking about DLP. It's hard to put the classification on so much data that's already out there. Like, it could be stale data. It could be data that we don't really know about, we forgot about. How do we put classifications on these things so now that our CASB and our data loss prevention systems can see them and flag them as such? But if you want to have a tight system and not let that data leak out, you can put that DLP in place. It just needs to have a parameter of what to flag and what not to flag. So in the military, perfect example of classified data, you always hear it, secret, top secret, classified, TSCI, something like that. But basically top secret clearance. So they vet these people out. In order for you to have access to that data, they vet you out. They do a background check. They run a credit check. They do a 10-year history check. And for my secret clearance, they went back 10 years and they interviewed people who knew me back in middle school. They interviewed people who knew me in high school prior to the military in order to get that secret information. Here's the kicker about that is that I didn't do anything. Well, I didn't see any kind of emails that was detrimental to the nation. So if I was to leak an email out, I didn't see anything that was you know, that was terribly wrong, right? It was just regular emails to me, but they were classified as secret information. Anything that was more military movements was classified as top secret. So even a smaller group got that information. But the secret information, you couldn't see anything that was top secret. But top secret could see everything that was secret, right? And below secret is classified information or public unclassified information. So as someone holding a secret clearance, I could see something that was classified and unclassified, but could not read up, right? And you'll understand this as you go into CISSP, that certification. You can always read down, but you can't read up. And vice versa, you can always write down. Well, you should be able to write down, and you can't write up. You should be able to write where you're located at. And the reason why you don't want to write down is that you don't want to give anybody secret information or some information that's above them and is misguided, or they don't have enough information on that lower level to understand where you're coming from a higher level. So that's why you don't want to write down, okay? And you definitely can't write up, okay? But I say all that to say that having a classified situation, it's another layer of defense when it comes to accounts, and then what are you able to see and manipulate in those accounts, okay? Being able to not only have so many permissions to your account is great, but if I can take another step and say, hey, you can't see a whole list of data because you don't have the clearance to, it's awesome. Okay, if something leaks out, I can only say, okay, well, who only has the clearance to see this? I don't have to worry about the unclassified people or the top secret people. I do have to worry about top secret because they can read them. I can only worry about a particular group. Give me 1 second. I can only worry about 2 particular groups in that scenario, right? If something came from secret and got out, then I can only say, hey, someone with a secret clearance or a top secret clearance had to read this information. Any questions on that? On your test, you're probably going to get some questions about top secret clearance and secret clearance. And it's pretty much just saying it's more going to ask you more in the lines of classification. Why do we have this in place? And you want to always reference back to where you're putting in another layer of defense, and having data classified shows who should be able to see it and who's not able to get to it. So when we think about the CIA triad, we're talking about confidentiality there, okay? Only a particular group can see this data because we classified it as such. Further along in that this chapter and this lesson, they talked about data protection. So it's 3 different ways that we want to protect data. Whenever we're talking about data at rest, data in transit, and then data in use, we're talking about probably encryption. Okay, and this is encryption. Either we're encrypting the data while it's on the PC, while it's moving through the network, going over the internet, or while we're using it, which is, you can't really do that because we have to actually break the encryption to modify it, and then it returns back to rest. But never mind that, right? For the test, you need to know that these 3 different ways of applying encryption. So at rest and at use, I'm going to talk about it in the same sense. We want to encrypt that hard drive and make sure that the hard drive has some type of encryption on it to where if someone accesses your, let's say if they access the server while I'm gone, the hard drive is encrypted to where they can't pull the information from the hard drive after hours. Right? So this is what I mean the hard drive here. So if we put, you see here where it says turn on BitLocker. BitLocker is an application that encrypts those files here on your local drive. So whatever we put on the C drive is now protected by a password that we only have the access to. This is essentially the same thing as ransomware, right? Ransomware comes in and only thing it does is it encrypts the information and puts a password on it. And so now the only thing that makes it into a ransom is that if they ask for money at the end. So they pretty much encrypt your files and then they say, hey, give me 2 Bitcoins and I'll give you the password and you can have I'll give you the password, you can take the encryption off and you can have your data back. That's pretty much ransomware in a nutshell. And, you know, how do we combat against ransomware? Is that we have data off into another recovery point. We back up our data. We put it on another cloud instance. We have it on a hard drive that we can physically touch. This is how you get around ransomware. Hey, you compromise me, fine. You can have the computer. I'll go ahead, especially in this case. So think about if everybody can get into my server and they've been playing around on it. Let's say if someone opens a email file that has ransomware on my server, right? So now I can't go into the server. No one else can go into the server. That's fine. I come right in here to my Azure plan, and I just go in here and I turn it off and I delete it. I basically what we call blow away. I blow away that virtual machine and I spin up another one and I take the information that I backed up somewhere off-site on another cloud provider and I throw it on the new machine and I keep the business going, So now I don't have to worry about, oh man, I don't even know the first thing about Bitcoin. How am I going to pay this guy to get back my business data? It doesn't matter. They can encrypt it all they want. I'm going to take it. I'm going to go ahead and blow that machine away and go ahead and create a new machine. So that's how you get around ransomware. That's at the same time, that's how we encrypt data at rest. Data at rest and data in use, okay? Now, when we're talking about data in transit, we're talking about, how do we email something to another computer or another user using encrypted files, right? So we're going to be using HTTPS encrypted. We're going to be using TLS and IPsec, VPNs, those things put in an encrypted tunnel around the data packets as they're leaving one machine going to another machine. Okay, so that's how we're encrypting on the move. That's how we can say, hey, even if you have Wireshark and you're listening onto my computer, that's fine. I know that you can't see it because I have it encrypted and I'm using an encrypted way of talking. Okay, but if I was using HTTP and not HTTPS, then I'm using plain text, okay? And if I'm using plain text, then you can use Wireshark to see that information. That makes sense? So if you're not using an encrypted way of communicating over the wire, then you're susceptible to someone using Wireshark, seeing that information, then using that information. Okay? That's why we harp on seeing that little lock in the URL and using those type of protocols to actually log into certain sites. So with that being said, we're going into the last chapter, lesson 17. Any questions? Do y'all mind if we take like a little 10-minute break, and then we'll come in and we'll finish up with incident response? Y'all want to take a break?
Sounds good.
Okay. So 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:46.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sounds good. Okay. Are we ready to go? Thumbs up in the chat if everybody's back.
Mhm.
Okay. So, incident response, chapter 17. What happens when you become a victim of a data leak or a breach, or in other words, you've been hacked? What do we do? How do we try to prevent it? But then what do we do once it actually happens? And as a security professional, it's not so much of if you get hacked, or it's more when you get hacked. And that sounds bad, right? But you have to go into the mindset of thinking that you can't cover every risk that is out there. The only thing we could do is try to plan as much as possible to remediate those risks, but eventually something will happen if we're staying there long enough. Okay, so we want to be prepared to stop the bleeding as much as possible. So if someone become a victim of ransomware, then it could just be that one computer is affected, and we can still hold business as normal. But let's say if it's a smaller shop and it's a coffee shop, and the owner of that business, who is also the finance person, who's also the marketing person, their computer is now a victim of ransomware, then it might be detrimental to the business. So how do you go in with the game plan of keeping the business alive? If you think back from our first class, our first lesson, I've always told you that this is not a technical exam or a technical field. This is more of a business field. How do we keep the business running? And more importantly, how do we keep the business running securely? So if that person was going back to the coffee shop example, if that person is a victim of ransomware, then we need to have that backup system in place, ready to go, and then we're able to still have our documents ready, have our accounts, all our important information, data there and accessible. Now, we may need to do some due diligence on our side and change some things, because now we've been compromised. That one PC has been compromised, and we might need to change some passwords here and there. But at least the business doesn't have to go down, and in some cases doesn't have to go out of business. Okay? So performing incident response is an important factor to cybersecurity, because it's not it's not a factor of if it happens. It's when it happens. What do we do once we actually are in that particular predicament? So in your lesson, it goes into this step-by-step format here. And this is where it's kind of an ongoing process. So this is throughout the year. There's no set it and forget it. We're going to prepare, identify, contain, eradicate, recover, and then basically do a review. And then that review goes into the preparation. So let's go into a little bit details, right? Let's say we're working for that coffee shop, and we give them an assessment. That assessment lets them prepare to the type of risk that we face. That goes into the identification. We prepare, we identify the risk. We also decide if we want to mitigate those risks or if we want to accept it. Because sometimes mitigation may cause us to have the budget that we can't afford. And we can't afford to put in a particular software because it costs $700 a month in order to actually protect the data. And in the field of security, a lot of times you're waiting on something to happen. And while you're waiting for something to happen, you're still paying a budget. So a lot of small businesses, medium-sized businesses, they can't afford that, $700 a month for if something was to happen. They're already paying, marketing fees, insurance, operation fees. So, their budget is not so great when it comes to security. That's where, as a security professional, you need to come up with different types of mitigation factors in order to play nicely with the budget that you have. It could go in that just doesn't apply to small businesses. It also applies to the bigger ones as well, because these vendors have gotten smart to where they're not just going to charge you for the service, they're going to charge you the service per user. So if you have 1,000 users and I charge you $100 per month per user, you do the math, and that could easily go into someone's budget very quickly and eat it up from a CEO standpoint. They're looking at it from if something happens. Yes, we want to be prepared, but if it doesn't happen, then I just lost out on $100,000 per month because we thought something was going to happen. So you have to weigh those options. So we prepared, we're getting in preparation, we identified our problems, we come up with a plan on how to remediate those problems, or what are we going to do with it to those risks. And then if something was to happen, we want to contain the problem. We want to isolate it. Whether we have someone monitoring our network, ransomware, virus, worms, stolen property, what is the problem that actually happens? So our incident actually starts here at the containment spot, right here at this arrow right here. That's where our incident actually comes into play, and we need to actually put in the incident response plan as soon as possible to contain it. And then if we need to eradicate it, such as a virus or someone snooping onto our network, and we could see the traffic go off into different, we could see data leaving our network going into a cloud provider that we're not associated with. We need to contain it, stop it, put hands around it, right? Make sure no one else is affected. We want to eradicate those two things as quick as possible. So containment and eradication, you pretty much want to have that as quick as possible. Recovery may come a little bit later because we want to make sure everything is contained and remediated before we go into the recovery state, okay? So, but once we get to the recovery state, we want to make sure that we have identified what we deem to be normal. So we want to get back to a normal state, and that could be how do we work before the problem. But it also may mean if something happens and now we don't have, if there's no way we can go back to the previous way we did things, maybe we want to go back to what is the new normal going forward. So that's all in the recovery plan. how do we get back to actually holding business at a normal rate? So that goes into that identification. That's why you see the arrow there. Now, once we get back to normal, it's pretty much we're going back. We're still moving forward with the company, but as a security department, we want to get with our department heads as well as our IT team to see, or our incident response team, to see what did we learn, and then how do we actually put that into the preparation of identifying the risk and then mitigating those risks. So it's an ongoing process, and this is we actually have people designated for the incident response team that's just not part of the security team. Okay, we may have one or two people from the security team, but we may pull people from different departments because everybody's affected in a sense, right? Especially when you're talking different departments ran by different people who don't know what's going on in other departments. So let's go. That'll bring me to my next slide. So your people, your incident response team may be people from legal, maybe people from marketing, HR, the finance department, because if we have an attack that is attacking, let's say, the marketing department, but it has the potential to be detrimental to the whole company, then every department head needs to know what plan to put in place for their particular department, okay? And this is where that preparation comes into place. We're talking about getting prepared that way. That's you'll learn about disaster recovery later, but that's where a lot of times we're putting in those implementations there. If we're working on a smaller scale, then we probably we're doing that as we're just working from day to day. Hey, we might want to put this in place because if this was to happen, we can be prepared for it here. Okay, but that's more on a case-by-case scenario with a smaller company. But with a bigger company, you're talking 500 users or more, we probably are having meetings after meetings about putting plans in place, recognizing what the issue may be, and then how can we actually respond to it quickly in order to keep the business running. Because some businesses are time sensitive. Take a bank for example. If a bank website is attacked and then that bank website is down, think about the users who may have been using transactions at that point in time to transfer money. And let's say if it was for an important reason, right? And now your website is down, and now you have those users calling into the help desk trying to figure out what's the issue. Well, you as an incident response team, you need to figure out the problem. Why is the website down? How can we eradicate it as quick as possible? And then how do we get it back up and running, right? Get back to that normal state and move forward with the website, okay? But then once we figure out we're back up and running, how, why did it go down in the first place? We do that review, and we put those controls in order to have it move forward. So moving forward, we won't have to worry about those things again. Okay, so that's why, going back to this slide, it's an ongoing process. It's this is not just a set it and forget it. This is an ongoing process. As long as the business is running, from a security standpoint, you will always have a job because things change so much all the time. Okay. So again, your incident response, and I want to go over your SOC team here. So a Security Operations Center could be a group of people who are watching over your information from a outside standpoint. So this could be a vendor that is watching your traffic and watching your endpoint devices from an outside standpoint. And this is what comes into my mind when I think of a SOC center. They're, monitoring the network, and they are able to notify you if something wants to happen. And the great thing about having a SOC is that they can actually put in the containment in their eradication instantly from their standpoint. And you don't necessarily have to worry about going in, logging in, making sure that you're containing a virus right offhand, because you may be at lunch, right? You may be home. It may be 2 o'clock in the morning. But this SOC runs at a 24-hour standpoint, and now they're able to have access to your network and isolate certain threats and be able to sometimes remediate those things. But the most important part is that they can isolate it until you're able to, come into work the next day or what have you, and then move forward with your incident response plan. So having a SOC is great. The thing is that they are very expensive, right? To have someone monitor your network 24/7 is not going to be such a cost-friendly control. So a lot of small businesses are not able to do it. A lot of medium-sized businesses may not be in favor of it just because they don't have the actual funds for it. Excuse me for one. So that brings me down to the last thing that I wanted to talk about now, content filtering and then configuration changes. You hear me harp on the type of settings that you want to put into your devices, as well as having systems in place to monitor the network. And a lot of content filtering systems, they monitor how your users are actually. One second. Sorry about that. My garage it goes up and down, and it bothers me with that sound. Content filtering watches the network when it comes to your users going to different websites, and we can put different types of categories of websites onto this particular system, and it can block or allow your user to actually go to different systems. So, an example of this is the first point. First point is a good example of a service that watches your users' activities when it comes to certain websites. So what they do is they'll categorize every website that's out there, right? And so if you don't want your users going to gambling sites, you can say block every site that is categorized as gambling, and then that would allow you to block those users from going there. Now, on the case of if they needed to go to those certain particular websites, then they could put in a ticket to the security team, and we could do some type of investigation on it to actually see if that website is legit. And I'm trying to see if I can show you that. Yeah, it's so this is what I use if I need to check a particular website. Someone emails me or they message me at work and they say, "Hey, Mitch, I need to go to ESPN.com, right?" And I'll plug it in here to see if ESPN has any type of vulnerabilities on that website, right? Because hackers can go into deface a website or put in different URL links onto a website, and now your user clicks on a link, it goes to a malicious site, and now they can either pull information from that user or they can lock up that computer, right? So what I can do is they give me the URL. I need to go to ESPN.com. I can plug it in here to ForcePoint. It does an analysis on that website, and it comes back with a report. So I'm gonna wait till it's done. Dr. McBride, you wanted to address the class with the preparation?
Yes. So hold on one second.
I'm gonna let this scan run. It should be done by the time Dr. McBride is finished addressing.
Yes. So, so we have our test preparation for chapters 11 to 14. And then we'll have a test. And then we also have the test preparations for chapters 15 to 17. And then, huh?
You got a feedback, cause
okay, hold on one second. Okay, so we have a test preparation for chapters 11 through 14. And then soon after that, I'll go ahead and post the test. But please make sure you do the test preparation first because it's going to help prepare you for the test. And then we're going to go into chapters 15 through 17 with a preparation. And then the test will be posted. So all of this should be happening over the next 2 weeks, okay? So I'll try to get the preparations out, hopefully by Tuesday. And then you can work on that and then be prepared for the test. And that's what I wanted to share with you. And Mr. Mitchell, you were trying to finalize some things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I was hoping that it would be done with the scan by then, but it's still scanning it. So we'll let that run, and by the time I'm finished this slide, hopefully is done doing the thing. So content filtering, that's you can use things like ForcePoint, and another one that we use is Zscaler. They actually watch that network. Well, they verify the websites that your users can go to or should go to. And then, once you scan these places, you as a security professional will say yay or nay if you want your users to go there. And you could see that something is detrimental, right? It has a whole bunch of blocks on it or malicious links on it. then we want to go ahead and block that type of URL. I really wish this was finished. I'll tell you what we do. Let's scan my site. My site is not so robust. Maybe come back with a quicker result. Yes. So, as you can see, I scan. Oh, I'm sorry. You cannot see. So, as you can see, I scanned mitchelltech.org, and it has a summary of no threats detected. But you can see this classification here that I'm classified as an informational technology website. Now, in the real world, what we'll do is we'll say, hey, if we wanted to unblock this particular site, I can change the classification here. Now, once I suggest to change it, ForcePoint will take a look at it and they'll say, okay, we're going to change the classification, the category of it. Therefore, we're going to change it to something that you do allow, and we'll let you look at it that way. Okay, but it gives a rundown of the different types of links. So if you see here this link detection, if you see any malicious links that's numbered here, it will give you. You can click on it, and it'll give you which links on that particular page are malicious. Okay, so a great tool. This is free to use that you can use. You can throw this on the resume too. And you could say that you use this as a website content filter, or a kind of a validator, and you use this to validate if a website is safe to use. Now you can also print this out in a PDF form. So if you were doing this for someone that wants to have reports, or they love reports or something like that, or you wanted to email it to them, you can always click that option to put it in a PDF form, tag it along in an email, send it off to that person, right? So a wonderful tool. This is, like I said, this is free to use. I'll put this in the chat so you guys can test it out yourself. And nice little tool to have. Go ahead and close this out on ESPN. Might have been too many pages to look at, because it crawls the whole site and looks at all the links there. So we already talked about DLPs. Remember, DLPs is going to be that system that sits onto your network, watches the classification of a data file, and then flag it, or maybe even stop it from leaving the system or being transferred to another system. So we learned about IDSs and IPSs. IDSs is going to detect a change and not do anything about it. And IPS is going to do something about it and put a stop to it, right? Well, DLP is a perfect example of being both. It can give you a notification and let the traffic go through, but it also could have the power to stop the traffic and prevent any type of transfer of the data and being held in that same case. So if you were thinking about what is an IPS and what is an IDS, a DLP system could be a perfect example of both. So let me show you a DLP system, which is by Symantec. I forget how to spell Symantec. Symantec DLP is something that I used at first, and I think it's a great system. It flags what it did. What we used it to do is we used it to look at our email, our customers, our clients' email, and see if they put anything sensitive in there, any type of social security numbers, account numbers, routing numbers, and if it if someone hit send on an email, it would automatically flag that email, stop it, and send me a notification saying, hey, Jessica just tried to send out a email with a social security number on it, right? And so now we can get in contact with Jessica and say, hey, what was the point of that? And now that could be some valid reasons on why you want to do that. So we told them to always put sensitive in the title of the email or in the the objective line in the email, and put sensitive right before you put the actual title of the email. And that flag in the title, DLP will see that and not actually cause it to flag it. That will be kind of like a safe word to let that information out. But I just wanted to put a face to the name when it comes to DLP. A lot of people will hear DLP, but they don't know who actually provides that actual tool. So Semantic, which is bought by Broadcom, Semantic offers a DLP solution, okay? And you can, but this is an expensive piece of software. So you're talking, I think for AgFirst, you were talking maybe a six-figure type of system, if not pushing $1 million, because of so many users who needed to use it. And this was billed on an annual basis. So not everybody can put this into their system and use it. So from a security standpoint, I will pose the question to you: what do you do for someone that's a smaller company that wants a DLP system but can't afford one? So we need to look at different avenues of saying, okay, what can we put in place to stop people from pushing out important information? Maybe we give permissions to, we only let certain individuals see sensitive information, right? Maybe we have to manipulate that. So only people in the finance department get access to people's social security numbers, okay? And that way, if something were to happen, we know that we can only go back to those two people, okay? And we don't have to worry about everybody in the small business, because a small business can still go up to 20, 50 people, right? And that's still a lot of investigation to do. But if we can narrow it down to just two people, and now we configure the assets on their account to be a particular order, then now only thing we need to really worry about is training them on making good passwords, not clicking on phishing emails. We made our footprint smaller, our attack footprint smaller, because we have we said that we couldn't use a DLP system, but we need to have the business running. So we took the two people that needed this information, and we made their attack surface even smaller by making certain configurations on their accounts. So I hope that you guys see how we're pulling all these factors that we've been learning into how do we actually put it in place for work. Okay, so that's the mindset of it. I'm back. And mobile devices. So we'll finish up with mobile devices and revoke certificates. Well, let's just go ahead and go at certificates. So when we connected to our server today, our server asked it gave you the option to either accept the certificate or to revoke it. Now, remember when I explained it that when it poses that question of, hey, we haven't seen the certificate before, if your system has something in place to say, hey, this is a security measure that we're taking to connect to another computer. Do you want to accept that risk? Okay, So either you can accept it, which we all did, or you can revoke it. But if that certificate is expired, how do we update our certificates? Or do we want to accept an expired certificate? Which I would advise not to accept one that's expired, okay? Mobile device management, that's where, we talked about this in previous classes, where we're having our devices, our mobile devices, tablets, phones, connected to a management system that's able to view the mobile devices, and then more importantly, be able to wipe those devices or set parameters on those devices to where you can't download things from the App Store, or you can only use your email on this particular device. Because once we put business information on those devices, then now as the business, we need to really monitor that mobile device, okay? To kind of bite off of the DOP piece. Who provides a MDM that you can play with, and that would be Microsoft Azure. Intune is a great way. I don't know if it's free, but we do use this at my current job for MDM solution. In fact, let's just go to Azure, see if I can type it in. Come here. To get into. So as y'all see, this is another configuration. This is part of security, right? So I've been idle in Azure for so long to where now it's going to ask me to re-authenticate myself. And when I do so, then it runs that Kerberos system in the background. It checks my authentication and lets me in. So here, this is where we can install Intune on our devices, whether it be laptops, phones, tablets, and now we can monitor them from our dashboard here in Azure. So if you got Bob who's going on a business trip in Las Vegas, he loses his phone on the plane, but it has all of our business information on that phone. We can go into our Intune admin center here on Azure, and we can wipe his phone. So, a great way of monitoring our mobile devices as they're on the move, with our users constantly going from place to place. And just in case if someone loses them, that's the main thing that we want. If they lose those devices, we can go ahead and send a message out to that device to remote wipe it. Yes, Chris.
I noticed that they have apps on the side. Is that for, say, example, apps that you allow them to download on the phone, or what you approve on that they can download on the phone?
I'm not totally 100% sure, but and what I mean by that is that I'm going to give the right answer, which is we use this app page to give access to the business app. So if your business has mobile applications, then we can set it up here, and then now that person can download those apps on that particular machine, particular phone. I'm not 100% sure if it can block everything from the app store that you can get on your personal phone, on that same device. So I don't have my device up here. But if they give you a phone and we say we made a mobile app for the finance department, but you're not in the finance department, then I don't need to give you access to that. Okay? I want to give you access to 365, which is the Outlook, so you can get emails. So I do want to give you access to that, right? But that's not going to stop you from going on to the Google Play Store and downloading Facebook. Okay. Now, I could put that as I'm thinking I could put that as a application that you don't download, but I doubt if there is going to be a way that I can block everything. I will probably have to block everything and then allow particular applications in order to just have a set number of applications on those devices. Kind of a long-winded answer, but.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So that's Intune. Any questions on Intune? We can also put encryption here, so we can have that data in transit encrypted as well. And when we're not using it on our phones, that data is encrypted, so it's encrypted at rest as well. That's all I have. Now I'm going to leave my server up and running until 12. Do you guys want me to leave it, turn it on tomorrow or sometime this week at a particular time so you guys can go in there and practice on it?
Yes, because I would like to try to add groups and or users from the, oh wait, you can only do that from, we're just gonna be in the server. We're not gonna be in the Azure web page. I have to do it on my own. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Anybody else still want me to leave it up so you guys can practice Azure? Not Azure, but going in the Active Directory and playing around in there?
Mr. Mitchell, could you prepare maybe a handout and post it in the classroom?
What I can do, I can create a small lab.
Okay.
That, and I want to get a time frame for it, so I'm not running up the cost of running it.
Yes.
So I can create a lab so you guys can promote into it and complete the lab and get more hands-on experience. But I do want to set it at a particular time. Maybe it runs from 12 to 3 on a Sunday. And those are the times that we all kind of agree on to going into the server, getting that lab done.
Right.
And then I'm able to shut it down at 3.
Okay, why don't we just make that a project then for everyone, and then we can designate the time, and we will hold everyone accountable for completing that lab during that time constraint. And then, obviously, as Mr. Mitchell says, that we do want to be able to validate what you've done and put that on your certificate, because that's going to be your resume builder. Okay. All right. So Mr. Mitchell will prepare a lab, and if everyone can complete it, and what I will do, I'm going to make a note to add this assignment to our classroom, and then you can just basically upload it when you're done. You may have to do screenshots and place it into Microsoft Word, however way you want to document that practice. Okay. All right then. Well, do you have any questions? Are there any loose ends? I know some of you will need to contact me so that we can go ahead and work on a strategy for completing the term, and with a success rate. And so I think I posted some information in the chat concerning, I made a statement concerning what we need to do for the next couple of weeks. Okay, so we are wrapping things up. A few more chapters after this. I think it's chapter 18, 19, 20, and 21. Not exactly sure how Mr. Mitchell's going to do. He may do 2, he may do 4, but you can also go back and look at the videos and the information that's in the classroom. So we do encourage you to do that. Okay, with that being said, you guys did really.
All right, I'm in. I was able to remote in.
Okay, so you want me to share my screen? No. I'm getting a message that the host disabled participant screen share. Okay.
Sorry about that. I went there and dropped off. All right. Now where was I? Ms. Brown, you were going to share your screen?
Yes. When I went to share my screen, there's a message that says host disabled participant screen sharing.
And try it now.
Okay.
Y'all forgive me. I'm still trying to get going. So, all right. So you got that open.
Is that me?
And go to your, so you see on your toolbar at the bottom?
Yes.
Click on that remote desktop icon. It's the last one on the right. Or you can do that, yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine. So go ahead and from the chat, take that Mitchell Tech Lab name and plug it in there. And Chris, you say you in now, right?
Yes, sir.
What did you do different?
I deleted the whole added computer, went back in and put everything in there, copy and paste, put everything in there, and this time it worked.
Okay.
So that's what I'm having trouble reading, the Mitchell Tech Lab dot, what is that next character?
Okay.
Just
Don't type it in. Highlight it, right click and copy it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That way
Okay.
you won't type it in or make any mistakes.
Okay.
For some reason, it's still giving me an error message too.
Dr. McBride, whenever you
Uh-huh.
try to remote in and you put in the password, does it give you the option to see the password?
Yeah, I can.
Is it showing what is it, PWD? Whenever you
No,
see the password?
right. But when I say right click and copy and paste,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
it
It's
duplicates it.
copying it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
copying the PWD as well.
No, well, actually, when I do the, the show
Hmm.
to reveal,
Yes, ma'am.
it's actually copying the password twice, and it's not putting the dollar symbols.
Ooh.
So I guess everybody's working a little differently here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can fix it.
From Ms. Donna, go ahead and put in for the username, put help desk, all lowercase.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to read nowhere. Where? Okay. Help desk, all lowercase.
Yes, ma'am.
And then that
And
password, I
then
can copy.
copy that password out of the chat.
Okay.
Make sure you're not getting that space. Sometimes when we're copying passwords or copying things from a chat or whatever, we may copy that space that's in there too, and that counts as a character, and that may be throwing us off. So just make sure we get all the numbers, the letters. And you can just paste that in there.
Well, now I can't right click for whatever the reason. Hold on.
Do a Control V.
Control
V at the same time.
Control V, yes.
What's the letter you're saying? D is in boy, D is in dog?
Victory.
E as in dog.
Thank you.
And see, when I do
click
Control V, it duplicates it. It puts it in
it.
twice.
Gotcha.
Okay. Do a Control V again, and what we'll do is look at do the little I at the end, and let's see you see how we got the whole thing there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead, click the I, see if it'll hold it. And
should I do the part that says PWD :
Yeah, we need to take that out.
Okay.
So instead of doing that, yeah, go ahead. Let me see what you do. And take that space out. Do one more. Delete. All right, now check it again. Now go ahead and hit OK.
Okay.
Now from here, good.
Okay.
Now this is a certificate, right? This certificate says that we want to give authorization to this server, and that these two know each other, and that we want to talk to each other. Okay. So when we were talking about PKIs, this is how it's doing that authentication with the two devices back and forth. Okay. So that's a good way of, whenever you see these types of prompts like that, that's what they're trying to say. Do you authorize this computer to talk to you and connect to you virtually and share information back and forth? Because from here, we can drag and drop if we wanted to. So go ahead and hit yes. You want to store that certificate onto your computer, and it should let you in. Now, let it do its thing. Go ahead and stop sharing. And Dr. McBride, if you want to share, we can see why is it duplicating the password.
Okay. Okay, so now it's not duplicating, right?
Okay.
And that's what we have. I don't think there are any spaces left over here. Let me try again. Okay, so now now it's duplicating.
It is. Or and
Uh-huh.
duplicate it right? Or
Yes, duplicating a password.
okay.
And so I can fix it here like this by backspacing.
Okay. And that's a little cumbersome, but there's that's IT for you. Sometimes that's
Yeah.
something you have to
Mm-hmm.
kind of go with. But
Right.
so
So
everybody.
I'm going to stop sharing too, so you can go on.
Okay.
Hmm?
So is anybody else having issues connecting into the server? Now.
I am.
Okay. What are you seeing?
It's telling me that the password is invalid.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna type the password in and not put those colons. Now in the chat, I'll put it again in the chat. Just grab it from there. Copy that password and put that password in.
It
And let me
still
know.
didn't work.
And for some reason, mine is still duplicating. Is actually triplicating.
Okay.
But
Tell
that
you what, right, open up a notepad and do your Control V there to see exactly what is it putting down.
Okay.
Ms. Campbell, do you mind sharing your screen so I can see what's going on?
Sure.
Hmm.
Okay. The reason why is because it's trying to log you in as C Penny 18.
Okay.
So what we want to do is choose more choices. And we're going to use a different account at the bottom. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. So, okay. And for that username up there, type in lowercase help desk. And then now plug in that password that I gave you. And that should work. There's your certificate.
View certificate or just yes?
Hit yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. And Dr. McBride, were you able to see exactly what it's putting down from the clipboard?
Yes, it was putting some additional letters, characters, and then I actually deleted them and then copied from Notepad to here. And for some reason, mine is duplicating. So no worries. Continue on.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody else having issues getting in, or are we all in and playing around in the server? So let me go ahead and share my screen and continue. So if you have your server open, this is a perfect example of us using the cloud to connect to one machine. This is one machine that I spun up, and it's all using the same, it should be using the same IP address of that 20.121.48.169. If anybody wants to confirm that, go ahead and open up the command prompt and run a IP config on that server to see what the IP address you're getting. In fact, I'll open it up on mine too. Oh, well, I read out the public IP address. Okay, so this is the private IP address. This is, so they gave us a Class A IP address. So what that means is that if I wanted to make now 1,000 machines and create my own environment, I could do that here on the cloud. And let's just say if we all were working into the same environment and we all needed to get onto a computer or have a server assigned to us, I can assign that to you and you can work from home just by using Microsoft Azure. And we're using these types of applications to get things done to the outside world. So this is why the cloud is such a, not just, it's holding Netflix movies that we can watch, or it's going to keep a backup of my personal pictures. It could be, we could have our application that is running our businesses onto these servers, and we can just administer it wherever we are in the world, just by putting in that DNS name, plugging in our username and password. We can reach our server from anywhere and actually run the task on it. So this is the wonderful thing about Azure. Now, this can get very expensive once you start to scale it, right? And leave these machines on, because the reason why they charge you is that you're using someone else's building, you're using their electricity, you're using their memory, their storage to run your business. So they charge you by the hour. So this is why I had it powered down, because if I left it on, then they'll charge me, I think it's $30 an hour or something like that. Or you can get something cheaper. So you can get it from like $6 an hour or something like that, something real cheap. But it's going to give you such bare minimum memory and storage to where you can barely get things done. It'll barely log you in, let alone let 5 other people log into it. Yes, sir. Great.
Okay, so I got a quick question for you. I created my own Azure account, and I have the Windows Server 2019 and Windows 10. And they give you, when you first make the account, they give you $200. I think it's for 30 days, and then it asks you if you want to upgrade to pay as you go. But when I logged in this morning, I was down to $160. I guess, of their money. And I'm trying to figure out, I wasn't on it yesterday. So do I have to sign out of Azure altogether for it to stop charging the money? How does that work?
You see my screen right now?
Your plan?
My screen.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in order to stop the services from charging or using those resources, basically they're saying, hey, when your machine is running, it's using my resources, my power, my air conditioning, everything that's in my Nevada plant, okay? It's using that. Whenever you stop it, you have to stop the actual virtual machine. That's going to stop it from using the network. That's going to stop it from using the storage. That's going to stop it from going out to looking for updates. It's going to actually shut that machine down. That stops the charging for that
okay.
time.
All right.
Okay. So if you sign out, you're signing out of the account, but your virtual machines are still running. Anybody can log into it.
Okay.
So,
okay. All right. I have 3 machines running right now.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I have 3 machines running, I guess, that I created. So I didn't know why it kept charging if I wasn't using it all the time. But I understand now.
Yeah, go ahead, and if you're not using it or it's not running anything that you're willing to pay for, stop it. Stop it, delete
Okay.
it. Whatever you want to do, if you don't want it anymore, delete it. If you want to
Yes, sir.
keep it, you like the configurations of it, stop it, and just spin it back up, start it back again whenever you want to do some work on it. But just realize that when you leave it running for a long period of time or just forever, it's going to start to accumulate cost. Now,
Okay.
this is out of the scope of the test, but you can put in a kind of like a threshold notification, and so you see how I'm still showing my screen. My lab has already accrued $14 for me,
Yes,
but
sir.
I'm getting a good class out of it because I'm hoping that you guys are already going into AD, practicing, setting up some accounts, just playing around, doing whatever you want to do. Because at $14, I could go ahead and shut it down at the end of this class. You guys have already, got the experiences that you wanted, and I'm able. That really doesn't hurt, okay? But you could set up a notification that once you hit a certain threshold, it notifies you and say, hey, you already accrued $50 worth of cost. That way you can say, oh, let me go back into my Azure, shut down this machine for the rest of the month. That makes sense?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I think that's trying to see cost and management. And you could put your notifications here. Cost alerts. And add the budget. This is out of the scope of the exam, but if you're going to be using platforms like this, you got to realize that, hey, man, it costs money to actually use someone else's. We pretty much we got a server for free. You don't have to worry about buying it from Microsoft, getting the key for the operating system. It's free. I mean, well, it's not technically free, but it's just that easy. So they're gonna put some type of price back in it. So you can put basically what I'm saying is that you can put your budget here, and it'll either stop your services or to give you a notification saying that, hey, you hit the threshold of this and you might want to stop these services.
Okay, so we got budget amount there. If you say you want to stop it when it hits $75, then it automatically disconnect the machine that you have running?
I think
Or
it
give you
can
an alert?
automatically do it, or it would just be better for you to just go in there and do it yourself. Hit a threshold and say, okay, let me go back in and shut it down. But if we're talking like that, then just get in a habit of shutting down the machine every time you leave Azure.
Okay, yep, I'm doing that now.
Still have your budget put in place, but just whenever you're leaving Azure, you're leaving your laptop, just go ahead and shut down your virtual machine.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
No problem. Any other questions about Azure? I'm going to go into the users real quick. So if you're on the server right now, you can go into, so we can go into Active Directory, right? And we can go ahead and go to users, and we can create users here. This is the help desk user that everyone is using, right? So if I wanted to, guess what? If I wanted to lock you guys out, I could go ahead and reset my password. It'll shut down. You can if you're still connected, you can still see the server, but once you log out and then try to log back in, then you won't have the updated password. Now, to Mrs. Penny's example, when she was trying to log in, it was trying to log her in as C Penny or C Penny 18, and it couldn't. It was what it was doing. It was looking for her username here in Active Directory and that password to be there in order to authenticate her.
So you can see here this I think this company I've seen before got hit with a ransomware attack. And I don't know if anybody, we're following ransomware attacks or if we know how prevalent they are. Ransomware attacks are notorious. I would say the number one or the number two type of attack that happens other than phishing, right? And phishing is probably going to lead to some type of ransomware attack. And a ransomware attack is where someone encrypts the files on your PC and they ask for a ransom to get it back. Typically, they ask it in the form of a Bitcoin, and they're not asking for a little bit of money like $300 or something like that, right? They're asking for like 24,000 or 48,000, something crazy, in order to get your files back. And when you look at a company like this that's in the healthcare field and they got locked down, you got to look at like how many people's information that was actually encrypted, not on their account, and they can't do anything about it. They've been compromised to the point where they may consider actually paying the hacker to get that information back. Now, um, if you ever come into the situation where you experience ransomware, right? Um, my word of advice to you is always never pay. Always try to re-image the computer and restore it from the backups. So you really want to have backups constantly, right? And we'll talk about backups maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday. But backups is the key. Never pay, because if you pay and you get that key to uncrypt your files, they can always have that software write a backdoor into your PC and just re-encrypt the files maybe 3 months later down the road. So in the case of this particular company, um, they probably, I would have to read it actually. I just looked at the headline and just kind of started talking about it. But if they have some backups, maybe they can go for the backups and actually just kind of discard whatever computer that's been ridden with ransomware. And if not, they may want to consider paying to get the data back in order to save somewhat of the business. But just kind of wanted to, bring that to you guys' attention. Ransomware is always going on. You're never really gonna. Right now, we just don't have enough awareness, I think, in the user environment to avoid ransomware altogether. It kind of starts at phishing and then it evolves into someone actually taking over the computer. All right. With that being said, I think a lot of us have came into the class. Hey, how y'all doing? Let's get into it. Core One, CompTIA A plus. I wanted to show you guys this when we were talking on last week. This is their promotion for the CompTIA A plus exam, and it's split up into two cores, right? So Core One and Core Two. This is 220, 1201, and 1202. 1202, well, 1201 will focus more on a physical hardware subjects. So we're talking about desktops, laptops, memory cards, which we'll talk about today, hard drives, things that we can actually touch with our fingers. Core One is there. Core Two is more on the help desk side, IT side, kind of just getting in, teaching people how to be good service desk members, being able to, be professional whenever they're troubleshooting for someone, making sure that they don't get upset by how long it takes you to actually troubleshoot. Because, fair warning, if you haven't been in IT and you're looking to get into IT, um, people expect you to understand the problem quick, fast, in a hurry and give them an answer yesterday, even though you're fixing it today. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. Core 2 will kind of focus in more on that. Now, it was supposed to drop me down, but it didn't. All right, so these are important dates, the launch dates, right? So typically, this is how it goes. The launch date of or the live time for a CompTIA exam is normally 3 years. So it comes out in 2022, and then it's going to probably sunset 3 years later. Okay. And when it does a sunset, it's actually going to change those numbers on the 1202. It might be a 1203 next time and 1204. So keep those things in mind, that if you guys once we finish the 20 weeks and we decide not to take the exam, but later down the road we do, then check to see which number that they're on, to make sure that you are freshen up on that material. Because once they change that number to a 3 or a 4 on the 12 and the 11, then they're going to probably add some new objective in. All right, and we'll go over the objectives in just a second. So we want to make sure that those things are in place. This site also shows us that it's going to be a 90-minute per exam, and they're going to probably give you around 100 questions. I say 100, they say 90. The reason why I say 100 is because they're going to give you also some things called performance-based questions. So these are the drag and drops. They're going to give you some pictures to look at and then ask you logically, what do you think of the picture? Or what is the scenario happening in that picture? Those typically tend to be like 5 to 6 questions. So yeah, I know my math ain't right. That's 95, 96. Trust me, it's going to be around 100. Let's train for 100 questions, okay? Now, passing wise is going to be a passing score of 675, and that's for the old one. For the new one, is going to be a 700. And these are weighted exams. What that mean? It means that they're going to ask you questions based off of what do you know the least of. And so what that means is that if they're going to ask you, let's say 10 questions, and they're all different weighted questions, and you are knocking out the easy ones on a particular subject. Let's just say it's this, you're knocking out the hardware part easy, but you're having a struggling part on the networking. They're going to start peppering you more on the networking questions. And so that shifts the weight to your weakness. And so that's where, when it comes to our studying, we need to make sure that we have a nice balance of knowing a good bit of everything at a strong level. Meaning, when someone asks you the meaning of binary numbers, we need to be able to explain to them, like if you were teaching someone who's never heard of binary numbers, and we just need to make sure that we can explain it to them to where they can explain it back to us. Okay. That way, when they give you these multiple choice questions, they're not tripping you up, because that's a great way that CompTIA loves to do their exams, is that, and this is on the Security Plus too, they will give you a bunch of stuff to like definitions to remember, but then we like to kind of just know the top level of it, never really kind of go deep into it. And then they will ask a question that's not deep, not necessarily terribly like, oh my God, complicated. They just ask it in a tricky way. And then that tricks you into spending more time on it and second guessing yourself. Okay. So keep those things in mind. Last piece here, and then we'll jump to another screen. Pearson View is where we need to actually sign up and take these tests. So these tests will be at a testing center sponsored by Pearson View, which is so a misconception is that you sign up for the exam on a CompTIA site. We don't do that. You go over here to this site, and I'll put this in our classroom. We want to make sure that we go to this site here. Allow and continue, and we go to sign in for our CompTIA exam via Pearson View. Pearson View will take your zip code and it will show you the testing sites that's around you. Typically, this is going to be like a technical school or a technical college that's near you, maybe an adult education center that's near you. Maybe your local college might have a testing center there, and they will show you the times that you can take those tests. It's typically going to be on a Monday through Friday, but me personally, I like to look for time slots on a Saturday. Um, Only because I don't want to take off work to go take an exam. And just know that, and we'll go over this at the end of core 1 and core 2 when we are preparing for the exam. When we're taking or preparing for those type of test sites, that they um they're trying to take, not trying to take you out of your element. For me personally, it was cold in there and I don't do good cold, so I stopped reading my questions. I was just kind of thinking about, man, warming back up, and that caused me to actually fail, I believe, one of my security plus exams. The So keep those things in mind when you're picking a testing center, and then if you want to actually go to a testing center, these tests are also proctored. What does that mean is that you could take it in your own home, but you got to have your camera on all the time. So it's not like Pivot where you can have it on and you kind of maybe go off camera a little bit or whatnot. They want to see that you're in a solitude space. They're going to ask you to pick your camera up and go around the room to make sure that there's nothing on the desk, nothing on the walls, or anything like that. So it's preferably, um, you need to have a space for that, because they're not going to give you any opportunity to try to cheat on the exam. All right. But they do offer that, especially since COVID happened a couple of years ago. Any questions?
No, officer, and no, professor. I just wanted to say hi. I'm so sorry about that.
Ain't no problem.
I got late because I was like, "What's the link? What's the link? What's the link?"
Not a
Couldn't
problem.
find
It's
the
in
link.
the Google Classroom for tomorrow.
Got it.
I wanted to
Um,
say the price for this. I wanted to say the price. Oh, yeah. Got to put it in the cart now. So, all right. Just to put it in perspective, this is the amount for the exam if we wanted to pay for this out of pocket. All right. So I put this up here just because this is a great opportunity for you guys to get a well-known certification for a good bit of money. All right. So keep those things in mind when it comes to, actually, let's go ahead and knock this certification out if we can, because I believe everybody can get the core 1 and core 2. Now you can take the core 1, and when you're ready to take the core 2, then sign up and take the core 2. Okay, you don't have to take both of them at the same time. They could be separate tests.
So do we get a voucher for that, and would it cover both of them, or how does that work?
From what Dr. Blair was saying, that after the first 9 to 10 weeks, they're going to purchase after the 20 weeks, they will give you an option on whether you want to take all 3 tests, which is the core 1, core 2, and security plus, or if you just want to take the core 1 and core 2, and they will pay for those. So it's really about how you feel, or I'm sorry, on if you don't want to take the core 1 and core 2, you could just take the security plus at the end too. So they give you a kind of a good bit of options at the end to make sure that we get all the material in, which is great. And then 2, whatever you feel strong about and how we actually start to build our resume and our LinkedIn pages, this is where you could decide which core or certification you wanted to go for. So with that being said, when she buys, she's going to get you guys this. This is the Cert Master here. So this is going to be key for not only the 20 weeks, but this is good for a whole year. So please, 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 when you get the email from Dr. Blair or Mary Cruz, that you do not lose this email. Go in here, register for this particular LMS, and open it up. The reason why I stress this so much is because this is going to give you all of the work, all of the literature that you need. Right? This is what we're going over today. It's going to give you all of the lessons. Right? All in literature wise. Then they're going to give you some PBQs. I talked about PBQs a little bit earlier. They're going to give you the PBQs, not necessarily that you're going to see on the exam, but you get an idea of what you may see on the exam. And that's going to be key. And you get to run these over and over and over again. We'll go over one today. Another thing that's great, and James, you hinted at this weekend, is that you'll have labs too in this the Cert Master. You have tons of labs that we can work on. This is also why I stress that we need to be on a laptop or a desktop, is because when we spin these labs up, then I want you to get the idea that we're working in a business environment and we're using our keyboard and our mouse to navigate around. And these labs are perfect for that. So this will give you the experience that you need for the job. These labs here. And that's for the core 1. That's for core 2. Core 2 has labs. Let's go up in there. Right. Core 2 has labs. And then, of course, Security Plus, I have labs as well. And James, this is what you was asking about Kali Linux. Kali Linux will live up in here the most. Now, it is in core 2, I think. But Kali Linux is we'll definitely go over that with these labs here. All right. So to reiterate, these labs will give us the experiences that we are lacking, if we are lacking any, right? And then we could say, hey, if we never mind this is a pop-up that my computer is anyway. The labs will give us the experiences that we need to put on our resumes and on our LinkedIn's. And so if we could get that squared away with our screen recordings, so let me show y'all this. Well, I already took it. Anyway, this is called, let me go to my start menu and type in snipping tool. First of all, raise of hands, who's working on a Windows computer and who got a Mac? I know I heard of one Mac in here. Any more Macs in here?
Just Windows, the real system.
And no comment.
Windows.
All right. Okay. No, it's
I'm with Windows.
okay. It's no okay, I got a couple of Macs. Okay. It's not going to I'll find you a snipping tool there too. But for my Windows users, I'm pretty sure that Apple has a screen recorder defaulted on their PCs. But if you're working on a Windows, I want you to look up snipping tool. So this snipping tool here is what I use to take sorry, y'all. This is what I use to take the picture of the class, right? So this is a native screen grabber. But if I slide this over, matter of fact, I'm gonna just show y'all. If I slide this over, then I can screen record and actually have my mouse moving around. The reason why I want that is because once I hit stop on that screen recorder, it's going to create me a video document. I can go and upload that to my LinkedIn, put it in the caption that this is me working in a lab, working on these particular work points for that particular job that you're trying to get, just showing that you have that drive to work with these different types of systems. So that's what I believe at the end of the 20 weeks, I want to have you guys at least have some videos up on your LinkedIn to show employers that you're working in the field with the tools that we use on a day-to-day basis. All right. So that's your Cert Master. So again, one more thing that they have is they have study questions, tons and tons of study questions, practice, and you could get used to the type of wording that CompTIA uses, and you could constantly build yourself ready for the actual exam. Then, hopefully once we get over that hump of knowing the material, then it'll just come down to, can we have a good breakfast, get a good night's sleep, go in there, good energy, take the test, pass the test, move on to the next thing. Any questions? All right.
So do you need, I have a question.
Hmm?
Do you need to take all three of
Lesson 1, motherboards and connectors. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about, of course, the hardware of a computer, of a desktop, pretty much. But we're going to also, motherboards are in laptops as well, right? So for those that are not as experienced in this type of field, hopefully we go over some things that'll help you out when go to Best Buy and buy your next computer. And for those who are more advanced in IT, been in IT for a while, maybe we go over some things that you maybe glossed over, and you know what, I didn't think about it like that. So, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be good information, and hopefully we have some good conversation over it. All right, let's jump into it. Cable types and connectors. So this is your typical desktop computer, right? So we could sometimes we may call this a tower, but I typically call it a desktop. Reason for it is going to be at a desk. Either it could sit on a desktop, or typically you're going to see it under a desk, right? But these are typically your more cheaper computer nowadays, where when I was growing up, these were terribly expensive. Not even really. Let's not talk about laptops, but these are probably in all your businesses that you can go into, whether it's a gas station, a library, or a banking company. You're gonna probably see some type of desktop tower around. And in core one, we typically talk about what's the maintenance for a tower. We typically don't want to have them close to a wall. We want to have some type of ventilation for them. Um, if you have a tower in your house, or if you see one that's kind of just confined with other things and it can't really breathe around this area here, so you see these vents down here, these vents are meant for that airflow to go in, and then it goes out on the back end where the fan is at. And so it generates a lot of heat on that motherboard because it's constantly thinking, constantly trying to um, get rid of the commands that we've given it, and so it creates heat. We need to dissipate that heat some type of way. But if we have those things clogged up, then we could typically overheat a tower pretty easily. When I was in Iraq, it was easy to actually, first get them filled with dust, and then second, by then, Iraq would get up to 130 easy on a summer day. It would easily overheat as well if we had them stuffed away in the corner of a desk versus it being out and on top of a desk and where it could breathe. Now, in this tower, we see different things such as a CD drive or optical disk drive, and then we have two bays that we can put more additives or more components to our desktop, right? So for those that are into gaming, we can take our PC tower and add more components to it that we see fit. But typically in a business environment, these things are kind of preset and pre-built, and we're not going to really add anything to it. Security wise, if we're talking about cybersecurity here, if we already have it pre-built, then you don't get to add anything as an employee. That's a no-no. Don't do that. Okay. So this is the back of the tower, right? So we have not only do we have a fan here, which is, you see all these dots here. This is one fan for the actual motherboard and the CPU, but you have a fan here for that the power supply. And typically sometimes in servers, these power supplies can go bad and we need to change these things out. But and what I mean by bad, not the actual power here, but the fan may go bad and it's not allowing that heat to dissipate. So we need to change those things out, right? Now you also have their connectors back here, whether it be USB, HDMI, DVI, VGA, sound, all of these inputs here. But as you can see here, sometimes you have a redundancy of it to where we can use our expansion cards, our expansion being able to expand our capabilities and be able to add even more features down here, right? Now we don't have them in use. We typically keep these. It's kind of like a little small tin plate on it, and it's easy to go into the side of a desktop and actually open it up in order to see um, the components in the desktop. I had a picture here. Now I got to get y'all back on my computer. So you can see here that this computer is on. You typically open these computers up on their side, and you could go in and put different components in and slot them in there, and they are typically plug and play. So no major configurations that you got to really do. Um, the computer will actually, when I say plug and play, take it and actually make it work right then and there. Like typically, like when you plug in a mouse or a keyboard, it just works. After now, in some cases, you may see the drivers download if you got one of the high speed uh, mice or keypads, but typically it just works because nothing really special to do. All right, it's not an application where I'm not getting into that. All right, and I'm sorry, y'all, if you hear me trying to talk myself back. I don't want to get down the rabbit hole, but y'all just let me know if you want me to explain something or not. But all right, let's keep it moving.
I was getting ready to ask you too about the now we're used to those standard size towers like that, but now they make the more what they call mini towers,
Yeah,
things like that. So that pretty much would be about the same too, right?
more efficient. I would think the best thing about it is that it frees up space. If we don't have to, in security, we have something called a clean desk policy. And just like it says, if the less mess I could keep on my desk, more than likely I can keep any type of uh, sensitive information off my desk as well. Well, guess what? That desktop might be sensitive information too. And it's easy for a janitor, somebody posing as a janitor, to put the janitor shirt on, come in there, snatch the desktop, walk on out the door. Now, if it's a smaller desktop, I get it. You might be setting yourself up. But this is why we have the meetings. We have a meeting every Monday morning, and we talk about where we want to go when it comes to cybersecurity. Where do we want to push the business? And we have to be that we have to know what's best for the business security wise, and then make those different types of suggestions. So, in your point, you may say, "Hey, they got the smaller ones now." I might contradict that, not contradict, but I might counter that by saying, let's make a certain department have the smaller ones. ones that maybe it's the HR department. And the reason why I said the HR department is because they are behind a closed locked door, a combination door at that. So that eases my mind of someone going in there and actually taking the desktop. Now, efficiency may come off of the what we're going to talk about, the SATA drive, how much RAM they got into it. How beefy is the machine? Do we really need it beefed up? Because if we need it beefed up, then maybe our marketing department needs to have that in order to, do a lot of media files and things like that and have a lot of processing power. But maybe legal doesn't need a beefed up machine. Legal just needs to open up Microsoft Word. So we don't really, we take all those things into consideration. So long story short, we have to talk about it.
Well, but then I know that they can put these codes and stuff on there. Well, of course, we just did talk about this earlier about the security measures. To whereas if a person tries to walk out the door with one of those little smaller ones, there's a tag that's on there that would set off the security alarm, let them know somebody's trying to walk about the door with one of them.
Yeah, there's, but let's say if we can't afford that, right? And you get me going down the rabbit hole. If we can't afford that particular system, maybe we do audit checks every month on our assets. We put the sticker on there, our serial number, and then we have the intern go in there. Hey, intern, thanks for applying. Go and make sure that all of our equipment is here, and we make sure that if someone takes something, maybe we can remote wipe it whenever they do power it up and it connects to the internet. We'll learn about that in mobile device management. Uh, maybe we can't put that on the desktop. Maybe we can. But it's all about how much the budget is. If we had unlimited budget, if we worked at Google or Amazon, yeah, we could do a lot of high speed stuff. But if we're working at if we working at the local bank that's just local for our particular county, man, we might not have that. We might have to come up with creative ways to have those things in place. Good question, though. All right. Let's jump into peripheral devices. Peripheral. When you think about peripherals, anything that's right on the peripheral eyes, right on your sides, things that plug into the machine, things that are not necessarily there, but can talk to our machines. And our typical one will be a SATA drive or what we may call a thumb drive, not a thumb drive, external drive. That was a perfect example. What y'all seen that window that popped up, and I kind of stopped in the middle and said, "Hey, that's just my computer acting crazy." That's a bad cable on my external drive that's constantly disconnecting and reconnecting with my computer. So that SATA hard drive is a peripheral device that we can plug into our computer here. Now that could be our phones too, right? Our tablets, watches, smart devices. All of those things can be considered as a peripheral device that the computer can look at and actually talk to. Not necessarily talk the whole language of that particular device, but they can acknowledge that it's there, right? You typically, when I say that, you typically see that when you plug in an Apple iPhone to a Windows desktop. I recognize the iPhone. I may not be able to talk to it unless I get a piece of software that can talk to the iPhone. Whereas a proprietary piece, uh, MacBook, and any of the Apple devices, the ecosystem is top notch. Any Apple product can talk to any other Apple product, but they don't talk to nobody else like that. Moving on. Different types of USB cables. So what we've seen over the past couple of years, and I don't know if you guys have paid attention to it, we have seen a ton of USB-A type A's, right? So we've seen this square type of input here with the square male piece here that will slide into the square pieces, right? We've seen that a ton, but now they're moving to a more C type of bills. And what I mean by that is that a lot of manufacturers are putting in type C USB ports versus the type A's now. Type C's is going to be able to transfer data a lot quicker, and is going to be faster when it comes to charging. You can run, I want to say, up to 100 watts on a particular USB C cable, but you have to have the right ones. Um, you can't have a kind of like a lower end USB C. You need more of a higher end that can transfer video data across that wire as well. All right. Now, given these other ports here, Core One does want you to understand the looks of these different cables, and they will want you to know the speeds of these cables. You will see those speeds whenever we get the cert master for you when we start to read the they. I wouldn't say you would need to know the speed by uh verbatim, but it'll be good to go over 'em. So these micro type B micro USBs, these used to be for the old Androids, and then they made that transition into USB A's. As the same thing where a lot of these ports actually, some of them are still in production, when a lot of them, such as the Type B, may not be in production as much. The Type B Mini, I'm sorry, not much in production, but the Type B for both 3.0 and a 2.0, you may see on a lot of printers as a direct connection. All right, moving on. We got HDMIs and display ports. Now, the one thing that I've learned is that HDMI, in my opinion, was the end all be all when it came to clarity and showing the best picture on a desktop or any type of monitor or a TV, right? But if you have the right graphics card, because I've been introduced to gaming PCs not too long ago. If you got the right graphics card, a display port will definitely give you the clarity that you want. Not saying that a HDMI is bad, but um, the clarity from the display port I have seen to be a lot noticeable. But at the same time, the graphics card on those gaming PCs are robust, and that was the picture that we had earlier. They are robust, and we'll get to it later. Another thing about display ports is that they can be daisy chains, and the daisy chain is where we take our desktop monitor or desktop computer, but we have multiple monitors hooked to that particular computer. So, like I told you guys on last week, that I have the whole class on my left monitor, but on my monitor that's straight ahead, I see the actual slides. Not saying that these are daisy chains, but in a daisy chain type of method where you could plug in one cable and then ride that over to the other monitor in order to have the same um, picture. All right. Thunderbolts. So remember when I was talking about the USB-C, the 3.0s, these are typically also going to be called Thunderbolt cables. And these USB-Cs can be used to charge a laptop at the same time as show the picture on on a monitor. So you could take one USB-C cable, plug it into your monitor and run it into your laptop or your desktop, and it should be able to power. Well, I'm sorry, the laptop. It should be able to charge that battery from the monitor as well as give you a picture at the same time. These are wonderful. If you can get your hands on them. Pretty penny though for one cable. Now, we all should be familiar with this. Quick question. Do we have a lot of iPhone users in the class? I'm assuming. Cool. Thumbs up. All right. So we all know about this infamous lightning connector here that's going away. Or anybody still use this? Getting a lot of yes. All right. Nothing wrong with that. Lightning connector, proprietary to iOS devices. Like I said, anything in the Apple ecosystem, they got it down packed. Now, personally, I'm not an Apple person, so you may see a little hate on my face, but especially when I talk about Apple products. But I admire them to a certain point. Like, I think they have a wonderful marketing department, but they don't really tell you what you're buying, right? Like, so for the the iPhone 16, you really don't, other than the Apple Intelligence, what are you actually getting out of that phone? They don't really tell you. They just kind of pull on your heartstrings or whatnot with the commercials. But I digress. Anyway, Lightning connector, proprietary to iOS devices. Now, appreciate that. The SATA connection for the hard drives. The hard drives, when we go and talk about plugging in different hard drives to our motherboard, they have these connections that look like this, right? So let's go ahead and show you that. And you can see how it's notched out with these right angles, that it's only a couple of cables that could probably fit that. And the wonderful thing about, if you are getting a job being a technician or have to change out any type of hard drive, you don't have to really worry about getting your cables crossed up. Typically, when you open up a hard drive, open up a desktop, you have cables that are just going to fit in one spot, and that's pretty much it. So they make it kind of foolproof to where you could just interchange things out. But these data cables are going to send data back and forth, as well as the power cable is actually going to spin that disk up. So if I bring that back up here, this hard drive is an actual disk that, once powered on, if you've seen it in older PCs, you kind of, if you touch that PC, maybe if the fan is not running, you might feel the disk actually spinning real fast, right? And when it comes to the destruction of these things, well, I'm sorry, these actually write to the disk when it comes to the changes that we want to make. But it happens as it spins. Now, with solid state drives, and these are solid state drives right here, these are more sleeker, smaller hard drives. They still have the proprietary connectors, as we see here, but these are going to allow you to have more of a performance enhancement on your computer versus the old SATA drive here. SATA drive will boot up, but it might take a while for it to get through its paces and actually you can get to working. But these SATA drives, these joints, these hard drives are actually boot up a whole lot faster, especially once we start to add on our memory on top of it. All right, any questions? Back up off that.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this information gonna also be in that, the sheet that you said that the email that they're gonna send us at the end,
Yes.
it's gonna all be in there?
Yes, that Cert Master we were talking about?
Yes.
Oh yeah. This is where I
Okay.
pull my slides from.
Okay, I was just wondering, because it's a lot to write down and try to keep up.
I told you it's that's why I'm recording it, and our
Okay.
recordings will go into the classroom. So it's this kind of sets the tone of what we're gonna be doing day after day after day. So hopefully, I'm sorry if it's
No,
if I'm
you're
getting
fine.
a lot of eyes glazed over, but yeah, I'm going through my slides. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just wondering.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, motherboards. So when it comes to our motherboard, right? This is the brain for the computer. This is going to be where everything is being processed. So we put inputs to our computers via our keyboards and mice. We point at the things that we want to, interact with. We type the things that we want to change, and the motherboard is there to take all of the changes that you want to make. A motherboard. I didn't get a picture of it, but I could pull one up real quick. A motherboard is going to typically look like this, and you got different components that you can either plug into it, those peripherals, or it's just going to live there permanently, such as once you put your memory in here in one of these slots, it'll live there, or your CPU will live there. But this rectangle, this whole thing is a motherboard, and we typically want to put this into our desktop, and then how robust we make this will be the performance that we actually see. So a lot of times when you see when you go to Best Buy or you go to buy your next computer and you see how they're saying, hey, you could get an i3, a i5, or i7, that's telling you what type of processing power that it's able to perform. And so when it comes to that processing power, that computer is going to take everything that you give it as far as a command and break it down to ones and zeros, right? Get that binary instruction. And I'll go back in a little bit on that. But it's going to take every instruction that you give it and try to complete it, right? And it won't move on to the next thing until it completes that particular command. The thing is that it does a ton of commands all at the same time. Well, in human eyes, it kind of looks like the same time, but in a computer world, it's one by one. This is called a task manager, right? So your task manager is running all of these services, all particularly in our eyes at one time. But what it does is that it's running all these things at the same time, and it's constantly going back to these different services, creating completing tasks that each one of these things wants to do, right? So with the with the computer that I got, I need to be able to run Zoom as well as show you my slides, as well as have a microphone and a camera and talk on the internet and have my antivirus running at the same time down here. Bluetooth is on. I should turn that off. Um, and also that's just what I see is that's important to me. But you also have all of these services too that may be running, may be stopped. But that processing power is going to allow me to do more things at one time. Now, your memory is going to be paired up with that. Your memory is going to allow you to remember to go back to these certain things or to have a lot of applications open up at one time and still have a good um, performance into it. So of course we all seen computers that's been bogged down with performance and it's just kind of lagging along, not really getting there. If we up the SATA, if we up the hard drive space, maybe give it a little bit more space that it needs, right? Or we up the CPU on it to be able to hold more, be able to process a lot quicker and faster, and then give it a lot more memory to remember to go back to all of these services, we'll start to see performances like this: quick, fast, ready to go. That's where going into gaming PCs, it really kind of is remarkable when you think about it, is that people are able to interact with each other almost in real time. And when you think about all of the components that goes into that, it's happening at split seconds. I mean, split seconds, where when you mash your A button or controller, it's actually putting that input in across the network to someone in California, and they're able to see it almost in real time. So your computer needs to have that type of, when I say robustness, that's what I mean by it's able to take those commands that we're putting in and transfer it into binary information back to someone else's computer to where they could see the results of it. Now, let's go into binary numbers, right? Binary numbers are plain and simple ones and zeros. While we may see the alphabet here, letters, numbers, symbols, the computer doesn't see that. The computer sees 1 and 0, and 1 means that it's on, and 0 means that it's off. We will get deeper into that in networking. But for right now, just write down binaries, ones and zeros. 1 is on, 0 is off. Whenever it reads, that's the machine language, right? So, quote unquote, you could write that down too. That's called machine language, and that's how they talk to each other, through ones and zeros. They will then turn that back into something that humans can read and show us the end results of it. All of these things is happening like that. We already talked about the CPU. But yeah, that's why it's really important when you're going to, look for another computer, or you're looking to upgrade your computer, see what you have in place. System information. If you're on a Windows PC, you can go to your system information piece right here and see what you got. I have, what am I looking for? The install memory. Got a lot of memory here. Now, typically what a normal user will need is probably 8 gigs of memory to be decent, right? To be decent, meaning we're doing regular stuff. We're not doing nothing intensive. What's intensive? Creating a video, being able to download a video in 4K, upload a video in 4K. That's intensive work. Being able to transfer all of that clarity in a video down to ones and zeros, right? Then over to the network and back into a 4K video for YouTube or whatever. So those things are intensive on a computer. But typically a normal person will probably need 8 gigs of memory. And then when it comes to that iCore, I would say i3, i5. i5 is probably your sweet spot. i7 is a little bit overkill. The reason why I got an i7 is because I needed to do Zoom. And Zoom is such a high resource of type of application that when you really break down that we all have our can y'all hear me? Might need to check your
Yes,
settings on your computer, Mary.
but I can.
Okay, appreciate it. Um, the you can get an i3, i5, or i7, so you can see my SATA drive just pop back up, right? Minimize that. Oh, I was talking about Zoom. Zoom is such a intensive type of application where we all have our cameras on, as well as you can hear me in a real time. I may be a little bit laggy, right? But that goes with anything. Even if we're talking on a cell phone, I could be in real time a little bit laggy. But Zoom is taking my picture and then is taking the picture of my computer and showing you that screen, as well as bringing over my voice to go along with it. Those things are all being broke down just in that area. Um, and it takes a lot of resources up to do that. I remember that I didn't have the resources on my computer before, and I would drop the call a lot, or I would have to turn off my computer, my camera, in order to stay connected to the phone call. Because if your network is not really working that well, your video could take up a lot of resources just to kind of bring that feed over. All right. When we're talking about actually doing troubleshooting going into these desktops, we need to be safe, right? As humans, we carry electrical currents. We could shock that CPU and kill the whole computer, right? Just by electrical static shock. So, in order to eliminate that, you may see some shops that have a strap like this, a electrical static strap that you could put across your wrist and now open that computer up and work in that motherboard without actually worry about shocking something accidentally. Now, yeah, you want to take your rings off, any type of jewelry. Um, some places have anti-static mats that we can stand on, and I've seen people do that. I even seen them take off off their shoes whenever they're standing on that mat in order to just kind of bring the reduction of anything happening down even more. But remember this picture. Now, every place doesn't have this. You probably, every place just doesn't have that. Um, and I would say is more of people not knowing versus not wanting to have it. But these are the type of things that we could put in place to help us out. That could be a little bit inexpensive. All right. So when it comes to that motherboard, when it comes to the placements of it, we have our memory slots here. This is where we can put that memory. We can always upgrade our memory. So if we have eight 8 gigs of RAM, we can always upgrade to 16 gigs of RAM. We can always upgrade to 32 gigs of RAM if we wanted to pay for that particular storage. Um, that's not necessarily a thing that we always want to do, but it's possible. If you wanted to get a used computer and upgrade it with just the components in the inside, that's a good way of um, taking something that's inexpensive and then spending the money in the good spots in order to bring the performance up for it. The CPU is typically going to be on every motherboard, somewhere in the center of the motherboard, and it's going to probably have some type of fans around it or ducking system to keep the CPU cool. Remember, this CPU is going to be doing all of the thinking for your computer, so it's going to get hot quick. And so we typically put it like a little paste on it um, to hold it in place, and then you will have a kind of like a clamp over it to hold it down. But then you want to make sure that your fans, if we remember here in this slide here, our fans that's located here behind these perforated holes here, that is actively cooling our CPU at the same time, because it's going to be doing a lot of thinking constantly. Now, our in and out port. So whenever you see I/O, that means in and out port. So either we're doing an input in or output out. Um, these things are going here, typically on the edge of a motherboard. Okay. Now, we talked about SATA storage. Let's talk about M2. M.2s. This is going to be for these are hard drives, right? Our SATA drives, but the M.2s are going to be typically for your smaller, thin form factor type of laptop. So we're talking about our MacBook Airs, even our MacBook Pros. These maybe something that I would say a MacBook Air is probably thinner that would use an M.2, but MacBook Pro would probably be a little bit thicker to where you could put a solid state drive in there. But these are going to be spots for you to get a more up to date type of SATA drive for it, and it's going to be sleeker in order to have a more streamlined design. And like I said, going into uh, MacBook Airs, Samsung tablets, a lot of iPads, things of that nature are going to probably use these M.2s for their hard drives. All right, y'all bear with me. We almost there. All right, PCI slots. So when we're talking about the PCI slots, these are expansion slots that we could put in different video graphics cards and sound cards. So even though we may have the basic ones that come with our computer, we may want to upgrade that, right? We may want to get more of a deeper, richer sound out of our computer. Maybe we want to get better graphics out of our video card. This is where we can upgrade those things at here. And going back to my computer picture, our video cards typically look like these. And the reason why I wanted to show this picture again is because look how much room this video card would take up in the doggone tower. The tower is already kind of beefed up as it is. But to say that, we can try to put that at the back of that desktop, it just lets you know that this is going to be much more than what you actually get. When you get a regular tower that just has a normal video card in there. These video cards are built to maybe have their own dedicated memory. You definitely see the obvious fans that they're needing to have the cooling mechanism, not only for the tower but for themselves. So as we can see as a common thing so far is that fans are necessary when it comes to high intensity work on a particular desktop. Necessity. Because once it gets hot, man, it'll shut down on you. And then that's when we go into losing information. Do we have the backups? We essentially created our own denial of service type of environment. And we'll go over denial of service in Security Plus. Now, you have different form factors when it comes to your motherboards. The one that I wanted to bring up here is the ATX, and those are typically in the ITX, which are typically going to be your small factor that we talked about earlier in class today. But the ones that, just kind of the extreme small factor will be your Raspberry Pis. And in certain environments, a Raspberry Pi will actually be perfect for. Sorry, I had it somewhere. Here it is. It'll actually be perfect for certain tasks that we want to do in a building. So if we wanted to maybe have something what we call digital signages, where if you ever been into like a bank or a medical facility and they have like like a billboard or something like that that's on the wall and it shows kind of just only thing it shows is just a slideshow, right? And it just has different projections up there. Well, that's not having a cable ran back to the data closet. It probably has a small factor motherboard on there being able to be programmed to run that type of application on there. And so these are, as you can see, fit in your hand, the palm of your hand. And so it's easy to just take this to the back of a computer or a monitor, hang it up on the wall, and then be able to connect to it via Wi-Fi. Okay. So this is where your small factors will come into play.
So would that be like us plugging in these HDMI monitors to our systems?
What do you mean?
You know, like you were saying, with the graphic cards and stuff like that. If we plug in some HDMI monitors, would those type of
Like the Raspberry Pis be able to run it?
yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The Raspberry Pi is just kind of, I don't know, you'll be able to see that, but I have a laptop. It's a laptop that can fit in your hand. It just doesn't have a display port. I mean, a display for it. So, like you said, you just take that cable, run it into the endpoint, into the input that it has for it, and hook it up to any monitor. It should work just the same as any other computer. Okay. Now, on one end, we did see the in and out port, but we also have the ports that we could put in fan connectors here. Um, as we already seen that it's so many different things that we could put in just the desktop, not necessarily our laptops, but just the desktops. That another fan may be needed, or if we're gonna, really get high speed and do a water cool system and have that type of system run through and cool our system as well. Those things need to get power. They are typically going to be on the edge of our motherboard. As we already talked about, my graphic cards could be, I want to say, just as big as a doggone some old school phones, bricks, and they hinge into place into those PCI slots just like memory does. So it's just a snap down. Make sure that we snug those things in place. Make sure that we have enough space so that fan can have a good airflow too. So we don't want that just to be compacted against something else, and then it doesn't give an airflow. It's going to run hot. You're not going to, get the performance that you want. You might not even be able to have it turn on just because it's going to get that hot. You got to think, once you're starting to add this type of video card to it that has its own dedicated memory, that is going to ask that is going to ask that PC that I'm sorry, that CPU card to actually work harder, process a lot faster. It's going to work that even more, so it's going to build up more heat in turn of that. So we just keep those things in mind when it comes to the airflow that we talked about first thing in the class today. Could it affect the video quality? If we're talking about like fuzziness or showing the sharpness of it, so if it's downgrading to like a 240p, and it should be showing at a 1080p. So the question was, if a computer running hot, could it affect that? I'm not going to say no, but I would tell you as a professional, nah, it shouldn't affect it. But the rabbit hole is there for me to want to jump down in and say, yeah, could affect it. And the reason why I say that is because if it's running slow, then it could be affecting the network that needs to have that clarity for it, right? So if you have high speed internet, or if you getting a good connection, then you should be able to clear out all that bufferness, because that's what you're really seeing. You're seeing things that's not being buffered out, and then it's not being able to, if it was able to buffer it out, you'll see it clear all the way through, right? And you'll kind of see how sometimes when you're watching a YouTube video, it preloads like that gray part on the timeline. If it doesn't kind of like just constantly keep jumping ahead and ahead, it it could be the network is not that fast. So real quick, while I jump down this rabbit hole that you put me down, if you go to your favorite browser, type in speed test. So if you run a speed test, if you get anything over, I want to say 50 megs upload, you should be decent enough to go ahead and run any type of internet application. Now I got some Wi-Fi 6s up in here because again, I try to do everything that's based upon what I'm doing with Zoom. So with Zoom, I need the internet to be super fast all the time because at the same time I don't have cable, and we'll get to that anyway. I don't have cable, so everything that's running downstairs on a TV is running on the internet too. So I need everything to be um, super fast as much as possible. Now this number can also be 50 something, and then I wouldn't be able to Zoom with y'all. I would have to restart my router and restart the extenders that I got here too. Yep. So
So you
that's a little
said,
nice.
I'm
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Go
You
ahead.
said a good download speed would be 50.
I would say 50 to
Okay.
be like no, well, upload. So when you
Okay,
upload,
gotcha. Okay.
well, I'm sorry. The download part is fine because that's bringing it to you. Upload is when you're
Right.
putting it into the internet.
Okay.
So the upload, I don't really care about the upload, but the download, I need
At least
y'all
50.
to all show me your picture as quick as possible
Okay.
and
Gotcha.
everything coming in. And it could be congested. And if you're having a congested network, in turn, you could have a fuzzy picture. So, long story short, it depends. All right, good question though. Sound cards, just like video cards, can be upgraded. CompTIA will want you to kind of know the color codes here. Now, we don't typically use these anymore because this is old school. This is super old school, especially with the 3.5 jacks. Um, you probably don't even see audio jacks on phones anymore. When the last time y'all seen an audio jack on anything? So sometimes, and you might see this as a recurring theme in Core One. Sometimes they are talking about old school technology, which in turn goes back to when I first started talking about CompTIA, and they giving it a 3-year window that they may change it up. And then once they change it up, they may change sound card to AI and start talking about AI and stuff like that. So, but for right now, um, they want you to, I would say, familiarize yourself with the green being audio out and the mic being the it's really a pink color, but I remember when I was small, this might have been like an off red too. But either way, it's the only color like that. All right, let's jump into it. The NIC card, network interface card. So if your NIC card could be on a laptop or a desktop, um, if you can use a NIC card versus Wi-Fi, use the NIC card. This is the way you get connected to the internet if you didn't know. This is what looks like a telephone port on your computer. And if you're able to establish internet connection with the Ethernet cord, always, 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 and twice on Sundays, use a NIC card. It's just going to have a better connection. Wi-Fi is going back to what we were talking about with the fuzziness. Wi-Fi can be interrupted by so many different things. If you have a storm outside, it could be interrupting the Wi-Fi waves. If you have a strong microwave around your router, that could be interrupted in it. Um, case in point, if you have slow internet, and if your router, your modem that came from the telephone company, if that's tucked away, like surrounded by different things, or just kind of is not in the open, then that's degrading your Wi-Fi signal as well. We need to get that thing open. We preferably want to have it in the middle of the house, away from everything, in order to give a good signal off. If it's not able to do that, then it's breaking it down. So I'm old enough to remember a radio, and a radio that has an antenna. And back in the day when I wanted to listen to a particular station, I would have to put the antenna a certain way in order to get a clear signal, right? So same thing with a Wi-Fi signal is that we just don't have antennas, right? They give you the little box, and then they don't. We are accustomed to not actually turning the box, but when you think about it, it's just giving off a radio signal, and the radio signal can be degraded through walls. So if we have, like, I'm upstairs, right, and my router is downstairs. Well, think about all the studs, drywall, and I'm up on a whole different floor. So it's a floor, subfloor that I got to go through just to get my Wi-Fi signal. That's going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible signal. So in my case, I wanted to, have a good signal up here. I got what we call a reciprocator. It takes the signal and it replicates it up here upstairs. But it also has a NIC card on it. So that's why you got to see me have like a for something download on the thing, because I'm running it on Ethernet. So, if y'all ain't doing nothing this weekend and you wanted to have a better signal, see if you can move your internet box, or if, call your internet company up and say, hey, will you charge me to move this? And if they don't charge you, tell them to come out there and move the modem to a open space in your living room, or wherever you're having dead spots at. Move that modem so it can have a better way to get that signal to you.
So you don't use the range extenders or anything like that?
Yeah, that's why I call repeaters. I got these right here. Google Range Extenders. Where them things at? This right here. These right here. Man, oh man. Running two. You only need one, but I got two. You only need really just one though. This joker right here run Wi-Fi 6, and you plug one up. Well, what I did is I plugged one up to my modem, and then I put the other one up upstairs right beside my computer up here where I'm talking to y'all at now, and plug in my Ethernet cord, and it's been running fine. And I still need to reset it, like maybe every 3 or 4 months. Just kind of unplug it, plug it back in. That's good maintenance though for anybody up here too. If your Wi-Fi is just kind of sluggish at this point, it's not gonna hurt anything. Before you go to bed tonight, unplug it for 10 seconds, plug it back up, go to bed, come wake up in the morning. It should run naturally faster, because sometimes it just gets bogged down.
Well, see, I just recently switched to the Verizon home internet.
Yeah.
Had that box there that I use, and it's pretty good for the space that I'm in.
I'll tell you another thing you could do. If y'all want, you should call your telephone company and just have them. You should be entitled to a upgrade in modem. Tell them to come out there and just upgrade your modem to the Wi-Fi 6. If you're running 5G, which, okay, we'll get into that during networking, but sometimes you might see 5G here. But
Mhm.
what I'm saying is that there's a whole network technology for 6G. And if your modem is not designed to read that, then it's not going to be able to read it. But that's where we're at. If they, well, put it like this, if you haven't had one upgrade since you had internet in your household, call them up to see if you get a free upgrade. They may just give you one. I know my company does that. So it was worth a shot for faster internet. You may not need the new plan, because what they want to do is they want to push, hey, we got gigabit, 1 gigabit home internet, faster speed than ever. We'll upgrade you now at the low cost of $100,000. And then you come in and then they give you a new modem where you could have just asked for the new modem. So instead of getting the plan too.
Well, mine says 5G UW.
On the network?
Yeah.
Call them and see. Can't hurt. The only thing they can say, we ain't got it.
Professor,
Yes,
I've
ma'am.
heard that the say for example you get a 5G program, but in reality it's 4G or 3G. That
Now,
there are places that do that. Like for example, Metro PCS does that.
don't get that confused with your mobile signals. Now, in the mobile signals, I kind of believe that it might be we're still on the 4G LTE. That LTE means long-term evolution. So with that acronym of 4G LTE, that really kind of says that we're never going to go higher than that. But then it was just this quick push to push 5G out, right? We got 5G out, and I don't know if y'all paid attention, you realize how like Apple didn't pick up the 5G marketing scheme. They didn't really market it to the 5G whole, hey, we got it now. It was just kind of like we
Not
go
to
ahead.
throw shade on any Apple owners, my dad is one of them, but Apple is basically the same the same system on every phone, like since the oldest phone of Apple that came out. Technically speaking, the software is not literally updated. It's just a marketing scheme. At least that's what I've been told.
I'm not gonna go that far, but they do have similar skins. You could have an older phone and still, if the OS can fit on that phone, they will push it to that phone. But you may not have certain features. So I'm assuming, everybody might get a text feature and it may look the same on the interface, but they may not get Apple Intelligence if they don't have the iPhone 16. So, but I understand what you're saying, and it's not bad though. At the same time, when I really think about Apple, I try to have all like my parents have Apple phones. Not saying that it's an old person phone, but I don't have to explain nothing to them when it comes to an Apple phone. They get it. When it comes to a Samsung, man, you might have to throw that in the water, because there's so many things that you can do with a Samsung phone that can be complicated and then frustrating for the user. So while I don't get with Apple, I understand why they have a set standard of what they do, which is actually a great security standard, because they don't let you really change much about anything. But then Samsung, on the other hand, man, we out here, and I ain't gonna get into that. All right. Let's finish up. We got 5 slides, and then I'm gonna let y'all. Well, I gotta do the Then we get into this PBQ. All right, legacy cables. So keyword here, legacy. Keyword. Give me 1 second. Keyword is legacy. We may see it, we may not see it anymore. DVIs and VGAs kind of been, out of pocket for the last 20 years. No, I would say 10. I would say 10. Um, I was still using some VGA cables. And the thing about VGA cables is that they're going back up in prices. Like they really want $20 at Office Depot for one VGA cable. But either way, um, these are video cables that are typically being phased out by HDMIs and display ports. So older technology may have these. So if you run across these in an environment, and don't get me wrong, when you get into the IT field, you will run across some old technology where they're just going to your client is going to expect for you to know what this is and then how to fix it. And sometimes this stuff just doesn't work with other things. Um, SCSI ports. These are typically going to be on old school printers and scanners. Um, if you have been into a car dealership, you may seen this connector on a printer that they use carbon copies on, and this printer is old school because it uses that it prints on 3 different shades of paper. This is typically what they're going to use as a connector, SCSI. So small computer system interface, but it's pronounced that. So whenever, and the thing about CompTIA is that they will use the acronym 9 times out of 10. They will expect for you to understand what SCSI is. So please keep that in mind. Yes, perfect. The HVAC system. Sometimes the older technologies, especially when it comes to those industrial tools, they may not have a manufacturer to actually upgrade the actual material uh devices. So that's the problem that I'm working with. I work for an industrial employer, and we have a lot of out of date legacy technology. And so, from a cybersecurity standpoint, it puts us at risk every day just because we can't upgrade it. We can't upgrade the computer on the conveyor belt because then the conveyor belt stops. And if we stop the conveyor belt, then we don't get out. We make Raid bottles for the spray Raid. If we don't have the conveyor belt running, then Raid doesn't put out their bottles. So we have to keep that running, but we just have to come up with different compensating controls to make it secure. RS 232s. These are different devices that may use these communication pieces. Last time I seen this was for actual routers and firewalls, the actual appliance to be put into the rack. In order to connect it, you will have one side that's a RS 232, and the other side will be a USB port that plugs into your laptop. Okay. PS/2 keyboard and mouse. That goes back to similar to our color coded sound card. So that PS/2 will typically have different ports or different inputs for our mouse and um, a keyboard. All right, last slide here. We got adapter cables. So sometimes these cables may have different ends on them, and we need these specialty cables in order to kind of bridge the technologies together. Sometimes we may have a HDMI to VGI or a HDMI to a display port. Sometimes we may have that USB-C to a USB-A. The thing about these hybrid types of adapters is that if the technology doesn't know how to use it, then it's kind of, I'm sorry, Sierra, go ahead. I'm sorry.
For the, are we gonna have to know like how many pins, like for the cables or?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I would say learn the pins and learn the speeds.
Okay. Pins and speeds. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. For the technology, for them to have a kind of like a hybrid system, if it doesn't know if the technology or the device doesn't know how to interact with the input that's coming in from the USB-C, right? It may not respond to it at all. And so just keep those things in mind, that just because it has the end of one thing and the end for the other thing that you need doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to talk to each other all the time. Maybe the device is not built for that. All right. I know I went through a lot, but that's it for lesson 1. Oh, hold on. We got some pictures here. We went over all of these except for one, but I'm pretty sure everybody know what that is. No particular order. This is a simulation of a PBQ, performance-based question. This is what CompTIA put in front of you. Maybe as like the first 5 questions will be like this, and they want you to drag and drop. They may give you a scenario and tell you to read the scenario and then drag and drop it in the proper spots. The only thing I want you to do is to look at the picture and just, anybody can tell me from the class, just tell me what it is and why do you know what it is. So let's go with this first one. Anybody, let me know what it is.
A disk drive.
Removable
For my,
storage.
selections down here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's removable. No, not removable storage. Yeah.
Are you pointing at something or?
Okay, the first one is the SATA drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see you, Miles. Sorry.
My bad.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Why do we know that's a B? Why is that a SATA drive?
It has the disc on it.
Right.
Where the shape of it is a little smaller than the bigger one.
Okay. I'll take that. All right. Let's go with the next one right across from it.
Removable storage.
And why do we know that to be as such?
Because of the cable that's attached to it.
Okay. I'll take that. The cable's going to be our input. All right. Some of y'all may know what this is. Some of y'all may be too young for that.
Optical storage.
Optical storage.
Optical. So we didn't go over, I said it a couple of times.
Like a disk drive, CD drive.
But it is a disk drive. Okay. So we understand why it's storage. So for, I don't know, and I'm not trying to be funny, but if you haven't worked with a writable disk, do we know how a writable disk kind of works, right? It's really this is just this without the casing.
Right. It's like like when we used to copy those DVDs.
Right.
Yeah. You had the CDR and the CDRW.
Right.
Right.
I'm not trying to tell my age, but I did work in technology for 20 some years. So
okay. So let's go with these two green sticks over here.
RAM memory.
RAM memory.
That's RAM.
And
That's a RAM.
What does RAM do?
It's a random
increasing
memory. It's memory.
It stores
Extra memory.
Okay. And so obviously that'll leave us with
ESD wrist strap.
That's a ESD wrist strap, which is to protect the
it's a ground wire.
It's like a grounding system where actually you connect it onto yourself.
Yes.
Before you
electricity.
Stops the static
Yeah,
electricity.
so you don't.
Yeah, it prevents static.
So what does ESD stand for?
Electrostatic discharge.
Electrical static discharge.
Doggone it. Yeah. Y'all all right with me. All right. Hey. With that, so this article is talking about motherboards that we talked about yesterday, right? Well, motherboards have software as well, right? And the manufacturers of the software for these motherboards had a back door in them. Now, a back door for coders is something that they can get help with. Like, and what I mean by that is that a software can be live and published, and people be using it, but on the back end, someone can go in there and make changes, and we never really kind of see it on the front end. So um, they typically refer to that as a back door. Um, where in this case, the motherboard firmware had a backdoor that was still left in the production whenever they ship these motherboards out. Typically, when you have a backdoor, when before you put it in production, you kind of want to erase that code so you won't be able to get into the back end of your software. But in this case, not so much, right? And so now you're talking about not thousands but millions of motherboards that can potentially be logged into by someone who can understand that language and then manipulate the language, right? To do what you want it to do. Now, the thing about a motherboard software is that it's not your OS. It's not the software that's sitting on top of the motherboard. I'm sorry. Your OS is typically going to be your iOS or your Windows, whatever, Windows 11, Windows 10, whatever you may be operating on. That's typically where all your valuable data is. But I can still lock down a computer by or call some what we call a denial of service attack just by exploiting this back door here. So to your point, um, cybersecurity and attacks go on every day. And to tell you the truth, it's law now for a business to report these type of findings in their environment. Um, that's why you could pretty much go through countless of number of companies that have been compromised in some kind of way, and they are required by law to let people know that, hey, we have been compromised or we think we've been hacked. Your information may be at risk. And so this company, the same thing, where they want to let the people know that, hey, if you got these motherboards, um, there could be a vulnerability that you're and a vulnerability is an attack. It could be something that you're susceptible to. You might want to go ahead and update your software. So the question that I posed to you guys, I'm sorry.
That was pretty much what I was alluding to last night when we talked about, spending money on the front end rather than on the back end, because you got a lot of companies that are major companies, like one of the ones I sent you earlier, that has the money to spend on the front end, but for some reason, it, they didn't do it.
Okay. So today we had a meeting today with a vendor that we wanted to bring in their software, just a handful of their software, maybe 20 agents, right? And we wanted to rip out maybe about 200 to 300 agents if the 20 that we brung in served well. Do you know how much they charged us for 6 months for 20 agents? And I'm not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. They charged us over a half a million for 6 months for a test. And if it goes well, then we can buy 200 of those to rip out the old one. So I say that to put it in perspective. Ain't nobody got money like that. Not like that. Cause and these contractors, they know. And so to the point where you were making, like, why, if you have the money, go ahead and put the controls in place. That's fine. But sometimes it's about the other subcontractors that you bring in and what are they bringing to the table. If you bring in a new software vendor, and then now they're like, in this case, now the motherboards that you brung in have a vulnerability. Now we have to, that comes out of my pocket to try to fix this. Let's say if I'm a medical facility and these motherboards are in the pacemakers of my patients. And now I got to do a firmware update. For you guys that don't know, for a firmware update, it needs to reboot maybe twice. Well, I don't want to have my patients on a pacemaker rebooting their machine that's in their body. So it brings up all these questions that the security team is going to be faced with. But I wanted to bring that up, given the fact that we talked about motherboards yesterday. It's not just the software. Sometimes the hardware too comes with some the software that controls that hardware. Sometimes come with cybersecurity issues.
What about the cyber insurance thing? I've seen a lot of people offering cybersecurity insurance.
I was just about to ask that. Is there not something on the front end that could be done to prevent things like that?
You can get assurance, but you're basically saying so you get insurance on your car just in case you get in a wreck. You don't want to kind of sell to your audience that, and maybe from y'all standpoint, you're not saying, hey, we're not selling that to our customers, but we don't want to put that much money into data leakage, because it's going to pay the penalties that we have to pay for being hacked in the first place. So if we put our security controls in place and we do it efficiently, hopefully we don't have to buy as much cyber insurance, but you can always have that in the back pocket. But also I would also just say, hey, what's the budget looking like? Can we afford to do that?
Yeah, but and see me, I think outside the box. I'm sorry, I think outside the box. When something goes wrong, like these data breaches that are happening with these various companies, there are penalties that they have to pay at times as well, which may be more than what they would have paid if they would have invested in what they needed to invest in on the front end. And then you bring in law enforcement, got to come in, and all this other stuff. It's gonna be a major mess.
It could be. But what I'm trying to stress to you is that you are, as a cybersecurity professional, you would be one department that is misunderstood, but everybody know they need you. Marketing is going to ask for a big budget, as well as HR, operations, legal, everybody else that you're competing with. And at the end of the day, now, while there are attacks that's happening on a day-to-day basis at our particular company, right? We're all a company here. We haven't been attacked yet. So maybe we might say, you know what? We might hold off this year. Maybe, we only got 500,000 to work with, and you're asking for 250 of it for 6 months. We haven't advertised anything. We haven't made more money in the business to allow you to secure anything. So that's the rhetoric that I will hear. I totally get where you're coming from. Let's protect it. But the C-level individuals probably won't see it like that. And they're going back to the analogy I had yesterday. When they're selling you security for your house, you're looking at it like, how many people are really coming down the chimney? How many people are really breaking into the windows? Do I really need bars on my window? Do I really need a lock on my garage door? Do I need all these cameras, motion sensors, laser beams? Yes, it solves all the issues that you're bringing up, but what's the odds of it happening to me? I can deal without it for right now. I'll get me a dog and let the dog bark, and then I'll get another security piece that I can get whenever the dog barks. So if you get what I'm saying, like, I totally get what you're saying, but to get that money from the higher ups is going to be pulling teeth. And then you're going to have to show every year what you put into place is actually working. So yeah, you didn't get attacked none, but you need to show where you're getting breached at, so you can show that the security controls that you did put in place, that 250,000 that you spent, is it working? Should we give you 275 next year? Something to think about.
Yeah.
And so,
Right.
and they do not like to pay for that
And
at all.
I get it. And you got to put yourself in that shoe. Is that if you as a CFO or CEO, and this is your company. Yes. Let's just say we're working at Nabisco. We're all on the cyber team at Nabisco, and we're making Oreo cookies, right? We're trying to come up with the new Oreo holiday cookies. So what do we need to actually protect? The ingredients. The ingredients, and then the recipe of how to put it together. That's our most important thing that we deem to be special to us. Yeah, we could put a DLP system in place with a super duper firewall with the endpoint protection and mobile device management. All of that stuff can really protect the recipe. But at the end of the day, we really need to push the new holiday recipe out before Christmas gets here. So we need marketing campaigns to go on. We need to make sure that we get inventory out. We need to make sure we got transportation to go out. The operation needs the money first so we can make the money. And then you could get your budget maybe a couple of years down the road. Maybe. But I need to sell the product first. And in order to do that, it's your responsibility to tell me how to do that securely without me giving you money. So you just got to come up with a process.
That's about as bad as KFC protecting the secret recipe.
Well, do we want to be KFC if we're trying to roll out these holiday cookies? We're trying to keep it secure. So it's ways of doing that. And that when we get into Security Plus, it's not the cute way of doing it, but it is a secure way of doing it. And we just have to, maybe we lock down everybody's permissions. And so the only thing you can do is what you are designed to, well, what you are hired to do at work, and then that's it. You can't do nothing else. I'm not giving you any access to go to any kind of website. You get to go to the internet and your email, because we can't afford a web proxy to watch your monitoring your web browsing. We can't afford that right now. So guess what? You don't go on the internet. That's the type of measures I'm talking about.
So you like you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't.
I'm not gonna be darned.
And a lot of the budget for most of those projects is robbing Peter to pay Paul. For most of the companies are robbing Peter to pay Paul. So there's not room. So
I'm
kind of
right, but especially in corporate environment, the whole thing in corporate environment, which I hate to see that as well, is that there's a thing to whereas you got to keep money on the top. You got to keep more money on the top than you do anywhere else. If you know nobody else get paid, make sure you got the money at the top so everybody at the top can get paid.
Then I'm gonna ask you again: do security really need the money?
Yeah, I would. I'm just saying,
And if you were working at HR, would you say the same thing? If you was working at HR, would you say, you know what, security need the money, give them the money? No, you go say, we need to work. We need Workday for our onboarding process. Let's buy a subscription to there. Everybody's gonna ask for the money, and more than likely, you're gonna have to come up with ways to do it without it, be secure without it.
So and there won't be no security department if they not making any money.
Say that again.
Right.
There won't be a security department at all if they're not making any money anywhere.
Some places don't have security departments. It's just the IT guy, and they are required to be secure. So you see, it's your job. Once you get into the field, it's going to be your job to show why you are needed and why you deserve the salary that you get. Because
right, and that's what I'm looking at, job security, because I want to make sure if you're
trust me,
giving me a $500,000 contract, I'm gonna prove to you why I need that $500,000 and why I'm doing what I do and why I got the skills that I have. Because it ain't, I didn't sit here and pivot for 20 weeks just to go play patty cake.
I understand that. I'll hit me up whenever it happens and say, you know what, Lee, they won't give me that money. I'll say, hey, better crack over that book, find out these different ways of doing it. All right, then, y'all. Hey, good conversation to start it off. If you can, please turn on your cameras. Let me see your faces. And let's get into these questions. So these questions will go with what we learned about yesterday. You don't have to shout out the answers. Just put the answer in the chat. Whether you think it's A, B, or C, or D. And the thing about my questions that I like to do is that I'll give you 30 seconds to read it on your own, put the answer in the chat, and then I will read it after the 30 seconds and we'll talk about the answer. Okay. All right. So I'll put 30 seconds up. First question. Y'all let me know if y'all can read that. That's good for everybody. All right. Time now. All right. A support technician needs to install the optical disk drive into a new tower. Which panel should be removed so that the technician can gain access to the optical drive and connect the cables? Through the top panel, the side panel, the rear panel, or through the bottom of the rear panel? So everybody pretty much is a collective group on saying that it's B. Through the side panel. Desktops are typically going to have that door that hinges open on the side panel, right? So while I have seen top panels before, and how it actually came off is that you would kind of hinge a hinge and then it pops off and then you could pull it up from the top. But 9 times out of 10 on a desktop machine, you're going to go through on the side. All right. And the reason why we're doing 30 seconds is because I want to get y'all used to looking at these questions, getting through the fluff, and then answering it within a minute. So at least 30 seconds. If we can get through it like that, then we have plenty of time for the real difficult ones. All right. Next question. 30 seconds on the clock. Time now.
Having a feud, huh?
All right. A computer processing software instructions on a central processing unit. Let me read that again. A computer is processing software instructions on a central processing unit. How does all computer software appears to the CPU? A, bus, B, binary, C, RAM, or system clock? Everybody got that right as well. So we went over yesterday that binary is the way that machines talk to each other. That's how they actually read the information. They break it down from what we can look at as shapes and colors and words, and they break it down to either ones and zeros, which would be binary. Awesome. All right, question 3. I did not put question 3 up there. That's my bad. Let's go to question 4. 30 seconds. All right. So I figured this one kind of be a little change up. A support technician manages digital displays, but have some older computers with video cards that can support both analog and digital monitors. What type of video interface do the older computers have? So the interface will be what we actually plug into. So they're talking about the connection, right? So it's either HDMI, DVI, VGA, or DisplayPort. The keywords that we kind of want to look at is that they're saying that it's older computers. So remember yesterday we went into old legacy cables, right? So we've been talked about, and this is just kind of like how the flow of class went. We talked about HDMIs and we talked about display ports. They can, show a very clear picture, if not, very sharp. But the legacy pieces that we got here is DVI and VGAs. Well, if we can narrow it down to these two, when it comes to multiple choice for CompTIA, then we have to look back at our question to see exactly how do we come up with our answer. And our main thing that we want to look at now is that what can provide digital and analog type of displays. And that we can go with a VGA, but a VGA can only do analog. It cannot do digital. And so DVI would be our correct answer here. Now, typically, this is how we're going to want to always take a moderate answer or question from CompTIA, read the question, and then if we don't really know the answer right off bat, let's eliminate 2. More than likely, we can eliminate 2 always, and then go back into our question to find out, well, what's the best answer we could have.
Hey, what's DVI stand for again?
Digital video interface, I want to say.
Okay. Appreciate it.
No problem. All right, last question. 30 seconds.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
For the DVIs, there's 2 different types though, right? Like a DVI-D.
There are maybe 6 different types.
Do you have to use an adapter if the computer's older?
If you remember how we were talking about hybrid cables, where one end may be a DVI and the other end may be a VGA. Sometimes, if we have like a laptop or a desktop that has only VGA, but our monitors only have DVIs on it, we either need to use an adapter on it, or we need to get one of those hybrid cables to have a VGA on one side and then the other side to have the DVI interface. But that's not a guarantee that it works in the real world. But in hindsight, I mean, my experiences with it is that sometimes you win on that, sometimes you don't. If the monitor can read exactly what the old technology is, maybe it can work together, but you'll be better off just matching the interfaces up with what's there.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. All right. 30 seconds. Last question. Let's go. All right. Oh man, hold on, let me get my chat back. Okay, a support technician is installing a PCIe card that will use a combination of system memory and 8 gigs of dedicated memory. What type of card is the tech installing? Graphics, sound card, NIC card, or Wi-Fi card? Which ones can we go ahead and eliminate?
D and
Okay.
C,
Why C?
because it's a networking interface card for like an Ethernet that would correct me if I'm wrong, but it would kind of like for the Ethernet cord that you would
Right.
okay. And then but A and B would actually could be used for the PCIe cord, right? Graphics
One
outbound card or
can. But you eliminated the two that I wanted. So
okay.
the NIC card and the Wi-Fi card, both dealing with networking, we can go ahead and throw them out, right? They won't have a dedicated memory for it. So the sound card, is just going to be just a sound card. It's going to be dedicated just to producing taking those files and translating them into a sound. Whereas a graphic card, you remember when I showed you guys how big those graphics cards can get and how robust to where they need fans, and some of them need dedicated memory on them for I was talking about gaming purposes, where we can have so much of a deep design on it to where it needs its own dedicated memory on that card. So in this process, it'll be we eliminated two, the Wi-Fi and the NIC card, and then we can narrow it down on what characteristics of the last two is going to have dedicated memory. So that'll be A. All right. How do we feel about that? I owe y'all a question too, so I'll do that tomorrow, maybe. I mean, for Thursday. But how do we feel about the questions? How do we feel about what we went over yesterday? Did some things stick, or is just like yesterday was just kind of like a blur?
Well, what you mentioned about this PCI card, you just brought it back to my memory because I was asking about the monitors running the HDMI monitors and all that stuff and everything. So that clicked when you said that.
Okay. And that's what I want to do these every time we start class, because with all the subjects that we're going to go over, it'll be easy just to kind of forget some of the stuff that we started these weeks with. So I have 5 questions for you tomorrow. Thursday. I'll maybe have 6 because I need to give you one from here. All right. Let's jump into any questions before I jump into these slides.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if we have the ability to like go to the actual school and take a look at like actual real physical desktops and break them apart and look at all the different components? I'm just more of a hands-on person. So I feel like I'm not going to get where all the different parts are unless I actually go and touch them.
I'm making a decision right now on whether I should just go ahead and jump into. Y'all want to jump into these slides, or y'all want to jump into a lab? What do y'all want to do? I'm gonna get to you, Lana. I'm trying to decide something, because I know the slides can be like, oh, don't matter.
Say this because the only reason I was able to actually answer the questions is because I've been through some of it. I used to build computers, so some of it I know.
Okay.
But the things that you went through in the slideshow yesterday were not self-explanatory, and then were not actually like the graphics card.
Mhm.
I guess a lot of it is not being, I remember, but then again, I don't remember. So going over it didn't really help me retain, if that makes sense, help me retain it, so to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't have any, like she said, I don't have anything like tangible or to really look at myself other than the you going through the slides. Like if I could go back and actually read over it myself, or
let's
because
do
we don't have the lessons yet. So
right. And I understand that. And I'm gonna try to piece it together before you guys get there. And like I want to go through these slides. You know what? Let me just jump into these labs. So to answer your question, if you can get to an IT department, maybe you could find some old desktops that they're not using and be able to go into them like that. If I was you, I would find a church that has a computer lab, or kind of like a reception center. Sometimes they have 9 or 10 computers in there, and they probably would have a desktop. And they would probably be more than happy if you were to go in there and do some maintenance on it, maybe upgrade the OS on it, clean it out as far as opening the panels and looking at the motherboard there. That's the first thing that comes into my mind, just because it's community, and they typically are going to have legacy systems there. So you'll be able to see the VGAs and the DVIs and see those cables firsthand. Now,
excuse me, I hate to cut you off, but we did that in 2005 when one of the programs I was working in, we refurbished a lot of the old legacy computers and put them in places like that, like churches and nonprofit organizations, set up computer labs for programs and stuff that they had. So yeah.
Yeah, I think they will be more than happy to do that. So you will probably have better luck there. But if you can't, if you knew somebody that's in the IT department, maybe, because a lot of times these IT departments will throw away old computers or just kind of auction them off. Tell you the truth, if you have a Goodwill store or a Habitat for Humanity, not we call it something else over here, but one of those Goodwill stores, you may see an old PC that you can get your hands on for extremely cheap. If you don't want to do that, then once you get these labs, maybe this can help out a little bit. This lab that I'm going to show you now, that we're going to walk through, this shows more of a what we're actually would do in a work environment. So hopefully, when you were saying that you don't have anything to see, hopefully this mic can help out a little bit. So do y'all mind if we go ahead through the lab, or y'all want to do these slides?
No, that sounds great. And as you were talking, you gave me an idea. And for those that live in Nashville, there's actually this place called the Computer House on Jefferson. And I just text the owner. He said anyone that goes to school, if we want to drop by and take a look at like some of the equipment, he's more than happy to show it. So maybe that'll help too.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
can you put in the chat? Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right. So this lab, this is also going to come included to your CertMaster. And so with Core 1 in particular, they understand that they're talking about a lot of hardware, but a lot of people may not be able to get their hands on it, such as, or you got a laptop and you don't really want to take apart your laptop, right? So they go through those processes and kind of show you step by steps on different tasks that we may do. So I'm gonna go ahead and start it by going to assist mode. And this is where I want you guys to kind of have a desktop or a laptop to do these labs on. It's going to be, it may work on a tablet where you can move the camera around with your fingers. It may be a better navigation that way. But in my case, I just like to, go around with my mouse. So what we're going to do is that we're going to install and configure a graphics card. First thing we want to do is turn off the power button here. And a lot of these commands is just initiated by hitting just clicking the actual thing that they want you to do. So let's remove the power cord from the rear of the computer. So we're going to scroll around and find that power cord. Click on that, automatically pulls out. So the thing about that is that we want to make sure that we always clear the power before we actually open these things up. Not in the case that you'll shock yourself, but more in the fact that you can kill the motherboard or the electronics in the computer. So we want to, after we unplugged it from the power source, we want to clear out the residual power. And that's by holding down the power button and clearing that out. So you want to hold down that button for maybe 10 seconds, and that clears out every positive charge that it may have held on to when unplugging it. And the reason why is that sometimes on your motherboard, there's a CMOS battery that keeps up with the time. When it comes to your computer, the system clock is very important. And so we want to make sure that that has the right time on it and it doesn't drift, even if power is disconnected from it. So that's why you want to go ahead and clear that residual power out. All right, remove any kind of remaining peripheral cables from the computer. So this cable obviously is our USB-A. I'm going to click on that, pull that out. No, that is a HDMI. I'm sorry. HDMI. You can see a dongle is in place. You can see this is our audio inputs and outputs. This is how that DVI is going to look. Let me go back. Let me reset that. Jeez. Get through. Sorry about that. That DVI port is going to look like that. Now, if you ever come up on a PC and you see a opportunity to have a DVI or a HDMI cable input, and the monitor has both, go with HDMI. In my opinion, that's also going to translate that audio piece for your desktop to that monitor. Maybe your monitor has speakers, and that's going to translate that audio piece into it as well. But if you don't have any other choice, then maybe you just want to stick with the DVI. Now, in some cases, you may have down here in the expandable ports, you may have a VGA port there. And that's what our question really came to on one of our questions is that, do we use a VGA or a DVI? Well, in the case of being able to go with digital, we wanted to go with the DVI import. All right. Place the computer place the computer case on its left side and then with the right side facing up. Let's go out and reset that. Click on that, and that's going to put that computer on its side. This is how we're going to go ahead and go into the side panel here. So let's go ahead and remove the screws. A lot of times desktops will have screws like this that kind of protrude out that we can unscrew them by hand that has little springs on them. But if you need a screwdriver for it, Go ahead and get a screwdriver too. All right, now let's remove the side panel, and it'll slide off just like that. So whenever you go and see those desktops, try that motion. Now, like I said, I've seen some that does come off the top, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to come off like that. All right. So let's see if we can overlook these real quick. So right here, this red box we got here is our power cable box, or this is our power supply. This has its own fan as well and its own cables to hook up. We'll talk about that in the slides today. Our motherboard is actually here. What I just clicked, all that red box right there, that is the motherboard that things plug into in order to have communications. Now we can put our SATA drives over here if we wanted to have a redundant array of RAID. That's more of a data redundancy. We could put those slots over here, or SATA drives over here in these slots. All right. We see our memory is in these slots here. All right. Connect the push pin clip from the ESD wrist strap and connect the hub on the ESD mat. So again, what does ESD stand for? We're talking about this guy.
Electronic static discharge.
Electroshock thing, the discharge thing.
Right. So we're gonna tap on him to plug that into be grounded. Make sure that we get that we protect ourselves from actually shocking the motherboard. And then now let's remove the blank plates from the by 16 slots. So they're talking about those things right here. So remember, we're trying to install a graphics card here. So we want to make sure that that graphics card plugs into our motherboard, but is also there so we could get some type of connection to it, kind of like how we had this our DVI system over here. Now we can't replace this. This is how it came from the factory. But here we can modify and upgrade our computer here. All right. Did that. Let's get this other one. Push that out the way. And they're not hard or rigid to push through. Just really kind of you slide up on, really. You don't need a screwdriver for it. All right, select the graphics card from the scenario and install it into the PCIe slots. So this is our video card here. You can see it very robust with its own fan. Let's go ahead and click on that and slot that into the spots that we just put that in. So we're gonna line those things up in order for it to slide right down, and we press down on it until sometimes you may hear a click, sometimes you may not. You just may feel that the resistance has stopped. And so you just push that down in order to make connection. Secure the graphics card with the 2 screws. So we're gonna actually bolt this one down. So let's get the 2 screws over here. Click on that, bring that over, screw those in. So once we set this joker back up, this is not going to, you can imagine that really the only connection that it has is that thin connection piece that looks like the memory card piece on the bottom. That thin piece of connection will probably flop if you don't bolt this down. So we want to make sure we do that. All right, let's plug in the power cable. Gives it power. And then let's remove our wrist strap. Unplug here.
And for the power cable, is it already in there?
Yes, this is coming off of this power supply here.
Okay.
Okay. So that wiring is there already.
Okay, so is it usually like extra cables for auxiliary stuff?
I've seen that some of them may have it, and then I've seen where you buy that particular video card, and it may come with its own.
Come with the cable.
And if you need to install it, you can.
Okay.
Let's set the case upright on the bench. You see how much room that took up? Doggone shame. Anyway, connect the power cable back up into the back of the PC. Turn that back on, and let's connect the display port. Let's connect the display port cable to the new graphics card for the first monitor. So this is your display port. Try to zoom in here so we can get the shape of that. That display port is going to look like this. Dang, messed that up. There it is. It is kind of sensitive when it comes to the touch, especially when you zoom in. But anyway, it's going to have this type of shape to it, and it's going to have two little teeth at the top here that bends down whenever you insert it, and then it's going to click. You'll hear a click sound whenever you make a good connection with it. If you don't hear that click sound, it will fall out. Or if you don't hear the click sound, it could stay in there, but it doesn't give you a display on it. So make sure you hear that click sound. And to take it out, you will need to press this down, this button here, in order to bring it out. Once you hear that click sound, but you want to take it out for some reason, make sure you press that button down, and then that releases the two teeth here. All right, let's connect that. And we connected one end to our new graphics card and the other end to the monitor. Let's get the other DVI cable. And what it did there was daisy chained that one monitor to the next. So let's go over there for a second. So we have this monitor, not necessarily this second monitor, not going to the desktop, but it's going to be daisy chained off and read the feed from here and display onto that second monitor. Let's power on the second monitor. We can see that this one is on already. Let's power this one on.
What type of connection was that, Lee?
A display port.
Okay. So that's two monitors going into an old legacy system, right?
It's going into the desktop. It's just doing a daisy chain instead of using two different inputs. So what you could do
back of the monitor.
Yeah, you could come on, man. Let me get right. All right. You could do two separate connections to two separate monitors, right? You could do one dedicated line to one monitor and then another DVI cable to a second monitor. But in this case, what it did is that it took one connection from the desktop to the monitor and then took the other cable and daisy chained it to another monitor. Okay.
Then there's a settings. There are settings in the system for two monitors, to be set up, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
For sure.
Can I ask?
All right, let's stop. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So there's a connection from the new graphics card to the monitor, to one of the monitors, and another connection between the monitors.
Yes. Let's see if I can get over there. Bear with me.
Is it a cord? Is it another cord? Or
it is a second display cord.
Second display. Okay. So it's a display port to the graphics card and another display port from the monitor to the other monitor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm asking too many questions.
No. Hey, y'all, I want y'all to ask questions.
That's good.
I want questions because this is how you get it. Now, do we use daisy chains in the real world? I don't tell people to daisy chain, but this is what they want you to know. All right. So when they say it,
mom does.
Say it again.
Work from home is using them a lot, so it does come in handy, the info.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. And
they have the dual display monitors,
But I typically come off of 2 dedicated ports, but that's me. Not saying that you can't do it. So, all in all, what I'm saying is that I don't want you to shy away from the questions. Stop me and let me know what's on your mind. I don't mind.
But I'm planning on setting up. I'm actually setting up my home office as we speak. My game plan is to get a 32-inch television with the Google Chrome TV app and have it set up to whereas I could whatever's on my monitor, I can shoot it to the TV.
A lot of you may not even need to go Google. A lot of you have an Android, right? Well, yeah, a lot of phones will cast out to a particular TV or to your, I want to say your monitor, but definitely to your TV. So if you can get all of those things talking to each other, it's easy to put documentation on your TV.
Yeah, well, I got the Google Chrome the Google Chrome app along with the device that I plug into the HDMI port, and whatever I got on the computer, it casts us on to that.
Yeah, it's all productivity and it helps out. All right. Let's install. We powered on the PC and we see that we have both monitors on. The thing that I want to bring to your attention is that since it's coming off of the same feed, that they show the same thing. So if we log into these particular accounts, it's going to show the same thing on each monitor. But I typically want to go off of, so I will want to go off a different feed for the second monitor just to kind of have an extended layout versus showing 2 of the same things. All right, let's install the right side cover back onto the chassis. So we put the cover up here on our ledge. Let's take that and throw that back on there. Back on and install the 2 screws back onto secure the side panel. And that's this lab. We completed all the tasks in this lab to install the graphics card.
So
Was that? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask if this is the type of labs that we're gonna go through when we get the assignments that you're gonna give us. Is it like this when we break out into groups, or will we have something to do like this that we could practice on a computer, or?
I'm gonna give you real world type of.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to ask you what I was thinking about a little bit today was like having you dig through your own computer and somehow telling your group what's the basics of your computer. What's your IP address? What is your home gateway? Who is your internet provider? Tasks like that, something that y'all can get into a group and I'll go through my original list. And what I was thinking is that I have some of the more experienced individuals team up with less experienced individuals, and we work on a Saturday or Sunday, just kind of going through and everybody's walking through their systems to try to figure out what they have, because it might be eye-opening for someone who's never seen a Mac going into a Windows PC to look for information and vice versa. And so those are the type of tasks that I'm going to have you do. And those type of tasks will help you in the experience phase of what we're trying to do when it comes to transitioning into this field.
Professor, Professor Mitchell, this class is going to be like for every day of the week, right?
Oh, no. Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, right? Unless they told y'all got something different.
Well, you just said Saturday and Sunday, so I think she's wondering why are we doing Saturday and Sunday?
Oh, okay. No. I said Saturday and Sunday.
No. I don't mind that. I don't mind Saturday, Sunday. I'm just asking to add to my schedule, to add to the calendar, so I can get a reminder, and that way I'm not late to class again.
Oh, no. It's Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. We're meeting here. I just said Saturday and Sunday as whenever your group decides to, what's the best time for y'all to find an hour to, get a Zoom call and go over some things. That's all.
Like a study group.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so for the lab that we just did, most modern computers, like, they already come with a graphics adapter. So in this case, would we be installing one because like the original one failed, or are they dealing with some type of I don't know, software or something where the graphics are like the original graphics adapter couldn't like translate it or something? Like, why would we have to install one if most computers already come with one?
Just like how, and great question, but you'll be surprised of how many desktops out there that is lacking the modern, up to date software, software and hardware. Sorry, and so it could be they're looking for an upgrade in maybe they've been running off of VGA this whole time, and now they want to have a DVI interface or a HDMI type of interface, and then you would have to change it then. Maybe you're learning and you're just looking at it and saying, you know what, I want to upgrade this particular computer. Or you buy a old computer off of eBay and you say, I'm gonna refurbish this computer and resell it based off of the features that I put into it. And in order to do that, I'm gonna upgrade the video card in there. So while those are not great reasons on why we would do that, and yes, you are right, a lot of technology today should be past that. Those are some of the reasons why. Now, at the same time, I've worked with a lot of places that have Windows 7 installed and Windows XP, and I work in a field that it's an industrial field, so we can't just upgrade our computers whenever we feel like it because we run 24/7, 365, and we can't really shut down the conveyor belts even if we want to. So again, we may have old computers in there and we may find a little bit of time to say, you know what, hey, I need you to go in there and upgrade the equipment there, or they're needing this component. We just need to upgrade that. So that's why you would kind of at least want to know how to go into it. From a security standpoint, check this out. In order to, go in there and at least go into the desktop, into a laptop, when we discard of old computers and laptops, we want to take the hard drives out. In case you guys haven't known that when you put stuff on your hard drive, it's there. And until you tell it to overwrite it. And until you tell it to overwrite it, it can be pulled up in some kind of form and fashion. So what I'm saying is that things that's on your hard drive are never really truly gone unless you destroy it physically. So in order for let's say a banking company to upgrade their desktops, we want to make sure that we pull all our hard drives out and then do a process of what we call degaussing, where we take two big magnets and we pull apart all of the components inside. Or we just, we in the country, we take them outside and we shoot them. And
well, what about a DoD wipe?
It can work, right? And what he's talking about is, writing ones and zeros over a hard drive 7 times over until everything that's on there is completely hidden by the ones and zeros. But I've heard some stories where even that is not totally wiping the hard drive. That's where you see in these movies, and I can say that that's probably true, is that when they run these big heist operations like the drug house or whatever, and then the FBI comes in, they throw the hard drives in what? They throw it in water or they throw it in the microwave and degauss that. They want to physically destroy those things. You can run a wipe on it, but let the FBI get their hands on it, and if they really want some stuff, they'll piece it back together, even if you put it in the water.
But then
So
you end up with a
Yeah,
forensic
all they gotta do is
audit.
wait till it dries out for a bit in order for them to reuse it, right?
I don't know the process of what they would do to get it from the water, but I know when it comes to forensics and cybersecurity, is that FBI don't be playing. So they're gonna get their information unless you destroy it physically. And even then, you shouldn't have been doing what you were doing anyway. Because anyway, don't know how they actually go about drying it out and getting the information. Sorry.
That's unique, because would we do any type of forensic audits of that nature, something like that?
When I go into that section of Security Plus, I will give fair warning that if you don't know what you're doing when it comes to forensics, it's best for you to leave it alone. Um, and the reason why I say that is because you're talking about legal stuff now. And if we're talking about pinning something to someone's personal identity, or we're trying to say, hey, this person looks at this stuff here. If we're so bold to do that, then we better make sure that we can prove it 100% and it's not altered in no type of way. So before, when I show y'all some tools and this, that, and the third, you are by no means to over push your abilities to tell people, no, you can't look at this, or you can't go, you're not the police. Don't do that, and you
But
you get in trouble.
but you may get hired by somebody for that. And
then you do that, but you do it under your own jurisdiction. You don't overstep it. That's all.
Right.
Trust me. Don't overstep it, and don't go looking for things either, unless someone tells you to look for those things. If someone comes up on your radar and they say, hey, they looking at gambling sites at work, it's not your job to go over there and say, hey, you can't be gambling. You can't be on Prize Picks or DraftKings for the game. That's not your job. Your job is to put those things in place. You give those alerts to your higher ups. All right. Let's jump into these slides. Any questions? All right, I'm gonna try to make it quick, and then I'm gonna try to get to. We went over that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get there. All right. Real quick, y'all did y'all see the post in the classroom this morning from yesterday?
You mean like the slide?
Yeah, I actually did. I just haven't had a chance to go back yet because I'm at work. But yeah, I did see.
I saw it and I saved it to my computer.
It actually wouldn't let me in the classroom because it kept telling me that it was a different email, and I tried multiple emails and it still didn't work. So that told me to actually talk to y'all about that. I followed the link through the Slack to get into the classroom. And then when I put in my stuff, it was like, it was a different email.
Okay. Get with me after class, and then
Okay.
We'll see if we can figure it out.
No problem.
All right. Lesson 2, installing system devices. So we are going to say some things that we talked about yesterday with motherboards, but some of this stuff is going to be sitting on top of the motherboard or plugged into it. So some things we already went over in the lab, such as the power supply. These power supplies typically are going to be specified for whatever region that you're in, just because we use different power sources than people in the UK. And so we want to make sure that if we ever need to replace a power supply on a desktop, that we look up our model number and just get what's there in the first place. Now, in the real world, now I keep saying the real world, in a lot of places that I've been, we don't replace the power supply. We replace the computer. Okay. And so you can easily just replace the desktop, because at this point, sometimes they're a little bit inexpensive for a company to actually replace. And they probably have a contract with, a company that they can just get those things replaced so many within a year, right? But we saw that red power supply in that lab that we were looking at. And sometimes the fans run out of them, and then they start to power down, or maybe there's a thunderstorm that happens and there's a big surge to the building and it burns these things out. So if that's the case, then we need to go in and replace them. We will go into the desktop the same way, unscrew them, and then replace them just as easy as we took the old one out. Now, you can have redundant power supplies in bigger desktops, servers, and this is going to keep us with the availability factor. Availability is such a big thing when it comes to making sure that the data is always there for someone to access it when they want to access it. If you can't have the availability there, then you create what we call a denial of service, a DOS, or a distributed denial of service, which is directly to you. But a redundant power supply can help you with that, because if one power supply goes down, then we could go ahead and put the order in for one to get that replaced as soon as possible. Now, a heat sink. Fan cooling system. So this is where we are talking about the CPU on that motherboard, and it's going to typically have a heat sink on there to actually dissipate the heat that's going onto this little chip here. This chip, remember, is the brain of the computer, and everything is processed here, and so it gets hot immediately. And before we put it on its pins here, in order for it to have a connection to the rest of the board, we put a paste, kind of a chalky paste on there, in order for it to set steadily and be able to operate properly. We'll see that in this lab that we'll do shortly. So let's start talking about storages and the different types of storages, redundancy that we can have in storages. So we talked about SATA drives yesterday, right? And we talked about how we can have a external or removable type of storage. They're typically going to be in a 3.5 or a 2.5 size. I haven't really seen a 5.2, but 3.5 is typically those, bigger SATA drives that you see. The smaller, slimmer ones are going to be your typical SSDs, 2.5s, and they typically live here in these bays. In that lab, I showed you all of those slots that you have that you could put different drives in. And when we have 4 or 5 drives there, then now we can spread our data across those drives and create some type of redundancy. So if not necessarily a backup, it's not a true backup, but it's kind of like a backup. So if we come into a point where we lose power or we lose some type of connection to our data, we can get it back with these multiple drives that we have here in our desktop. SSDs, we talked about SSDs yesterday and the performance that it brings to it. Again, if we pair our SSDs up with a formidable amount of RAM, then we can definitely see a performance change in our system. So sometimes we don't need to go and buy the latest and greatest. We can get a computer that's maybe 5 to 10 years old and then upgrade the hard drive in it with the memory, and then be able to see a difference in a particular device. And sometimes just resetting that computer to its factory settings and wiping everything out will probably make it run faster too. Over time, we always kind of bog down our computer with updates and storage over time of just saving different documents, pictures, videos. Those things constantly just eat up space, and it typically starts to bog down the computer. Too far. No, that was right. So this is your typical SATA drive. You remember yesterday we talked about that CD, and I said that the CD was very similar to what we have in our SATA drives. And these actuators are going to actually write the data physically into these disks. And when we're talking about destroying them, that's why it's so important that we physically destroy all of them by either putting, I've seen people poke holes in them with screwdrivers, but degaussing them. It's nothing but metal parts in here. So 2 strong magnets will just pull everything apart, making it unusable. But the one thing we don't want to do is sell a computer with our hard drive that's still in it. We want to make sure to take those things out. Now let's get into RAID. Redundant array of independent disks. This is going to create a fault tolerance. Fault tolerance means that something bad can happen, but we have a backup plan. We have something in place that if something bad does happen, we can keep it moving. There's different types of RAIDs, and this is where it's going to get a little dry here, but just bear with me. So we have RAID 0, RAID 1, 5, and 10. For your exam, remember that in the best case scenario, RAID 5 is probably going to be the better of the 4. Okay, but let's go over what it does, right? So
what does it stand for again?
Redundant array of independent disks. In the chat. So sometimes you may hear this as like a NAS system or a NAS backup or a SAN backup or setup. This is where, if we go back to this picture here, we have all of these drives, slots filled with SATA drives or SSDs. And so when we're creating data and we set up a RAID, what happens in RAID 0 is that we will write some of the data on, let's go back to our Nabisco thing, right? So we're trying to save the data for our recipe. What'll happen in RAID 0 is that we'll put some of the recipe on data 1, some of the recipe on data 2, some of it on 3, 4, so on and so forth, right? So this makes it pretty fast. But if the hard drive, and mind you, these circular pieces are hard drives, that's what it represents. So if hard drive 2 goes away, then piece of our recipe is gone, and we can't get it back because nobody has that particular piece of the data on it. So while it's fast, it's not necessarily better for actual bringing that data backups. Whereas RAID 1 is a mirroring type of redundancy. So on these 2 SATA drives, I'm going to write the same exact recipe on both of them. So if I lose data, this particular hard drive up here, I can always pull my information from down here until I order me a new drive, put it in here, and now I can do that process back over. That's great for redundancy, but it's not great for performance. Okay. Now, RAID 5, on the other hand, has something different. It needs at least 3 drives, and it needs to have something called a parity into it. And that parity is going to sit there unbothered. And what it's going to do is going to look for that information being written over these different hard drives. So that recipe is on data 1, data 2, and data 4, so on and so forth, right? If data 1 goes down, that parity will then kick in and say, oh, you know what? The information is missing off of data 1. I can go ahead and put the information back because that's my job. That's what I do. Now, I get the added benefit of spreading the information across I'm sorry. I get the added benefit of spreading the data across the drives, but that parity is going to sit there as my kind of like a watcher and be able to see if there's something going wrong with our drives and then fix those issues. Still with me? Now,
Yeah.
okay. The RAID 10 is a combination of 1 and 0. Okay. So we're spreading the information across each and every drive. So it gives us the speed of 0, but it also gives us the redundancy of RAID 1, which is great, right? But what's the problem here? Why would I say RAID 5 is probably where, it's the most popular one, and that's probably the answer that you're going to see, or the question that you see on the exam, is that RAID 10 is going to probably be your most expensive. And what did we say in our discussion before class? Ain't nobody trying to break bread with IT like that. All right. So you got to come up with a better way, which would probably be RAID 5 with that parity.
So,
all right.
So RAID 5 would be the better option for anything,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You can actually kind of see that on your own PC. Back up. Not back up. Reset. So when you go to reset this PC, I have one drive on my PC, but when you go to this particular setting, it gives you the option to reset the whole PC back to its original state. Not only is it's just basically calling on that parity to say, reinstall Windows for me and wipe everything else out. It's kind of like that, except for you're dealing with multiple drives. Okay. Like I said, this part is a little dry just because it's we don't really deal with this often, but it's something that you will come across as far as redundancy. And not a lot of times with backups nowadays, we are using the cloud in the replace of RAID, because RAID would probably be on premise in the office, whereas in the cloud could be anywhere in the world, right? And so if a tornado hits our particular building and it tears up our RAID system, then we lose all our data, regardless if we're running RAID 5 or not. But if we got it in the cloud, we can easily just pull it from the cloud and keep it moving.
That's what I was trying to ask, because I know a lot of places invest in offsite systems just in case something like that happens.
I think this is great for day-to-day operations, but I wouldn't rely on this to be, unless, now see, it's all case by case, unless they can't afford the cloud, right? And they're saying, hey, Jonathan, I really need you to come up with something in order for me to make sure that I have my information here whenever I need it. And a NAS might be something that you need to do. A NAS will look like this, not the wrapper.
So would that be like a something's better than nothing situation?
Yes. Yes. And that's all I was, really kind of getting at when it comes to denying everything when it comes to security appliances, is that I can't leave the company without any kind of security and say, oh, well, since you don't want the best, you don't get nothing. No, I have to come up with, like, who's going to pay $2,500 for a server rack that ain't even working?
But then that goes back to what we asked about earlier about spending that money on the front end, though, right?
You know, and I'm not trying to be mean, right?
I know.
Do you know how to?
I'm just asking. I'm just throwing it out there
right now. Can you set this up? I don't know how to set it up. I don't know how to set this up, so I gotta hire someone to set this up for me. There's more money I'm asking for.
So I kind of feel like we're going into a career where the people that we're going to be working for are going to want, shiny metal armor, but all we're going to have for them is bubble wrap.
Well, I'm not saying that. Right? I'm not trying to say, hey,
but
give them the bare minimum.
Yeah.
But when they reject,
so instead of getting an 18-wheeler, they want a Pinto.
No, I'm saying maybe get them something. Get them a Cavalier.
Get it as close as possible, right?
Like, you don't have to have the latest and greatest. And if
it's just got to work,
it's going to be your job to look at the budget and say, I know what you want, but this is what we can afford, and it gets the job done.
Okay.
So this might be too much. $2,500 for one, and again, ain't nobody set it up yet. I don't know how to set this up. So we got to hire a third party. What we use is a company called CDW, or we may use Gartner to bring in another professional that just do server racks. And then,
how long have you been in IT? Like
07.
Huh?
07.
Oh Lord, okay. So and you've never even had to mess with any of these racks or anything like.
Not saying that you don't.
Yeah, no, I don't. But I was wondering. You know
that's
what I mean?
the way I see. Sometimes you can get siloed into your own field, and you never touch these things. So a server administrator is totally different than a network administrator, which is totally different than a desktop engineer or a cybersecurity analyst.
Yeah.
And we never go into each other's field, because as soon as I start changing some stuff on a server, whole company goes down. That's what you don't want. You want to stay in your wheelhouse and do the things that you were hired to do. As soon as you start touching everything, saying, oh no, this need to be this way, man, no.
Okay. I mean, I know hard questions and stuff like that, but I kind of get that there's a lot more boundary to it than say, other jobs that I've worked,
Right now,
but general technology is so wide and so broad, And I have went in as a third-party contractor with a few companies that would send me a manual ahead of time to say, okay, when you walk in there, you go to this particular rack, you look for this particular item, and this is what we want you to do.
And I could see that, but they hire you to do that. They didn't ask you to go into the router or the firewall. What I'm saying is that in my career field, in my career, I've stayed away from those things, not voluntarily, but it never allowed me to actually go into that. We always had some administrator over it. And so the only thing I would do is give them a task to have it done. But I never had to touch it or configure it. At this point in time now, I give you what's the best practices on configuring a server rack. So I may say that we want to use a certain encryption on it, but it's up to you as a server administrator to imply that. I'm not doing it. You gonna do
it. So you're taking the blame off. You taking the blame off of you, so in case something happened.
What did you say?
Y'all do it,
security,
not
right?
me. Huh?
You said job security, right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Just no, it's not my position to do that. And if I'm a real good security guy, I shouldn't even have access to certain servers. But we'll get into that later. All right. So what I was saying, a NAS setup might look like this, right? A little small one, $200. Might be, something that we can hook up to the internet and have our data whenever we want to have it online. This might be something more if we're working in a small company, 250 users max, right? We might want to use something like this as a solution. Good conversation though. You typically see them like this. It's not a bad price.
It's
all right.
It's a brainiac moment where we got all the wonderful think tanks in here.
All right. We talked about flash drives yesterday, removable storage. These can get up, have a ton of storage on them nowadays. And they're kind of inexpensive, really, for a terabyte thumb drive. I got a terabyte thumb drive somewhere around here, but I keep forgetting to put stuff on it. So I don't know how useful that is to me, but the thing about that you kind of want to just know that removable storage is something that you can use for productivity, but you can also have it put into your computers and you don't know about it. So sometimes your clients can go ahead and bring their own flash drives in and transfer data out, which is something that we don't want, right? All right, optical drives. We talked about that yesterday with the CDs, DVDs, and Blu-rays. All things that we probably haven't seen in the last 10 years. It should have had a better run, but it did not. Really, to tell you the truth, flash drives kind of took over before CDs could really take hold and be a staple in the computer world. Yeah, you got a lot of software that used to come onto a CD, and you would actually have to keep those CDs in order to load whatever software, especially if you're getting a new device. But we typically don't use this anymore. We typically just pull everything down from the cloud. Back when these things were popular, downloading software from the cloud or from the internet was unbearable back then. And so this was definitely a something that you would have to alleviate that. It was also rewritable. where you may have data on it, but like we said, with a wiping that CD clean, you can put more data on top of it, and the old data will cease to exist, right? So it's also rewritable. All right, C2, let's jump into the install and the configuration of system memory. This is where we're going to be talking about RAM memory. Remember, RAM, that memory is going to work in conjunction with our CPU, and it's going to remember to get back to things that we have open and keep those things updated. So like how I got different tabs open, sometimes some people have a lot of tabs just open, right? And just across the board to where, anyway, tabs just open, and all of those tabs, if you had enough memory, could possibly constantly keep talking back and forth to its server. And so having a CPU that's robust enough, which would be a 64-bit, and matched up with that RAM, could possibly keep those things updated, constantly going in the background while you're just looking at whatever page that you're looking at, keeping it updated. Now, 32 bits and 64 bits, you're typically going to see more 64-bit CPUs out here versus 32 bits. And how we can figure it out, and I think one of my questions that would be for our groups coming up is, how do we figure out if we got a 64-bit or a 32-bit? And you would typically go to a system information here and find out that information. I might be wrong, but it should say 64 right here. So under system type, if you have a 64, I have a 64-bit processor. If you have 32 there, you have a 32-bit. All right, dual inline memory modules. So these SODIMMs or DIMMs typically comes in pairs, and they can be expensive based off of how much memory you want. So you can see that if you just want to get ungodly with it, you can spend some money on something that you'll probably anyway. I'm not getting into that. It can get expensive. Okay, you typically
Are they
going to
making any system with them anymore?
I don't know.
I hadn't seen none in a while.
Let me not get into that. All right. But Newegg is a spot that you can get a lot of technology from. You typically are going to get them in pairs like this, and this is typically how much you're going to spend. You shouldn't really spend over $300 for some good memory. When we are handling our memory, we want to make sure that we pinch them on our sides here, and then slide those things in the space in the place, and make sure they clip in. We'll go over that again with that lab that we got, and it should be a plug and play. So once you reboot your machine, you should be able to see the added memory there. So can be expensive. Not every machine, probably you're not going to just go in and say, hey, I'm just going to upgrade the memory on it. And Mac machines typically have different memories than Windows machines. Real quick. Sorry about that. Y'all can see that this comes out of a old MacBook that I had. Not a MacBook, a Mac desktop. And I upgrade the memory on that. So very different than what we got on the screen. Well, I don't know if y'all can see me.
Are these typically on like the bottom of the motherboard?
These will be Somewhat in the middle of the motherboard.
Middle.
Not directly in the middle, but it's going to be not directly on the edge either. And it's probably going to be on the opposite side of your video cards.
Okay.
Your in and out inputs. We'll take a look at it in the lab.
Okay.
All right, last session here, and then we'll jump into this lab here. Install and configure the CPUs. So you heard me say about the battery that could be on that motherboard. It keeps up with that clock speed. If that battery is going to get weak, you'll tend to have your clock drift in time. And back in the day, this is around the Y2K era, drifting in time will cause sync issues with other computer devices, therefore, not being able to communicate. So we want to make sure that, and I haven't done it, but we want to make sure that battery is up to date and fresh. Also, another feature of a CPU is the virtualization support. So older computers may not have the capabilities of creating a virtual machine on their PC. If you want to run certain software like VirtualBox, which I would highly suggest that y'all run VirtualBox on your machines if you want to power up any other OSs on top of what we already have, just to kind of test things out or just get familiar with navigating around different OSs. This will be perfect, VirtualBox. But if that CPU doesn't, or that motherboard doesn't have that feature to do this feature, virtual machines, then you won't be able to do so. Okay. Now I will power up my virtual machine for you guys in certain classes, but I won't go through how to actually put OSs on. So if y'all want to be high speed, I would definitely suggest that use Oracle VirtualBox. It's free to use, and I can share the iOS files for you to put OSs on your machine. All right, last slide here. The capabilities of CPUs and then the motherboard. So we typically going to see these in workstations, towers and laptops, servers, and then mobile devices. So keep in mind that mobile devices is going to be just as important as desktops and laptops, especially in Core 1 and Core 2. They're going to have a whole section dedicated to mobile devices. And given the fact that we've been working with mobile devices for the past 20 years every day, I'm expecting everybody to, at least excel in that section. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions? Oh, I kind of feel like I'm losing y'all. Y'all want to? Y'all good?
I'm just looking at stuff that took me way back to 2002, 2005 when I was working in computers. You know what I mean? A lot of this stuff is just old. When they say legacy, it's really legacy.
That's what CompTIA wants.
And I've been just adding definitions to my notes.
Okay, I know it's a lot. I'm sorry.
No, you go. I was just because some of it I was like, I don't know what that is, so we're gonna go find
looking at y'all, and I'm seeing a lot of heads just kind of tilt to the side a little bit.
Yeah, because we looking like, man, this is way back in the deep, because in dealing with computers, it got to a point where, like you said, we could just upgrade the memory, upgrade the software and stuff like that. But then, see, the PC makers got mad a few years ago, right before XP and all that came out. They got mad because we was upgrading those legacy PCs to whereas you just upgrade the memory for every amount of stuff that you was adding on in there. But they said, okay, well, look, the software vendors are making money. We're not making money. So what they did was they started making the updated PCs with both the software and the hardware so that the hardware manufacturer would make money instead of the PC manufacturer, the software manufacturer.
Everybody got to eat.
Yeah.
Everybody got to
Most
eat.
definitely.
And me starting a company is not my objective is not to please everybody. My objective is to make that bottom line number go
Yeah.
up. All right.
Most definitely.
The last thing we're gonna do here is go. I'm sorry.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, this is Kay. So this is kind of off topic. So when you were talking about the app that you have where you can have multiple OSs, I'm curious to know, what is your favorite OS to use?
I like any Windows, and the only reason why I say that is because I work with Windows all day, every day. So,
okay. Have you? What are your thoughts on Unix?
I don't have any.
I know it's old and antiquated. There you go. See,
I don't have any thoughts on you.
but it's a nice open source. But I haven't used it in a long time. I have to say that. Now I use Windows most, but I was just curious to know what's your favorite operating system as far as the flexibility and the proprietary and all that.
If that's your wheelhouse, see, I stay in my wheelhouse, right? So a large part of my career was desktop support. And so I had to deal with a bunch of everything. I got started with Windows XP and I'm all the way up to now. So I just have to know that in and out. But I do understand that if you are a coder, right? If you live off of writing code, creating things in that environment, then those type of OSs, they work better for you, especially with Firefox. And me as a help desk type of person, it's my job to know how to fix the issue that you may see in that browser or whatever, or if you have a problem with Unix, to try to help you get at least back to a working state. But if you're talking about, when I get down and I'm more productive on a Windows machine. And I think a lot of the workforce is more productive on a Windows machine.
I agree absolutely. I truly do. So thank you.
No problem.
And then you have to realize that in the Windows operations anyway, that Microsoft is only going to offer so much support after the time like they did with XP and everything, moving on to like Windows 10 and Windows 11. They've gone now to offer support for those operating systems now instead of the old legacy operating systems, like Windows 10, Windows 8, the XP, and all like that. They no longer offer they don't offer support for them anymore.
No. And we'll learn about that more in Security Plus, where we're talking about what to do with legacy systems. It's kind of contradictory, right? We Core 1 and Core 1 is going to ask us to learn about all these legacy systems, and then you get into Security Plus, and they're going to say, "Hey, don't use them legacy systems." So I find it to be funny, but that's what CompTIA wants to do. So,
but what happens if you get that wonderful job and you get out there and they got legacy operating systems that's been running their programs for God knows how many years?
There's ways around it, but I would first say it doesn't need to shut off, and it doesn't need to go on the internet. It can run, but it doesn't need to go on the internet. There's no need for it to go on the internet. All right, let's jump into it so I can y'all get y'all some dinner. All right, installing the motherboard. Let's go ahead. We already got it on the side. Let's pull this cover off. And so this is how a empty rack is going to look. And this is how we can, quote unquote, build a PC, right? We can order a motherboard from Amazon, right? And we could build it from piece by piece based off of how powerful we want it. You get some people that do that. I'd rather for it to be already built. All right.
Are they all the same size?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Are they all the same size?
The case or motherboards?
Just to fit inside of a computer. Desktop.
They are the desktops can be a little bit smaller or larger. You remember when we were looking at those video cards, some of them are huge. And so those would need to have a more bigger casing. But typically they are going to be this size, and you don't have to really worry about it being a little bit smaller. But I've seen smaller ones than this for sure. So like the Dell desktops, like this is a typical one that we're looking at now, right? But that Dell desktop that I used to work with, I work with something like these, but I also work with something like these two. And we consider these to be desktops. But these are small forms of form factors.
I was referring to the motherboard. Like, is it like one size fits all or what?
No, it should be different sizes for the motherboard.
Okay.
Based off of the specifications that you want. ATX. Remember that when we have these small forms right here, these will naturally take a smaller motherboard to go inside.
So would that be on the thin clients and stuff like we was talking about yesterday?
Not always. Thin client doesn't necessarily need to have a desktop. Sometimes a thin client could be. They got now the smart monitors where it's all integrated with one piece, and so only thing you just connect to it is just the keyboard and the mouse to the monitor, and it automatically has that. Almost think of it as a Raspberry Pi integrated to the monitor, and is able to run the OS that way.
I think I actually have one of those monitors, like a small one, where you can use the Wi-Fi or you can connect the network cable. So yeah,
those are I like them, but the only reason why I don't like them is that when it comes to upgrading your memory and certain components of it, you got to take apart your monitor and.
Right. And that was kind of a big issue. I don't have a whole lot of memory. I would have to take apart the monitor, do all of that. I did manage to put Windows 11 on it, but I had to kind of backdoor it,
Yeah. And, those new OSs, they take up a lot of resources. And so it's a game, like Jonathan was saying, is that it's a game that everybody plays where, if you want the new hotness, you might need to go and buy another computer. And we sell those. But if you want to put this on your old computer, we're just going to take up a lot of resources. And so it's going to be unbearable. And you know what? It's going to make you upgrade later. But whenever you do go to shop, just make sure that we are shopping for this real quick. I know I got jumping down the rabbit hole. When we're going shopping, Best Buy, laptop.
Lord, not Best Buy.
Hey, I'm going off of the name. So if you're doing something for, I'm not going to say that. Anyway, I would say if we're doing production, Lenovo is probably going to be your best bet, in my opinion, that or Dell. Anyway, the more important thing that we're looking for is that this is what we're going to be looking at. 4 gigs of memory and then 64 gigs of storage space. While that may be in our price range, and this is a slim computer, this is what they're going to have in your face. This is going to look good, but at the same time, I'm going to end up, this is going to go slow, and it's a Chromebook. So that's a whole nother thing. I'm not going to be able to put applications on it the way I want to. Let's go with Core 7. We talked about the processor being like an i5 or i7 or i3. This is a little bit much, but we got 16 gigs of memory, 512 on the gigs of storage. I will live with the 512 just because I know I'm going to use a lot of cloud storage. And so everything that I may put on the 512 local storage, I might just transfer it to my Google's cloud. Okay. So that's the only thing I want y'all, next time y'all go and buy a computer or a laptop, get something that's going to be internally going to give you enough performance for years to come versus the new hotness that looks good and can fold into a tablet too. Those things are probably not gonna be robust enough to last you throughout next year. All right, jumping back into the motherboard. Let's connect our ESD wrist strap. Throw that bad boy on. All right, we're good to go. Install the motherboard standoffs patterns that matches the motherboard form factor you're using. Note, some cases come with standoffs pre-installed. Take these, and we're going to put these mounties in there so it can have something to stand on and not be on that bare metal. Install the rear in and out shield by firmly pressing it into the case until it clicks into place. So remember, in our first lab, this is where our Ethernet port was at. Our audio options are there. My DVI port was there. This is where that plate goes. Remove the motherboard from the anti-static bag, which is the big thing, right? When we're starting to work with this motherboard, we want to make sure that we're standing on our mat, have our anti-static wristband on, and make sure that we discharge ourselves before we go into this bag here to pull out that motherboard. Align the motherboard with the standoffs and gently place the motherboard into the case, ensuring that it's not damaged or trace the backside of the motherboard. Let's go. So you see, once we set that motherboard in there, now our ports are here. And now we need to screw this in so it won't be flopping around as well. So we're going to put these screws in to different slots here along the edges of the motherboard. And some in the middle. All right, connect the front panel to the USB 3 connector and the motherboard 3 header. So let's back that up a little bit. Okay, this is the front of the panel. We want to plug this in to get connection. So right now, with all the connections that we're going to make, this is how all of our inputs are going to let the motherboard know that, hey, there's a command coming from me, turn on, turn off, open the CD drive, what have you. Connect the front panel connector to the motherboard. HD audio. All right, we got those in there. Connect the front panel HD audio connected to the motherboard HD audio header. So we're still hooking in HD audio. Refer to the documentation for the header connection details. And this will give you more information of how the connections go. The motherboard header label printed on the board. Awesome. And then from there, so I want to go back. That's the end of this lab, but once you put that motherboard in there, then we can add other components such as this video card, this NIC card, the SATA drive, the memory. All of those things can go in on top of the motherboard. The motherboard is just kind of like I like to think of it as the layout of a city. All of the circuits, they run all back and forth from the CPU to the different components on that motherboard. And so that's why I kind of look at it as kind of like a city. And those circuit lines are kind of like your roads. Any questions?
So I ain't gonna hold you. I actually have a lot of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I did put it in the chat, so like maybe we can all chime in for the sake of time. But I need to just like back up and paraphrase from I guess like the beginning to where we are now, if that's okay, just to make sure that I really did understand everything. So from the very beginning, so the graphic adapters, so those are what like lets you even be able to see anything on your screen, right?
Yes, that's where we're going to connect to our monitors.
Okay, and then for the raids, there's a few different kinds, but raid 5 is the best kind because it has like a good balance of everything. And these are like backup hard drives and they're in the server. Is that right or no?
Yes, they could be in the server or they could be external and on a network, but they're going to work with your server or desktop.
So my laptop would not have any.
It doesn't have it. That's where we have that external one. So that
Okay.
external one we can plug it into a USB port to your laptop. And now not only do you have your hard drive inside your laptop, but you got 5 others into that RAID that's on to the side.
So for raids, why would I want that? Because at first I was thinking it was like for memory, but I guess like if I have something really important and I just need like extra copies of it.
Yes. So imagine if you were trying to think of a job title that needs to make sure that they have the changes at all times. Imagine if you were a video producer or a TV producer and we needed to have the schedule of TV shows that we ran yesterday, right? And when you have so many different data points of how you actually figure out what you're going to run tomorrow, because you base it off of all of the previous data that you had before, that's a lot of data because we're running a TV show, we're running a TV network. That's a lot of data that we need, but we need it in order for it to tell us what we're going to run tomorrow. Get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. If I was to lose last week's data, then I might be in a panic because I can't really tell you for sure what our audience is looking for because last week was such an important week for us. We just had the Super Bowl. And so, with a lot of people watching the NFL game, our TV shows may not have gotten the right. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. I'm using the data to make a decision for my everyday work. You go to me and you say, hey, Lee, I need something to where if I can't afford to lose this data again. What had happened is what had happened is that a thunderstorm came through, it hit the building, it wiped out everything from last week. What can we put in place to allow me to have that information, even if the power goes out or my hard drive fails? Maybe it shows
So
a
it's
blue
like
screen
a
of death.
generator.
Say it again.
It's like a generator.
A replicator.
Okay, so that it's immune to like viruses and stuff. Like if my computer
No,
gets a
no, no,
virus,
no.
it's not gonna.
No, it works like a hard drive. It's just another hard drive. These are hard drives that we are putting in there on NAS storage. So with
So
the
more
ones
or
that
less, it's like a backup disk.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's what I had.
We put hard drives in each 1, 2, and 3, and 4. And when we do that all together, we can spread all of those TV shows out across all of these different drives. So if hard drive 2 fails and it dies, it's okay because we still got 1, 3, and 4 that can rebuild when we put a new one into O2. Make sense? And so now it becomes redundant, fault tolerant, as what I was saying. Fault tolerant, something bad happened, we had something in place for it.
I just feel like it's more of a risk because if you lose all your hard drives, then what?
So it's not common for you to lose all of them. But if we have a fire, oh man, we lost all of our TV shows. That's why I said it wasn't a true backup, because we typically will need to have it in the cloud for it to be a true backup.
Gotcha.
The
Okay.
cloud, now we can have it sitting in Germany somewhere, and if she needs to have those backups of those shows, we could pull it from Germany. So yeah, is this old technology, so to say, because of how advanced the cloud system is? Yes. But in certain cases, maybe like I said, maybe we can't afford a cloud storage, and this is what we got.
Okay.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be important too, to have those APC power backups available too?
Yes. You remember when we talked about power supplies in the first slide? Redundancy is going to be key for power supplies. So in our servers, some servers are big enough to have multiple power supplies. Some of them are big enough to house that. Some of them not. If not, then we need to put things in place in order to say, okay, if we need to replace that, we need to give that person a loaner laptop or a loaner desktop and have them work on that until we get that ordered in and replaced. It's typically kind of easy to have those power supplies on hand. Trying to get
So
back.
for bits, do we need to know like the math behind it, like how like 8 bits is 1 byte?
When we go into networking, yeah, I would definitely break down. When we talk about IP addressing, I'm going to stress that, and
Okay.
I'll
And
try my best to break that down as much as possible.
I think I have bits confused because like I game a lot. So when you talked about bits today, it automatically made me think back to like my Nintendo 64, my Super Nintendo, how the pixels were different. So how does that correlate with like computing? Because with each console, the processing bits are more advanced than the last generation, how come like if I want to play my PlayStation 1 games on my PS4 games, I can't, but the bits are better on a PS4?
Well, the capability may be there. Like it's the capability may not be there where it cannot talk to an old legacy type of device. You remember when we were talking about those cables, right? Where it may have a HDMI on your laptop, but the computer has a VGA cable input. It's not able to talk to the old technology, or the old technology is not able to compute what the new technology is saying. And so even though those bits go up, those processing bits go up in the Nintendo 64 versus a PlayStation 2, if they have proprietary codes, then they may not be able to, one, use the old games into the new games. Two, they may not have the backwards capability to show that old technology on a newer platform.
Okay, so when like the PlayStation Store became available and all the games became digitized, they weren't using the original copies then. They more so like rewrote the copies with today's modern stuff.
I would go along. I'm not 100% sure how the coders did it, but they put it into the place of they had it to where
It
now.
won't read it.
I'm sorry.
It won't read it because I asked the developer because the PlayStation 4 disc that they had, you could use the old, like the PlayStation 2, you could use those discs on 4. That's because it was written the same, but when 5 came out, the coding was different, so it doesn't read it at all. So that's why you can't, vice versa. You can't.
And that's what we've been saying. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying you can't use the 4 on the 5.
I'm a Xbox guy myself, but I got.
Okay, so finally, my last question. Sorry, guys. So, how often do you do stuff like this? Because I thought I was signing up to like fight hackers and like protect precious information. I'm not really trying to do installations.
I'm sorry. How often do I do like fight hackers at work?
How often am I going to run into situations where I have to do stuff like this, like install graphic adapters and stuff?
If you get a cybersecurity job, we're not doing this. This is
Okay.
That's why at the end of the 20 weeks, core 1 and core 2 is optional. And if we want to go with just taking the security plus, that's what we need to do. But we need to know, I'm not gonna say that we don't need to know this, because when we start talking about security plus and I refer to something like a SATA drive or a redundant RAID drive, and I'm saying what's the security measures we need to take for that, it's good to know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you. I have no more questions.
No, I like it. I love them.
This is very educational. I'm learning a lot. These last 2 sessions have really been very educational, very very learning.
We just getting started. You wait. You wait till I get to
Is that after week 10? You said?
No, networking will probably be next week.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure of it. Let me see. So tomorrow we'll do troubleshooting the PC hardware. Yeah, Monday. Local networking. So we'll touch on some of that hard drive firewalls that you were talking about here. And we'll talk about patch panels, but we'll just talk about this in knowledge of it. All right. If y'all don't mind, let me see. Let me get my screenshot of the class so I can do which I seen Mary Cruz in here earlier, so I know she already did her checks, but I'm gonna go back and do my checks.
Yeah, she said she was gonna pop in at some point.
Yeah.
I have a question while you're doing that. You said run the virtual box, the visual box to get the OS. You were going to show us how to do that. I guess we'll do that later, some other time.
Oh no, I said I wasn't. I said I will run it, but I will not show you how to set it up.
How to put? Okay, gotcha.
I will leave that for.
But you said it's something that we can do on our own
Yes,
computer.
it's definitely. It'll help you out if you never set up a virtual machine before.
Okay.
It'll open you up to, hey, I can have two different OSs on one machine.
Okay.
Or you'll know if your machine can hold that, because then that goes back to, do you have enough memory? Do you have enough hard drive space to do that?
Okay. And if we don't, then we could add an external hard drive to actually run okay.
But if you gotta, some OSs take a certain amount of memory.
Mm-hmm.
So make sure that you have enough memory to divide, because whatever you take away from, you're taking away from your normal machine, and that might slow down the performance there whenever you're running them at the same time.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll get this recording in our classroom download tomorrow, right?
Yep. I have the downloads. I'll put the questions that we had in there, and I'll put the slides.
Okay.
Did you send out the recording from yesterday? Because I didn't get it.
It's in the classroom.
Oh,
I haven't been able to get in.
Okay, yeah. Now, if y'all want to go ahead, and it'll be here on this wall.
Okay.
If y'all want to go ahead and drop, and I'll see y'all on Thursday. I forgot, what's the young lady name who are having issues getting into the classroom? We can work on that.
Me.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have time, or?
Oh yeah. Don't let this baby fool you. I'm mobile.
Well, that's a great thing.
Oh yeah. That's a blessing, really. I got a 1-year-old in there too. And an 8-year-old and a 7-year-old.
My 4-year-old, he beat me up. Shoot.
That's
all right.
That's real fun.
So the classroom, I could follow the Slack link to get into the classroom, right?
No, the Slack link you're going through from Slack?
Yeah, because that was the only link that I saw to the classroom. Was there a different one?
That's the only one I had too. That's probably why I wasn't able to get in, but I haven't received a different one either.
I don't even think I received that one, to be honest
Or if you want to just drop the link, can you drop the link in the chat?
My bad.
I'm trying to figure out who got these. Who? I got 22 people signed up.
22.
Okay.
Come on,
Yeah, I only have access to Slack. That's the only thing I have is access to Slack. I don't have anything else.
I got Zoom and that's it.
I have Slack, but I don't have a link or anything.
So y'all didn't get the thing for the Zoom for the Google Classroom? Did we have that last night?
No.
I got it.
Missed that.
Y'all don't see this.
No.
No, I must have missed it.
Let's see.
I see a Google Classrooms that was posted February 3rd.
Should that have come in an email?
It should have came in an email with an invitation that I'm trying to get in contact with y'all.
So I did get the
And if
email.
it's not in your inbox, check that spam box.
Let me check.
I got the invite, which was to Slack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it didn't have I can't access the actual class itself. It just brings up that pivot technology back screen.
It brings up, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
don't have the Google Classroom.
Your back screen, your background that you have now with the pivot technology. I have that. That's what it came with. That's how it came with.
Okay.
Let me see.
Let's put the emails in the chat. And let's try this again.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hey, girl.
Hey, I'm sorry about that earlier. I just try to pay attention to what's going on in class instead of like just trying to. I was playing catch up, but at the same time, paying attention to what's going on in class right then. But at the same time, I'm trying to put in my calendar so I'm not late anymore as to what is going on in class.
Okay.
Hey Lee.
Yeah.
What was the class labeled on the in the classroom? What was the label? I have 3 different attachments you did.
You see cohort 16 come to your A plus.
I have it on mine.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I have it.
All right. I'm going to one by one invite. So Kamara, I just sent you an invite.
Okay.
Check if it doesn't pop up in your inbox, check the spam.
I got it in my inbox.
Good night.
All right, you too.
Press join class.
Mm-hmm.
And join again. And we in there.
Okay.
So I'm
Patricia, I have already invited you.
Is that for the Google Classroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'm already in there then, so I don't need to send it to you.
Say that again. I'm
Patricia,
sorry.
I already send it to your Yahoo. Can you check your spam?
Okay.
And who email is this? Sorry, TN. I already sent it to you from what it says. I got it right here. Are you able to check your AOL account? All right. A. Smith. All right. Should be going to you now. Is that you, Avery? Sorry.
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Should be in your inbox. If not, spam. And the only reason why I want to go one by one is just to make sure that I get everybody. So Chantel.
Yes.
It says I already sent it to you.
Okay. What would your email address be?
Mine?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm just
come
gonna search it.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't even because I type in, let me look at my spam folder.
When I got the email, it said Lee Mitchell on the subject line.
Okay.
And then in the first message, it says class invitation.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right. And then
You know what? I blocked you. So let me
what?
went through and blocked. Yeah, because I get a lot of junk emails. So let me unblock.
Yeah, I just bookmarked the classroom and then I'm gonna put it on my desktop. That way.
Now I want y'all to use this in conjunction with the course master. I mean the cert master whenever you get that. Now, don't let this be the end all be all classroom. This is just what we go over during the week, but for sure use your Cert Master along with it. Who did I just send that to? That was
I have such a hard time with this. If I have, because I have an iCloud account and I
hey,
don't I
I
have
don't
a
know.
Google account
iCloud
too. So
associated
should
with
I?
that company. I'm just saying.
Look, I have everything with the company. I don't even have I have a MacBook, desktop, everything. So let's see.
If you
That's
want me to
just
send it to a
just
different
that's what we just said a minute ago. Y'all using all these Apple products. It ain't guaranteed.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see. Join class. You okay? I'm in now.
Okay.
I just had to use my Google.
Did
Okay.
I not put that in? Yeah, I had to.
Hey, John.
So
So will we go over anything about Macs in this course?
yes, we'll have a whole
Okay.
class on Macs. I'm
Okay.
not gonna leave
Okay,
them out.
good. Okay. I haven't used
I got it.
Windows
I'm
in
like,
years.
And I will call on y'all to help me out because that's not my wheelhouse, but I know enough to be dangerous with
Yeah.
Macs. Daniel, it
Yeah.
says that I already invited you to your Gmail. Definitely check the email, the spam in Gmail.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm looking at my phone right now, trying to find it, and it's not even up there. I don't.
And Mary
Can
Cruz
you
sent
search
a
my
link for the
name?
Slack also, so I did
Yeah,
get
well,
that.
see, I've got the Slack stuff. I already got signed up and put in that. I actually was in it a few minutes ago looking through it, and I don't see you know what I mean? Because like I said, I just now found out about the classroom when you was talking about it, like 30 minutes ago. Because I didn't even know that we could go in and do, those labs and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep those there. Let me see.
Well, yeah, like that was my fault because I think I was a few minutes late to class whenever yesterday or whatever, and I think y'all had already went over it.
I don't even think we'll be able to get into the labs until we get the CompTIA. What is it?
You skipped
The
all
Cert
over me,
Master.
Renee.
The Cert Master will give you the access to this lab, but the
But you recorded everything.
PPTs that I make up, I can put them in the classroom.
So I have a
Do you-
question. Is this where the recordings are going to the
Yes.
classroom? Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Daniel, can you give me another email address?
That one's not working. Yeah, I think I can find it. Give me a second. That's crazy.
I'm not gonna say it's not working, but
Yeah.
it doesn't allow me to. Hold on, can I do that? Maybe I can. I'm gonna try it. Never mind. Hold off on that real.
No, yeah, you're good.
Let me go and delete that.
I mean, that's just like where we done that 6-week cohort to try to figure out what we was going into. Yeah, I mean, Jonathan was there. I mean, I had all kinds of trouble. I'm actually gonna have to take my computer tonight and completely factory reset it, and everything that I've got on there, I'm gonna have to, you know what I mean? Because it's giving me all kinds of trouble. Because where we had to download all that stuff during the cohort, it was rough.
If you got some room in your Google account, try to put it into your Google Drive. They
Yeah.
give you two gigs of free space. You can just put it there and then wipe your computer clean. I resent that invite to you. Check it now.
Yeah. Let me see if I can.
I'm sorry about that. And all
Sorry, Marjorie, you sounded kind of broken up a little bit.
So far, no good. I'm not seeing it.
Not in the spam.
No, it actually just came out of spam just now. That's what I was looking at. I don't. I mean, I'll keep looking. It might be right here in front of my face. I'm just not seeing it. Let's see.
What kind of computer you got?
It's on my. I'm using my phone right now. It's the Google account. Yeah, it should be working on my
It-
computer too, but
but you're saying
my computer is a Dell uh the it's a Windows 8. I mean, it's a little bit older, but I mean, I've went through and updated all the drivers on it, all that stuff.
So that's fine. You might need a new
It's a
computer.
touchpad, ThinkPad, maybe something like that.
make sure if you could see my screen,
Yes, yes.
if you could see, make sure that Google account is the email that I sent it to. Just double check over there.
Okay. Well. Yeah, no. You want me to send my email to you again to make sure it was right? I mean, you said, let's see, because I'm looking.
Let's try this.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Yo, I'm sorry this is being so difficult.
Oh no. Like I said, y'all can drop if you want. Once we get Daniel squared away, we'll be good to go.
Daniel probably need another computer. He just needs to get a modern day computer.
Well, I mean, I love this computer, man. I mean, it's normally don't get me in trouble. It's just, well, when I went through that 6-week cohort and all the stuff that I already had on there, I'm just gonna I'm gonna go through. I'll save all my stuff and then go through and
So you're trying to run a 20-week course on a legacy system, huh?
Well, see, we was told in the 6-week course at the end of it that we wasn't gonna have to download a whole bunch of stuff and it wasn't gonna be a problem. And you remember what they told us? And I was like, okay, because I actually asked them that question. And I mean, I don't care to download some stuff, but it's just
Yeah, but see, with us in cybersecurity, we're gonna have a whole lot of tools. Am I
well, I
right,
know, but until
Lee?
I get that, until I start getting that salary pay, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna have no money for anything else. I mean,
Everything that I show you will be free.
That's where Lee comes in at.
I'll show you. I'll show you the free stuff that I use. I'm not in.
Okay.
I just sent you a test email.
Let's see.
And that should go straight to your inbox.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll find.
Well, since you got me straight, I'm already situated. As a matter of fact, I just got through with Slack and all that stuff. The link that Mary Cruz sent us for Slack.
Mm-hmm.
I got that downloaded on my laptop and everything. Just had that open and stuff. So I'm good. So I'm gonna head out for the night.
All right,
Daniel, go get that. Go and get that wonderful computer from Walmart or somewhere like that.
Man, I ain't got no money. I tried to talk to Mary Cruz about all that stuff, like like a month ago. Like they said that they help, try to figure something out about the computer, at least to help me figure out the what was up with it because it kept crashing out on me. I mean, trust me, I done tried everything.
Oh, you tried everything?
Oh yeah, everything at my fingertips that I had, that I could use. But I mean,
in the chat.
Yeah.
You saw the email or you saw the link?
I see the link right now. I mean, I can click on it. I don't see
Click
the email.
On the link and let me know what you see.
Okay.
Excuse me. The email that you're sending out that's not the Cert Master where we can do the labs and stuff, right?
No. This is just Google Classroom, where you'll see the slides and this recording that we did tonight.
Okay.
Did you see the link that he put in the chat?
Yeah. There it goes. See, my computer's just wanting to be slow. It's pulling it up right now. We'll see what it does. I meant to restart my Wi-Fi and stuff, and I've been super busy, so I ain't been able to. I have to get a Ethernet cord and run it straight from the box.
That would be a world
See,
of difference.
Daniel, if you're gonna be in tech, you're gonna have to come on up with the latest and
Well,
greatest.
they just gonna have to hold up. It's the only thing I can tell them until I start getting some money in. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. Like they ain't handing out money to go get a brand new computer or nothing. I mean, it sounds good.
Me and
I mean,
Dan
it really
said we do
is.
what we can with what we got.
Yeah, I mean, and I done good to get this. You know what I mean?
Trust
It's an
me.
old computer that I had from work, so
Trust and believe. I'm working on a phone and a desktop. Like y'all see me here. That's why I'm looking here, because this is where my
yeah.
desktop is at.
Well,
But for
see,
y'all to see me, I got to use the phone for like a webcam.
yeah, well, see, I was doing that too, and it was actually Smart Connect between
Mm-hmm.
my computer and my phone, and it
Oh,
was
we make it
working.
happen. At one point, I was over there and I was casting what was on my phone onto the TV. Like we was gonna
Yeah.
make it happen.
Yeah, hey, see, I was doing the same thing. And it was, I mean, it was working perfect too. And then it started the stuff up again, when it'll just start working perfectly fine, super fast, and then it'll just crash out in the middle of like.
I could tell you right now, if it's a Windows 8.
Do what?
Yeah. If it's a Windows 8,
yeah.
I hate to break it to you. It's
Yeah, I mean, I know, but I mean, I'm not really not had no problems out of it until, I mean, lately, of course, trying to put all this stuff on it. You know what I mean? Running so much at one time.
But that's what I was saying in the class, is that they make it to where they're going to make it so unbearable to where you are going to have to upgrade.
You're just gonna get so bad you end up busting or something. What's gonna happen? Yeah, I mean,
At this point, it's like it's trying to really pull up email.
yeah, I mean, it is so slow. Like I just now, I think I've got into it finally.
I did put the link in there to the donation center link for donating those computers to the graveyard.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna head out. I gotta feed my face.
Okay.
All right, then.
All right.
All right. See you Thursday.
All right. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. I
Oh,
think.
I'm actually going this time. All right. Good night. I'm going this time, Lee.
All right, then. Y'all take it easy. I think I got you, Daniel. I don't see your email anymore.
I am, man.
Yeah, I got
I'm sorry. We can go ahead and jump off because I mean my computer right now. I mean the battery's about shot in it, and it literally just popped up. Battery's about to die, so it's probably gonna die before I even get plugged up. Maybe
Well,
not.
I got you in there, so you good to go.
Okay, brother. Hey, I appreciate it, dude. You have a good night.
All right, y'all too. Y'all take it easy.
Hey, you the same.
All right, good night.
Night.
How much of a cybersecurity risk that can be as they leave, and it can be a risk, given the fact that when you have that many knowledgeable people leave their jobs, it does open up opportunities for inexperienced individuals to come in and take advantage of things that they might not know of. But me knowing the government, they're probably going to hire from within and be able to fill those slots without any kind of hiccup. But the reason why I think it's important for you guys is that if you never heard of this website right here, usajobs.gov, this is where a lot of the federal government jobs will be posted, and they are big fans of cyber jobs, and they're big fans of remote jobs as well. And the one thing I like about the government, federal government, is that they don't really try to lowball you when it comes to your salary. They are going to be straight up and down with you. It's more um, of a list, instead of trying to negotiate based off of your qualifications. If you don't meet their qualifications, you probably won't get the call back. But if you do and you are offered, you don't have to really shy away from numbers like this. And the wonderful thing about that is that that's going to be their first and 15th. without any kind of hesitation. So I really kind of, wow, this is very important. And yes, it does pose a threat to our government, but our government will be at a threat when it comes to cyber crimes, regardless if they got the top-notch guys in there or people that are learning on the jobs. But I promise you, they probably won't have people learning on the jobs as they go back into the Pentagon. They'll probably pull them from other branches within the other departments, in the government, and be able to backfill those positions real quick. But on that note, since everybody kind of moves up, then places like this, USA Jobs, will probably have openings that might want to take a look at. So I'll throw this into the chat.
Lil Lee, can you hear me?
Yeah. Got you. The only thing I would say is that government jobs, at least federal government jobs, resumes are a bit different than your typical bullet point style resumes. I would suggest looking up how to write a federal resume and then put that application in. That is not a short process. This is a long process to put in for these jobs. And the terrible thing about USA Jobs is that they may not they may not contact you back after you spent 15 minutes filling out an application. They are notorious with just not following up, and it's just bad. But I just really wanted to bring that up, and good to see everybody. If you can, please turn on your cameras. Hopefully we're not going to hold you guys too long today. Now, if you're driving, please just get to your destination safely. Don't worry about cameras, and I don't want that to be on us. So whenever you get to your destination, please just turn on your camera then. Any questions before we move on to our 5 questions? I'll put that link into the chat as well. All right. Where is it? It's right here. All right, 5 questions, just like how we did on Tuesday. I got 6 because I had owed you guys 1 from Monday. So let me get my clock ready. Whenever you guys are ready to put your answer in the chat, I'm going to go ahead and start the clock, and then we'll read it after the clock stops. Time now. All right. As part of a tech security, a technician loans a laptop to an employee when they are conducting a business travel. And upon return of the device, the technician reformats the drive and reloads the operating system and all relevant software. After several years of following this process, the laptop has become sluggish and freezes up. What component is likely causing this type of computer behavior? Motherboard, SSD, RAM, or CDs? So I can hear you, Jonathan, but I don't know if you can hear us. You got to troubleshoot that on your own side. Which one can we take out from these 4? So, crap. Given the fact that CDs are removable, they're probably not going to stay in a computer for that long of a time, being sent out over and over again. Plus, this technician has reloaded the software, um, after each and every iteration. So we could take CDs out. What's another one that we can kind of remove from this scenario, saying that it's just not part of what would be causing the sluggishness?
I say motherboard.
Okay. And I agree with you. The motherboard is kind of going to be just a sedative part of the laptop. It's not going to really, we get upgraded, but you're not going to be spending money on a motherboard. So that leaves us with SSDs and then RAM. So we all know what SSD stands for, because I'm assuming everybody, we good on RAM.
Solid state drive.
Solid state drives. So which one would we consider to be the cause of the computer sluggishness? If we upgrade one, what could up the performance of that computer if we upgrade SSD or the RAM?
It'll be if we update the drives, then we could put more storage on it, like an external. Is that what you're saying?
If it was coming from a hard drive, yes, we could definitely see a performance boost in the SSD part. Could we see more performance in upgrade of RAM memory? So if we had 4 gigs and went up to 8 gigs or 12 gigs, is that possible too?
Yes.
Right. So, okay. This is one of the questions that I love from CompTIA, because this is what makes you second guess yourself or sit here for 2 minutes and try to really kind of, what are they asking? They're saying that even though this laptop goes out and back and forth and is re-imaged, when it's re-imaged, that's the formats. When he says the technician reformats, that means cleans the hard drive. So everything from the hard drive is cleaned off. There's no residue or anything left over on the hard drive there. So even if it's a HHD or HDD and a solid state drive, it's a new drive. So after the reformat, but upgrading the RAM, when you reformat it, it does nothing to the RAM. The RAM just kind of starts back over and just still handles all of the memory pieces of it. But when you upgrade it and you give it more capacity to do more things, then you're able to see more of a performance boost out of that based off of this scenario. So just wanted to kind of really kind of talk through that. The answer would be C. But that's a perfect example of what CompTIA likes to do. They'll give you a bunch of stuff that they really kind of ask, and you don't really need to take into consideration. But once we get our 2 out of here, right, we don't have to bother with those 2, and we could just really concentrate on either one or the other, then it increases our chances of picking the right answer. All right, awesome. Next question, 30 seconds. Okay. An employee is leaving a company and must return the removable storage devices they have. What devices will the employee likely return? Select all that apply. Now, before we jump into the four, whenever we see from a CompTIA question, if they say these words, select all that apply, it's more than one. I can almost guarantee that it's going to be more than one. So don't just pick one whenever you see those things in parentheses. Okay, so they need to give back removable storage, stuff we can plug in and take out. What things would that consider? What things can we take out? What things are we just not gonna have as an employee? We can go ahead and
A,
take
B,
D
and
out.
C.
Say it again.
A, B, and C.
Okay, let's keep those. I'm gonna just go ahead and take RAM out, right? So a wireless
Mhm.
card, a USB flash drive, and SD. Can we all agree that the USB flash drive is probably one of the things that we'll have to get back? All right, cool on that. SD card. My bad. Let me see what a SD card looks like again. Oh, yeah. All right. SD card. SD card will be one of these cards that normally goes in high-end cameras, or sometimes they go into Android phones for more memory storage.
So basically, the memory card like we always use on our phones.
Yes.
Something like that. Okay.
Those are SD cards. Now, the wireless card is something different that goes with networking. So, wireless card normally looks like this. And the thing about this is that this is typically not sent out by IT, and it's kind of already integrated into a laptop, which is your Wi-Fi antenna. You just don't see it. You know what I'm saying? So now back in the day, they did have it. It looked almost like a credit card that you could slide into the slot of a laptop. But in this case, this is probably not going to be something that we give out in IT. So a USB flash drive, and since now SD card is not normally given out as well, but since we see select all that apply, I know I'm picking another one, and I know I'm not giving out RAM. So let's go ahead and let's go with it, and the answer will be B and C here. Okay, these are our best answers. Mm-hmm.
So on the wireless cards, but would that be like some places you go in, if they got legacy systems, they might give a Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but
Card.
they changed to like wireless dongles now. So they kind of look like these. You just plug them in, and they get the Wi-Fi signal, but
Right.
they
Okay.
don't look like how it did back in the day. Again, remember, this A+ exam is not necessarily going to teach us the latest and greatest, but we need to, if we just so happen to run across a Wi-Fi card, we need to
Because
know
that's
exactly what we're looking.
Right, because
Because
that's what
this
I got.
is,
I got.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what I got. One of the little dongles that you just talked about. It plugs in for my wireless mouse and stuff.
Right. Now, see, those are normal in today's world. But if we see this, let's say in a security setting, if we are doing inventory and we see this plugged into a server somewhere, do we know what we're looking at? And that's kind of the importance of doing these type of basic knowledge courses, is that it just gets us aware of what we're going and seeing out here in the wild. So, all
And
right.
that would be like when we do the if we're on doing a what you call it, to the audit.
You're not going to do an audit, but if you're doing like a pre-audit, like we're getting ready to be audited,
Mm-hmm.
you would go by and check these things. Or if you're just doing a random sweep of the building and you see someone with that hanging out of their desktop, and you know that you connect everybody through Ethernet, it can raise questions. And
Okay.
a good penetration tester might use something like that. And when I mean a penetration tester, is kind of a good hacker, someone who
Mhm.
hacks for a company. So they may use this type of technology to test your knowledge to see if you know what you're looking at. All right. Next question, 30 seconds. A student is learning about a computer hardware, and the instructor selects them to identify the component that executes a program instruction code. How should the student respond?
No.
Seems like nobody was tripped up on this. All right, so we good on it being the CPU that executes. If any type of instructions is coming to a computer, the brain is going to be the brain that's doing all of the thinking, execution would be the CPU. The RAM is going to help the brain with the memory part, helps it to remember, hey, you got these applications over here too. Go back to them and help them out. The cache is going to be kind of like memory, where it's just kind of holding is do we all know what cookies are in the computer world? Kind of like cookies. So
We should. Our websites tell us they put them on our phones.
yeah, they tracking you now. So cache is going to be in that realm of keeping a very short memory of characteristics of whoever user you're on, and then the hard drive will be a long-term solution of storage. So really, all three of these are kind of like memory when you really think about it. If you had to put them in the categories, the CPU is the only one that's making decisions and executing. All right, next question, 30 seconds.
Yes, so technically speaking, the cookies is what they use to track you, right? Or they used to follow what you're watching or saying on the internet, right?
Yes.
Did not know that. Thank you. So basically, when a website is giving you prompts to start up, and then it's asking you whether you're allowed to cookies, that's because they want to find out what you are saying
They're giving you the
tracking
option of can they look at your characteristics, your behaviors. Where have you been before? Why did you land on our website? And it's a selling tactic more than anything. Well, not a selling tactic. It's gathering data so they can sell to their customer more better. So if I understand that most of my people are coming from ESPN, then I can pretty much say, you know what, I need to make commercials that will be geared to uh, men from 25 to age 45, and I won't have to worry about making a commercial for everybody. I could just focus in on that different group because I see that in the cookies, traffic is coming a lot from ESPN. If I'm like,
That's just like we on Facebook. I see a lot of stuff for different security things like what we're studying now.
Mhm.
And I've clicked on them and looked at them so now I get a lot of ads, a lot of Facebook ads related to security stuff like that.
Yep. And if you want to see it work for yourself, just look up something that you normally haven't looked up ever, and see and go back to one of your big websites like uh, Bing or Google, not Google, but Yahoo, or it's another one. But either one of those sites that's advertising a lot on the sides, they'll tell you exactly. Oh, you've been looking at herbal tea. Here we have these different herbal tea companies that will love to get your eyes on their advertisement. All right, let's jump into this question. An engineer is designing a new computer system and wants to provide a active cooling to provide airflow and dissipate heat from around the components. What will the engineer use in the system? Heat sinks, fans, thermal paste, or thermal pads? All right, pretty much on pace with this. Okay, now let's look at this. Which can we? I'm gonna ask the question: can we take two of them out that we know that just won't do anything with heat? Well, all of them kind of do something with heat.
I feel like the thermal, because it's asking for something that's active. So I would take out the thermal paste and the thermal pads. The fans are going to be doing it while it's blowing air while it's heating up,
Mm-hmm.
and so will the heat sinks in a little bit. So I would take out C and D.
Okay. Um.
And then with fans, I learned
Yeah.
too that when you set your desktop up, and I think we talked about this in the last class, but it's where you have to set it up to whereas um that desktop or whatever is at least six inches or so away from the wall or something like that.
Yes. That will in turn see the heat sink is going to pull heat away from that CPU, right? But then that fan needs to tell it where to go in that box. And to your point, if that box is near the wall, then it's just pulling the hot air to the wall back into the box. So we prefer the desktop to be, Lord, y'all ain't see that. We prefer the desktop to be on top of the desk. But if you have to have it under the desk, make sure that you kind of have that desktop away from, like you said, the wall, maybe a good 5 to 6 inches away, so you can at least get your hand back there. If it's to a point where when you look back there and there's dust bunnies, or it's just a bunch of cables back there too. Cable management is big, but it's not talked about in this core. But cable management, if you just have a bunch of stuff around the back of your desktop, you're probably going to create more heat than actually dissipating. So to go back to this question, thermal paste and thermal pads, we use those things to wipe off our CPU and then paste our CPU onto its bracket. That's going to help with the heat as well. But it's like to your point, it's not active. The active is going to be the heat sink and the fans. But what is the better option here is going to be a upgrade in the fans versus the heat sinks. All right.
Now, what if I got it? What if I got that? I asked you about the thin clients, the little smaller ones,
Mm-hmm.
and I got this sitting on the desk and everything. Would that be, you really wouldn't have to worry about that too much, would you?
Only if it gets hot on its own. But those thin clients, most of those small factor desktops they have to worry about you have to worry about heat because it's a smaller package, and you still want to give it airflow, but you don't have to really worry about it as much as the bigger ones that can take um bigger video cards and get more components inside of the desktop. So this is a picture of the heat sink. They can look different, but typically it's going to look like a little design on top of the CPU.
It kind of looks like a radiator.
Right.
So it kind of looks like.
So
almost like aluminum block on the car.
And they get hot.
Yeah.
They get hot. So when you're thinking about something this big, you're going to need a box that can house this as well as put a fan around it to push around the heat. So keep those things in mind. All right. Yes. I'm reading the chat. So, all right. Let's move on. 30 seconds. Okay, let's talk about it. A support technician opens a case to a PC and saw a square socket component. What component has the support tech located? I hope this gives me a good picture. It does not. Let's look at a motherboard. Maybe we didn't touch on that.
No, we
I'm
didn't.
sorry.
But that's it's going to be in an adapter because you're looking at a square socket, something square in a socket.
No, there's only one square thing on that motherboard.
Really? Other than the hard drive.
I was thinking like an SSD is square, but maybe
the square piece that sits in the middle of the socket, the motherboard.
Y'all see my mouse?
Yes.
This is the only square thing there. Like now, everything does have four sides, yes. Other than the whole motherboard, but everything else is rectangles.
So the square, that's the CPU, isn't it?
That is correct.
Oh.
That'll be the only, and that's the only socket, something to receive and lock in there.
So you're throwing in a brain wrencher, huh? Okay.
I'm sorry. CPU is going to be typically square. That brain would always be square, no matter what diagram I pull up. That CPU is going to be there. So when y'all open that case, it's going to be in the same spot. Not the same spot, but y'all should be able to recognize it each and every time. Or it's going to be under this heat sink. Got me? Our eyes is, every time I click on a picture, our eyes should directly go to, the big square right here. That's the brain. Okay. So that's where we would, we'll take it out of this socket clean it with some alcohol, the thermal paste wipes, not the thermal paste, but the thermal wipes. Put some new thermal paste on it. Put it back into its little socket holder. Put the clamp over it. Lock it down.
So the thermal paste serves for what purpose?
Keeping that connection between it and the motherboard, and it helps with the heat as well.
Oh, okay.
All right. Last question. This is tricky, but I just want to see where we're at. Try your best. All right, let's jump into it. A desktop technician was troubleshooting a computer that would not connect to the network and suspected that the network interface card was not working. However, the technician tested the NIC and it was working. What will the technician do next? Establish a new theory, implement a plan of action, test the theory, or implement preventive measures?
Me personally, I would implement a plan of action because I need to figure out why why it's not connecting and everything, and figure out what I need to do next.
Okay. Today we're going to go over this type of actions. So I'll say to you, Jonathan, is that as you being a technician at heart at trade, don't overthink it. Just look what the question is asking and then just answer that question. But that is the correct, in the real world, yes, you definitely would do that. Find out the answer. In this question, he had a thought, he or she had a thought, they acted upon that, they figured out that, hey, it's not the NIC that's working. So they need to come up with not a plan of action, but kinda test the theory. They already tested their theory because they
Establishing the
suspected
theory.
something. I'm sorry, say it again.
I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to cut you off. I would actually establish a new theory and implement a plan of action and then test the theory out.
Awesome. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So we want to establish a new theory since our old theory has proven to be not it, right? Now, preventative measures, that's a little bit out of the case. You need more of a storyline to actually implement some preventative measures, and you actually need a solution, really. But we definitely had a theory. It didn't work out. So let's establish another one. And that's what we'll go over today.
So
all right.
Would us establishing a new theory, wouldn't that be part of the implementation of a plan of action?
Yeah, that's why I said it kind of you're there. Don't get me wrong. And don't get me wrong. In the real world, you're right. Hey, go find out what's wrong with the network. But in this question, and what CompTIA would do is that they'll take people who've been working in IT for a while, and they'll trip them up with questions like this. Where it's just kind of like, to you, it's like, oh yeah, well, it's yeah, of course, establish the new theory, but the more important thing is the plan of action. That's where you're coming from. But what they're saying is, no, just what should I do next? The exact next thing. Don't get frustrated. Don't get
So-
frustrated because we're gonna get into that.
So would it be kind of like, look, I don't know what it is, but it could possibly be could be, the network, or not necessarily the network. It could be the Ethernet card, or
Yes, it could be
something.
all of
Right.
those things. But the question,
Yeah.
the question just simply wants to say, okay, your theory didn't work the first time. Not what is the answer to the problem, but what are you gonna do next? Like, okay, that didn't work.
Okay.
What
Right,
now?
but that's what I'm saying. We're giving you all of these wonderful answers of what's not going to work and everything, but then at the same time, you want us to give a problematic solution to the problem. And so sometimes what makes common sense to us don't make common sense to them. I'm just
Before
saying,
you have
man.
the plan of action, before you have the plan of action, we have to have a theory of what we're going to put that action towards. Are we going to go, okay, we figured that it wasn't the network card. Could it be a configuration issue? So if we say, hey, it might be the configurations, then our plan of action could be next, since we came up with the theory of, hey, it might be this. Okay, now let's get the plan of action. How are we doing that? Well, let's go into these settings and look at what they supposed to be and then what they actually have. That's the plan of action. And we CompTIA was just asking for that simple, hey, this didn't work. The NIC card didn't work. Your theory failed. Okay, now what? Okay, I'll come up with another theory. I think it may be this. Okay, you establish a new theory. And that brings us right into lesson 3. Y'all like that transition? Troubleshooting PC hardware.
I got a question. Those questions, are those posted online?
Say that one more time.
The questions are they in online?
I didn't put the
in
last one up
review?
there. Did y'all want the last questions and these questions in the classroom? They'll be there tonight. I will post them tonight.
And the ones from the previous one.
Yes, ma'am. I will make sure everybody get all their questions. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep
Yeah.
on y'all.
Yeah, because see, we go in here fooling around with CompTIA, and we're gonna have to we ain't gonna have nobody to slap, because our theory. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, I've been doing this since 2002, and like I say, a lot of times, what makes common sense to us don't make common sense to them, and that's crazy.
But this is, I don't have a nice way of saying that. Let me try to find a practical way of saying it. That's CompTIA's. Sometimes you have to play the game that CompTIA wants you to play. And in their game, they want you to establish the new theory. All right.
Can I
and while you
interject?
sitting
Can I interject? Can I
Yes.
speak, Jonathan, sir? Can I get okay?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
think of it like this. When you go into a situation, I would say a job interview, they ask questions, right, on a job interview. We know full well what we would probably do, but you have to answer the questions according to what's best going to get you that job. In this instance, and that question, you put too much thought into it, because simply when you say it's gonna, what it doesn't appear to us, I'm just gonna say speak not all of us, because most of us got it. So, but when you look at it, just look at it, read the question for simply what it is, because they will try to trip you up. So no more, no less. It just says, what's the next step? Like you said, you're not gonna walk straight into a handyman, ain't gonna come straight into somebody's house and then all of a sudden just start doing stuff. He's gonna assess and then figure out, all right, what tools I'm gonna need. He's gonna come up with a theory, come up with the tools he needs. Then he's gonna implement the action. So you're not just gonna run into anything head first, because you got to think about it. basically. So just think of it as doing a job, answering questions. Don't think of it about how you would do stuff. Look at what's going to get you the job.
And I understand that, but then then what the problem becomes, then we answer it like they want us to answer it, and then when all hell breaks loose, and excuse me for putting it that way, when all hell breaks, they looking at us crazy, asking us what happened and why this didn't work like that and stuff, and then next thing I'm gonna be is like, okay, so now you ready for the real solution to the problem, or do you just want it fixed like you want it fixed, or do you want a real solution? That's gonna
But
be.
you're confusing real world with just a class board right here.
Yeah, we're talking about the questions. When you're taking
Right.
this exam, we want you to turn that switch off. Turn your technician switch off. Turn on, I'm gonna pass this exam, and I'm gonna do whatever I need to do to pass this exam questions. Because again, like I said in the first class, if you go back to this question and you put in plan of action, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna give you some more questions that says the exact same thing, and you're gonna say, yeah, it's the plan of action, and not acknowledge this what they want. Because see, this is the thing. This is my third slide. I wanted that dialogue, which I was just saying. I wanted that dialogue here, but this is how we start off the day in the slides. This is what they deem right here: applied troubleshooting methodology. This is what CompTIA looks at as this is how you troubleshoot. You identify the problem, you establish what it could be, you test what it could be, we establish the action plan is. Now, I should have said this, I should have showed you this and then gave you the question. And then since everybody would have known the order, we would have been there. But I was just trying to see where we're at. And it's good conversation of saying we need to take off our take hacks just for a second. And just see it for what it is. Now, when you get all into cybersecurity and you're doing it your way, that's fine. But when you go for the CISSP and you sit down for that exam and they want to know something, you give them the answer that they want in order to pass. Okay. All right, now let me start this back over properly. Lesson 3, troubleshooting the PC hardware. First thing we're going to talk about is applying the troubleshooting methodology. We already had good conversation about it, but this is going to be looking at it from a standpoint of a technician, an IT technician, a help desk, service desk, desktop technician. This is how CompTIA wants you to look at a problem that someone is having, and then how do we get down to finding the solution? But then what they want here and the sixth step is to actually put down the documentation. So let's go through the 6 steps. Identifying the problem could be a multitude of things. You're typically going to find out the problem from the client. The client is going to, there's no better source than what's going wrong than having someone tell you what the problem is. And you can always ask them in that exact sentence, what is it not doing for you? What it should be doing? What's the problem? And people will tell you exactly what's going on. Sometimes you may need to dig a little bit deeper with certain clients, but for the most part, you should be able to get the high level from them, a high overview, and then be able to test things out and see, okay, this is the problem here, and how am I going to? Well, this is the problem. What should I go and do to fix this problem? That's establishing the theory next. Now, these 2 steps shouldn't be that complicated or drawn out. Once we have an established theory of what we need to look at, configurations, or if we need to replace some kind of components, then we do that. But once we figure out that we want to do that, then we go into testing those theories, testing them out, seeing what works, what doesn't work. Now, establishing the action plan is more in depth to me when it comes to a big change that comes in. Maybe you have to change out a whole computer. Maybe you want to change out a power supply. These are things that take plan of action because you need to find a replacement machine for the client so they can continue to work while you're working on their machine. What's the perfect time of day to do that? Can you save everything on that profile? Will they just lose everything? Are you going to tell them that in the beginning? All of those things will go into your establishing the action plan. Verify the system full functionality. So when you fix whatever you do fix, have been fixing, you want to make sure that it's working the way the client wants it to work. Not necessarily how you want it to work, but how the client. Now, granted, if you give them something new, it probably won't work the same way as if they gave you that old PC. But if you are just fixing whatever they have, maybe it's a configuration issue or you're changing a setting, then you want to make sure that they test it out and they give you the okay to leave or to disconnect from their computer. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to full functionality, because not the last thing, but